One day, Yang Dong accidentally noticed something strange on her mother Yi Wenjie's computer. The files Yi Wenjie had received were encrypted at an unusually high level, the kind of protection that didn't belong to ordinary work. Curiosity grabbed Yang Dong by the throat. What made it worse was how her mother handled it. Those decrypted files weren't shredded or overwritten. They were simply deleted. Like many older people, Yi Wenjie wasn't truly familiar with computers. She didn't understand that delete meant almost nothing, that even formatting a drive often couldn't stop someone determined from restoring what was gone. So Yang Dong did the first thing in her life she ever did behind her mother's back. She restored the deleted data. There was a lot. She read for days. And what she uncovered didn't just change her understanding of her mother. It cracked her entire world open. Her mother, the person she'd depended on all her life, had another identity. An identity so heavy, so impossible, that Yang Dong didn't even want to believe such a kind of person could exist. She didn't confront Yi Wenjie, not even a hint. Because she was afraid that if she asked, her mother would stop being her mother in the same instant. So Yang Dong made a choice. She would keep the secret for her. And she would pretend nothing had changed, acting as if Yi Wenjie was still the same person she'd always known. Life could continue. Except it couldn't. Because for Yang Dong, that pretending only left her with half a life. And then the second half was crushed too. Those two blows together were enough to end a person. They ended her. That evening, Yang Dong stood on the highest balcony of the control center, staring down at the silent particle accelerator below. The accelerator's ring stretched 20 kilometers around. From her height and angle, she could see most of it at once. It wasn't hidden underground like typical designs. It sat above ground inside a concrete pipe, cutting across the landscape like a massive punctuation mark under the sunset. A full stop. A period. And the thought that rose in her mind wasn't even dramatic. It was quiet. If only the world's problems were just physics. She stepped closer to the edge. Ready. Then a hand grabbed her arm. Yang Dong turned slowly. Her face was calm, lifeless, like stagnant water that had forgotten how to ripple. The woman holding her was a foreigner, strikingly beautiful and far too young-looking. A white woman with an unreal presence. Yang Dong stared at her but said nothing, because the woman wasn't truly a woman. She was a projection. A real phantom, controlled from half a planet away by Evans, wearing a face designed to resemble Wanda. The phantom spoke first, in fluent, standard Mandarin, smooth enough to sound like it belonged in a Beijing film. I've met many people who faced something they believed they couldn't overcome and chose suicide. But there are rare cases where the ones who step toward death don't actually understand the full truth. They believe what they believe. And in the end, they die because of their own certainty. As she spoke, the phantom felt something else. A gaze. It wasn't coming from any person nearby. There was nothing in sight. But the phantom still sensed it clearly. Sapon. Watching. Monitoring. Unfortunately, this phantom was only a body with collision and presence. No supervision. She could feel the attention, but she couldn't see the thing itself. Yang Dong's voice was flat. You have no idea what I've been through. The phantom didn't pretend to know everything. She kept her tone even. I don't know the details. But some things aren't hard to guess. From how you're dressed, you work here. Anyone dressed like that, working in a place like this, is at least PhD level. People like you usually see the world more clearly. More rationally. It's hard to imagine someone like you choosing suicide. She paused. But if you think deeper, there are only a few possibilities. Either something is terribly wrong with science itself, or something is terribly wrong with your family. Yang Dong didn't answer. Her silence was an answer. The phantom loosened her grip slightly, not forceful, not pleading. If you trust me, don't die today. Go back. Sleep. I promise you, when you wake up, everything will be different. Then she turned and walked away. Yang Dong stayed on the balcony for a long time. She didn't jump. She didn't feel magically better either. But she decided to try sleeping anyway. The phantom left the control center. She could feel Sapon still following, still watching. And then, right under that surveillance, she vanished. No smoke. No flash. No warning. Just gone. To Sophin's observers, it made no sense. A whole person disappearing in open air, with the monitoring still active and yet nothing to track? The Trisolaran monitor reported it immediately. That night, Yongdong slept. And then she woke. But not in the dormitory she remembered. She was lying in an ordinary room, plain and clean, unfamiliar in every detail. For the first time in a long time, something stirred in her eyes. A ripple. She sat up, found her clothes neatly placed to the side, dressed, and walked to the window. Outside was a wide playground. Across it stood a strangely dressed white woman, eyes closed, standing perfectly still, like she was listening to the air itself. As if sensing Yongdong's gaze, the woman opened her eyes, looked toward the dorm window, and waved, motioning her to come out. Yongdong left the building in silence, crossed the playground, and stopped in front of her. The woman spoke first. "Welcome to Crimson Academy of Magic. My name is Lenora. I'm an instructor here." Yongdong frowned slightly. Magic? As a scientist, she didn't believe in magic. To her, the unknown was simply what science hadn't explained yet. Lenora spoke calmly, like she was describing something obvious. "This place is a constructed 0.8 number imaginary space, set at the angle between reality. Time here is stretched. Before dawn in the outside world, you can spend a full month studying here. If you pass the assessment, you'll gain permission to come and go freely." Yongdong's gaze sharpened, not because she believed in magic, but because the claim about time expansion hooked her curiosity like a barbed needle. "I don't believe in magic," she said. "Not unless you prove it." Lenora shook her head. "I won't perform magic for you. I'll teach you the knowledge step by step. You'll break your rejection yourself. Consider that your first test." Lenora understood it clearly. Even if she cast a spell in front of Yongdong, Yongdong might still call it illusion, deception, unknown technology. So instead of forcing belief, she would hand Yongdong the tools and let Yongdong verify the truth with her own hands. Lenora spent half a day teaching Dr. Yongdong a meditation method, claiming it was the key to connecting with Evans's magic source. Yongdong listened, nodded politely, and didn't do a single step of it. To her, it sounded like superstition dressed up in fancy words. If she cared about anything, it was one thing only. Was the time dilation real? So instead of meditating, she walked toward the edge of Crimson Magic Academy. As she approached the boundary, a thin wall of fog appeared. It wasn't normal fog. It looked like the border of the world itself, pale and silent, hanging in the air like a curtain that refused to be pulled aside. Yongdong stepped into it. A moment later, she found herself standing back where she started. Her brows tightened. She turned around and tried again, walking straight into the fog with a stubborn, measured pace. Same result. No matter how she moved inside it, she always ended up back in the academy like she'd hit a ghost wall. She pinched her own arm. Pain shot through her skin. Not a dream. So what was it? Some kind of magnetic field interfering with the cerebellum's sense of direction? Or was it a natural boundary formed between a time-expanded zone and normal time flow? She spent half an hour testing angles, pacing, even changing her walking rhythm. Nothing worked. Finally, she changed direction and tried another side. Fog again. Every border was sealed. She couldn't leave. By noon, hunger forced her to stop. Her stomach growled loud enough to make her frown. Yongdong went to the cafeteria and found a buffet set up as if it had been waiting for her specifically. She could take whatever she wanted, as much as she wanted. The food was plentiful. And she was the only student eating. It felt wasteful in a way that made her uneasy. After lunch, she returned to the dormitory. Since there was no way out, she decided to try Lenora's method, if only to kill time. At first, meditation felt like nothing. Then, slowly, something shifted. Yongdong, with her eyes closed, sensed a vast presence, like an ocean that had no horizon. Not heat, not electricity, not anything she could easily label. Energy. Endless energy. As she followed the method, A small portion of that ocean separated and flowed into her body, imprinting itself according to the pattern the meditation created. It didn't feel like imagination. It felt like a system locking a new resource into place. Dong opened her eyes, and for the first time in days, her gaze wasn't empty. It was sharp, curious. She raised a hand and tried to gather that energy into her palm. It moved immediately, like it had been waiting for instruction. The energy itself was invisible, but it gave off a faint glow she could clearly detect, like a low-light shimmer at the edge of perception. "Is this magic?" she murmured, "or is it just a special form of bioenergy?" Lenora had said something else too. Once released, this energy could be recovered through meditation, no matter how far it drifted or how long it floated. Dong relaxed her control and let the energy disperse. A moment later, she used the meditation method again. Instantly, the energy she'd released seemed to ignore distance. It snapped back as if it had crossed space without traveling through it, gathering inside her body again with no loss she could detect. Dong's eyes narrowed. "Quantum entanglement," she whispered. "A recycling mechanism that doesn't care about range?" Even now, she tried to force it into a scientific frame. She intended to find Lenora and ask directly, but when Dong looked out the window, she froze. Night. Only then did she realize the truth. That short test of meditation had swallowed an entire afternoon. It hadn't felt long at all. And despite the late hour, she wasn't sleepy. She was wide awake, flooded with the kind of hunger she hadn't felt since childhood. Not hunger for food. Hunger for answers. Dong left her dorm and searched the academy for Lenora. The campus wasn't large, so she found her quickly. Before Dong could speak, Lenora spoke first, as if she'd been waiting. "You've touched the source and gained magic. Now you're interested. In that case, we can begin." She lifted a hand. "I'll teach you a simple spell first. It's called Dancing Lights." Lenora formed a glowing orb the size of a table tennis ball in the air. Its brightness was intense, like a miniature spotlight, easily 10,000 lumens. Under Lenora's control, the orb drifted and spun with perfect precision, weaving through the air like it was alive. While demonstrating, Lenora explained. But she didn't teach it like a recipe. She taught it like physics. She gave Dong the core principles, not just the steps. Not do this, then do that, but why it worked, what it depended on, and what could be changed. Because the end result of those two methods wasn't the same. If you learned it like a program, you'd only ever know one spell, Dancing Lights. If you understood the principles, you could evolve it. A flash that blinds. A skylamp that lights an entire field. A wide illumination that disperses shadows. All of them could be built from the same foundation. Once Dong put down her rejection of magic, her attitude toward learning became frighteningly serious. She quickly realized the truth. Even a simple light spell contained an ocean of complexity. But complexity didn't scare her. It fed her. Over the next 3 days, Dong did almost nothing except eat, sleep, and study. She pushed herself relentlessly, absorbing every principle Lenora explained. On the 3rd day, Dong finally raised her hand. A light orb burst into existence, bright and clean. 10,000 lumens. It floated at her command, moving smoothly through the air like a trained bird. Lenora watched for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. "You've mastered it. When you have time, you can build your own spells from these principles. Now, I'll teach you a new one." Dong dismissed the light and looked at Lenora with a kind of expectation that bordered on greed. At this point, she no longer doubted magic's existence. She had begun to understand it. This wasn't stage magic. It wasn't fantasy. It was an alternate science. Deep, structured, terrifyingly real. Half a month later, in the outside world's frame of reference, Evans arrived at Crimson Magic Academy. He entered under a convenient identity, a senior, a past graduate returning to check on the place. Dong was practicing her newer spell on the playground when a young white man appeared in front of her without warning. She flinched. "Who are you?" The man smiled slightly and spoke fluent Mandarin. "My name is Evans Nelson. I'm also a student here. Technically, an alumnus. I thought I'd be the only one here for a long time. But Lenora sent me a message. She said a new student enrolled. He looked at her closely, as if confirming the answer before asking it. If I'm not wrong, that student is you. Yang Dong studied herself. I'm Yang Dong. I just entered. I'm still training. Preparing for the formal entrance assessment. Evans nodded, voice calm. The assessment isn't hard. As long as you keep studying the way you've been studying, you'll pass.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Evans, are there many magicians, and why have I never heard of them? Yang Dong asked a question that she didn't get an answer from Lenora. She believed that Evans would be able to answer her doubts. Not much, just you, me, Lenora, and an unnamed female phantom. In addition, there is no fifth mage in this world. You will definitely find it strange, right? But unfortunately, I can't answer this question because I don't know. If you are interested in this, leave here later. You can then find the answers yourself. Evans was talking nonsense seriously, as if he was telling the truth. Teacher Lenora told me that some advanced magic is synonymous with miracles. I would like to see it. Can you show it? It is best that it is something that cannot be achieved by technology. Yang Dong really wants to see this so-called advanced magic. In fact, technology can do everything, but the technology on our Earth is locked by alien civilization. The most intuitive manifestation is that the particle accelerator experiment is interfered with. Evans took this opportunity to tell Yang Dong the truth. Yang Dong's pupils shrank. She originally thought that the results of the particle accelerator experiment proved that physics is unevenly distributed on the scale of time and space, which represents the learning does not exist. But now, the senior in front of him told him that there was no problem with physics. The problem was that the science of the human world was locked by aliens without knowing it. She then thought of the restoration she had made from her mother's computer. The Trisolaran civilization mentioned in the information that came out. Could it be that the Trisolaran civilization has locked up human technology? After thinking about this, Yang Dong suddenly felt that he wanted to commit suicide before coming here. Ridiculous. Just listen to Evans continue. There are many alien civilizations in the universe. The reason why we cannot observe them is simply because they all hide themselves. Because any weak civilization that exposes its existence will be exterminated without exception. There are far more civilizations in the universe than you think. Their populations are growing exponentially. Sooner or later, the universe will be filled up and resources will be insufficient. In this case, we can only eliminate all civilizations we see in advance. The truly powerful civilizations are what I call God-level civilizations. They possess mathematical rate weapons and can easily interfere with galaxies at the Milky Way level and even block galaxies at low light speeds. And their curvature spacecraft has a very high energy level and can fly to the edge of the universe in an instant and reach the end of the universe. When Evans said this, he spread his hands and said, "Although I would like to say that magic is omnipotent, the fact is that the magic we have has far less development time than the technology of those God-level civilizations. Technology needs time to advance, and so does magic. In essence, they are all means of exploring the truth of the universe." Evans' words brought a great shock to Yang Dong. Perhaps it was excitement, or fear. Yang Dong's body trembled a little. The fire in her heart that pursued the unknown, gradually it began to burn and became more and more powerful. At this time, she no longer had any thoughts of committing suicide. She just wanted to explore the unknown. If technology is locked away by aliens, what about magic? Magic is our unique technology and cannot be locked. But we humans are being monitored by aliens. They are what I call the Trisolaran civilization. Their home planet is only 4.2 light years away from us. With their technology, they will be able to fly to the Earth and occupy our home in another 400 years. They choose to lock down our technology because they are worried about our explosive technological advancement. But they certainly can't lock away our magic. But if we popularize magic, the Trisolarans who monitor us will inevitably learn this power. But on a magical level, we can at least stand on the same starting line as them. Yangdong said excitedly. Maybe, but no matter what you plan to do, at least learn more from here first. Okay. Don't you want to see me perform advanced magic? Let me show you. Evans raised his hand and activated the real mirror technique. Yangdong saw a mirror appearing a few meters in front of him. Another version of her was reflected in the mirror. Under Yangdong's surprised gaze, that she actually appeared in the mirror. Came out. The mirror image of Yangdong began to cast magic. The magic she mastered was exactly the same as the magic mastered by the real Yangdong. Even her proficiency in magic was the same. This is the true mirroring technique, which can temporarily copy everything, including living things. And the ability that the copied thing can exert during the time it exists will be 100% the same as the original thing. If you encounter an enemy, you can use this trick to copy an enemy and let the enemy fight the clone. Yangdong was stunned. This magic is unscientific. Evans dispersed the real mirror spell and cast a second magic. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Meet Evans raising his hand. He tapped Yangdong's forehead with a finger, pulling the latter's soul out of his body. Yangdong found that his consciousness actually floated out of his body. When he looked down, he realized that his consciousness had a thin and transparent body, like a ghost. She looked at her original body again and found that the body seemed to have lost its soul and was about to fall, but was held up by Evans. The scientific name of this magic is astral projection. In words you can understand, it is the so-called soul out of body. It can be done whether you let your own soul out of body or let other people's soul out of body. The projected soul can appear very far away in an instant. The far distance I am talking about is on the scale of light years. Evans waved and sent Yangdong's soul back to his body. Without waiting for Yangdong to ask about soul-related topics, Evans cast the third magic. Evans' body and his clothes, they all began to deform. In an instant, Evans became exactly the same as Yangdong. Whether it was hairstyle, clothes, shoes, figure, appearance, even temperament, irises, and fingerprints, they all became exactly the same. Even his own mother could tell them not true or false. This is the art of transformation. Although it is not as magical as Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, it is very easy to just disguise the appearance. At the end of the demonstration, Evans returned to his original state. After seeing this, Yangdong was even more interested in magic than science. It's almost dawn in the real world. Yangdong has been at the Crimson Magic Academy in the game world for a month. Today is the day for Yangdong to take the entrance examination. Only by passing the assessment can she become an official student here, and she can travel between the real world and the Crimson Magic Academy at any time in the future. If she fails the assessment, she will lose the chance to come here again. Yangdong has been studying seriously for the past month. Currently, she has mastered 5 powerful but very practical spells. With her current level, she will definitely be able to pass the assessment. The assessment process will not be discussed here. Not surprisingly, Yangdong passed the entrance qualification examination and gained the qualification to enter and leave here at any time. It's dawn in the real world. After the assessment, Yangdong left here and returned to the real world. Let's move forward in time. Previously, the real phantom of Wanda's image suddenly disappeared under Sophin's surveillance, which made the Trisolarans pay attention to this. Later, Tomoko focused on tracking Yangdong, who had been in contact with the other party, but found that Yangdong's body suddenly disappeared from the bed in the dormitory while he was sleeping soundly at night. It wasn't until early this morning that Tomoko discovered that Yangdong had returned to 800 again and appeared out of thin air. The Trisolaran civilization, which monitored the scene, wanted to know how they suddenly disappeared and reappeared. In order to understand this, the Trisolarans contacted members of the Adventist sect of the Earth Trisolaran Organization, ETO, through Sapon, and asked them to capture Yangdong and interrogate the other party's secrets. If this is not clear, the top leaders of the Trisolaran civilization will become restless. The ETO organization is a group of human traders who worship the Trisolaran civilization as God and want to help the Trisolaran civilization invade the Earth. The Advent faction headed by Evans in the ETO organization began planning the kidnapping of Yang Dong after receiving the order. Even if Yang Dong is the daughter of Yi Wenjie, the honorary leader of the ETO organization, these lunatics won't care. Yang Dong, who had just returned, did not realize that he had been targeted by ETO. The first time she came back, she found her cell phone on the bedside table to check the time, and found that only one night had passed. Crimson Magic Academy really exists in the time dilation zone. Yang Dong put down her phone, closed her eyes, and felt her body. She found that the magic energy, ADK, in her body was still there, which proved that everything she had experienced before was not a dream. She thought that the Trisolarans were monitoring human civilization, and maybe she was also under their observation, so she did not use magic here to avoid being targeted. It's dawn in the Rabbit Country, but it's dark in the Lighthouse Country. Evans, who is in Los Angeles, is sleeping happily with his wife Kara in his arms. Until it was dawn in the Lighthouse Country and dark in the Rabbit Country, Evans crossed the urban area and came to the Rabbit Country again. He came to Beihang University in the capital. Today is another graduation season at Beihang University. Ching Xian, who is already a PhD majoring in aerospace engines, returned to school. She was wearing her bachelor's uniform and taking photos with her classmates. Once the group photo is over, it's time for them to go their separate ways. Evans came here and found Chung Xian, who had just finished taking photos and was about to return to the dormitory to change clothes and leave. It has to be said that Chung Xian, who can make Yun Tianming willing to be a bitch, is very good-looking, and it is not an exaggeration to call her a goddess. Chung Xian's character is also very good, but unfortunately in the future, her saucy operations that she thinks are doing good things will almost ruin human civilization, and she will really be hated by people. In fact, Chung Xian was only pushed into a position that she shouldn't be in, which led to such a tragedy. As the saying goes, kindness cannot lead a war. If a kind-hearted person is allowed to coordinate and direct a war, it will easily come to a tragic conclusion. Chung Xian's experience was almost like this. In order to prevent Chung Xian from accidentally bringing disaster to human civilization, Evans decided to come here to change the other party's destiny. This classmate, please wait a moment. Evans called out to Chung Xian. Observing the other party closely, Evans found that Chung Xian, who was dressed in a bachelor's uniform, had the bookish air of an intellectual. What's the matter? Chung Xian saw that the person who called out to her was a Wai Guoran, a rather handsome one. He could also speak very fluent Mandarin. This gave Chung Xian a good first impression of him. I'm Evans Nelson, and this is my business card. Evans handed his business card to the other party. Chung Xian took it and took a look at it, and found that it had the words CEO of Marvel Entertainment written on it. This made Chung Xian full of questions. If I remember correctly, Marvel Entertainment is a Xinqing film and television company over in Hollywood. I've seen the movie your company just released. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. That's just an identity, don't worry about it. Miss Chung Xian, me coming here to find you has nothing to do with my identity, nor am I here to make a movie with you. You know me? Chung Xian was very confused. Well, I'm here to deliver your acceptance letter. Evans took out an admission notice from his arms and handed it to the other party. The latter took it, opened it, and looked through it. Dear Miss Chung Xian, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to the Crimson Academy of Magic. You just need to sign the invitation to arrive at our Magic Academy. Welcome. After reading the contents of the admission notice, Chung Xian was filled with sadness. She raised her head, and when she was about to complain about the handsome white guy, she found that he had already left. Chung Xian. She hesitated for a few seconds, but still did not throw away the invitation. She went all the way back to the dormitory, took off her academic uniform, changed into casual clothes, started packing her things, and said goodbye to the school. After she put all the things she needed to pack into her suitcase, she looked at the acceptance letter again. What girl hasn't dreamed of being a little fairy, and Ching Xian is no exception. But Ching Xian knew that this thing was probably a prank. But since the other party used such an exquisite card as the admission notice, in order not to disappoint the other party, and for some weird sense of ritual called childhood dreams, Ching Xian still picked up a pen and wrote on this admission notice. He wrote his name on it. Nothing happened. Ching Xian had expected this. She shook her head and used a pen to erase her name on the invitation letter so that no one would think she was a fool. After that, she threw away the invitation letter, took her suitcase, and left Beihang University. The fourth update is presented. Brother, I like the ticket in your hand. Can you give it to me? If you dare to give me the ticket, I will add an update chapter for you this afternoon. Ching Xian returned home to visit her adoptive mother, Cheng Xiuxiu, and told her that she would join the project of developing engines for the new generation Long March rocket in 3 days. Group work. Her excellence made Cheng Xiuxiu proud. That night, Ching Xian spent the night at her adoptive mother's house. Drowsily, Cheng Xian woke up. She sat up in confusion and found that she was not at home, but on a bed in a strange dormitory. There was another person besides her in this dormitory, and the other person had just woken up like her. But unlike her, there was no confusion in the other person's expression about where this place was. May I ask where this place is? Why am I here? Who are you? Ching Xian asked the other party while getting dressed and getting up. This is Crimson Magic Academy. You will appear here probably because you have received the admission notice. My name is Yang Dong, and I am a student here just like you. Yang Dong said. This is the second time Yang Dong has come to Crimson Magic Academy. Different from the last time, this time she came in on her own initiative. As soon as she entered, she appeared in this dormitory and found that she had an extra roommate. When Ching Xian heard that this place was called Crimson Magic Academy, she immediately thought of the Evans she had met before, who had sent her the admission notice of Crimson Magic Academy. At the time, Ching Xian thought it was just a boring prank by the other party, who knew this academy really existed. Wait, that's not necessarily the case. This may be just a follow-up to that prank. A magic academy or something like that sounds unscientific and cannot exist at all. You must have put a lot of thought into this prank. Bringing me here from home is already considered kidnapping. Carrying a prank to this level is too much. Ching Xian was a little angry. When Yang Dong saw the other party like this, he knew that the other party, like himself, did not believe that all this was true. Simply, Yang Dong condensed a ball of light in his hand and controlled the ball of light in flying around in the dormitory. Ching Xian was a little stunned when she saw the scene. When the light ball flew in front of her, she stretched out her hand to touch the light ball, wanting to get it in her hands to see what it was. But her hand did not touch the entity, but the ball of light passed through her palm. This move is called Dancing Lights, one of the spells I learned here. Yang Dong explained. This unscientific. Ching Xian is a little doubtful about life. I know. Yang Dong's voice was as calm as ever. Ching Xian didn't quite believe it, thinking it might be some kind of magic she couldn't figure out the method of. Yang Dong asked Ching Xian. I don't know your name yet. My name is Ching Xian. In the communication room, the two got up, went to the bathroom to wash up, and then left the dormitory and came to the college's playground. Today, NPC Lenera was not here. Evans was here as a guest magic lecturer. He wanted to teach the two women in person. It's you. Ching Xian recognized that the person standing in the playground was Evans, who had given her the admission notice. It's me. I thought it was just a prank. Apparently not. Evans shrugged. He conjured a book out of thin air like magic and handed it to Ching Xian. This is what you need to learn. Only by learning it can you gain magic power. Only with magic power can you master magic. You can learn the above content by yourself. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Ching Xian took it curiously and opened it to read. There wasn't much in the book. It recorded information about meditation, magic power acquisition, and magic marks. The content was neat and it looked real. Isn't this really a prank? Ching Xian still doesn't believe it. You can verify it yourself, and you don't have to worry about being here for a long time and delaying your affairs in the outside world. Crimson Magic Academy is in the time expansion zone, and you can still stay here for a full 30 days until dawn outside. Time. After Evans finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Cheng Zheng, who was sluggish. He looked at Yang Dong. Seeing him, Yang Dong took advantage of the situation and asked, "Mr. Evans, are you going to teach me magic today?" "Well, Lanera is away from school for something, so I am here as a guest lecturer." Evans nodded and then mentioned one thing. "When you came here yesterday, because your body disappeared out of thin air, this matter was observed by those beings, which aroused their curiosity. In the next few days, you may face the risk of being kidnapped. For your safety, I will teach you some self-defense magic." "Are they the ones you are talking about?" Yang Dong thought of the three-body civilization that Evans mentioned. "That's them." "Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. The first magic I want to teach you is called High Mage Armor. Its function is to build an invisible protective shield on your body. It can be used to defend against all kinds of attacks. Kinetic and potential energy strikes. One cast is enough to help you withstand a frontal bombardment from a missile." Evans started teaching. Dr. Yang Dong studied seriously. Cheng Xian was confused the whole time. High Mage Armor? And resisting missile bombing head-on? What a joke. But soon, Cheng Xian saw an incredible scene. Evans conjured an assault rifle out of thin air, handed it to Yang Dong, taught him how to use it, and then asked him to shoot into the open space to test its power to prove that this thing was real. After that, Evans asked Yang Dong to shoot at him to demonstrate the effect of the High Mage's armor. Yang Dong took an assault rifle and shot at Evans. The bullets fired at Evans were hit by in front of Evans' body. An invisible shield bounced away, without injuring Evans at all. Cheng Xian was dumbfounded. "Is this really magic?" Cheng Xian couldn't help but look at the thing in her hand. This book, her curiosity drove her to start studying the contents seriously. Cheng Xian learned very quickly, and she finished all the contents in just 2 hours. She began to meditate, communicate with the source of magic power, and obtain magic power. A few hours later, Cheng Xian successfully obtained magic power. Seeing this, Evans materialized a new textbook, handed it to Cheng Xian, and said, "This is your new textbook. It records some simple magic knowledge. You should study on your own first. After you finish learning this content, you will be able to catch up with Yang Dong's progress. Then you two can attend the class together." Okay, Cheng Xian took it and couldn't wait to start reading. If she wanted to verify whether the energy that appeared in her body was magic, she only needed to learn a magic spell. With this mentality, Cheng Xian started to read the books again and study on her own. Not far away, Yang Dong has memorized all the contents of the Advanced Mage Armor spell and is also learning. 5th update, please give me flowers. Game World, 3 days later. Yang Dong successfully learned the High Mage Armor. Cheng Xian also learned the first magic in her life, the dancing light technique. By now, Cheng Xinshuang had completely believed in the existence of magic. This was not a prank, it was all true. At noon that day, the three of them sat in the college cafeteria to eat. Evans said to Yang Dong, "Mastering the High Mage Armor, you can ensure that you can survive most dangers in modern cities, but defense alone is not enough. When facing the enemy, you also need some means of counterattack. Don't fall into passiveness. I will teach you some offensive spells in the afternoon." "Mr. Evans, I want to know what means the Trisolarans use to monitor us?" Yang Dong asked. "It's Tomoko." "You mean the kind of proton that is a subatomic particle?" "It is a Sapon, a smart intelligence, but that thing is indeed a subatomic particle. Its 760 is the smallest artificial intelligence that the Trisolaran civilization can produce. The Trisolarans can expand the protons in 2 dimensions, turning the small protons into a surface that is large enough to cover the planet and has no thickness. They can carve integrated circuits on it and finally fold it into dimensions and restore it back to its original form. The appearance of such a proton is what I call a Sapon. Sophons can observe the material world from higher dimensions and can also turn into high-energy particles and move at speeds close to light. In 2005, 2 protons flew to our planet from 4.2 light-years away. The purpose of the existence of sophons is to disrupt the thinking of our human scientists, interfere with particle collision experiments, and lock up basic human science. Sophon also has some other functions, such as traveling back and forth through your retina and playing pictures in your eyes. It can also unfold and wrap around the planet in 2 dimensions and flash, giving humans the illusion that the cosmic background radiation is flashing. It can also be used as a medium for quantum communication, enabling quantum communication without delay, or it can be turned into a concave and convex mirror to focus sunlight and ignite the ground. Evan speaks to the essence of Sophon. Yangdong was shocked when she learned about Sophon. She didn't expect that the technological strength of the Trisolaran civilization was so powerful. In the face of such aliens, does humanity have any chance of winning? Ching Xian on the side was confused the whole time. Wait, what are the 3-body civilization and sophons you are talking about? Are they just scenes from science fiction novels? Ching Xian couldn't help but ask. No, it is something that really happened in reality. Our human civilization has been targeted by aliens. They are a civilization from 4.2 light-years away, which I call the Trisolaran civilization. With their level of technology, they will be able to reach our solar system in another 400 years. In order to avoid the technological explosion of mankind during these 400 years, they launched sophons here to lock down our basic science, disrupting the thinking of our scientists and creating turmoil in society. Currently, an organization called the Earth Trisolaran Movement has appeared on Earth. This organization is referred to as ETO. It is a group of guys who worship Trisolarans as gods. Recently, there have been many cases of scientists committing suicide related to this, Evan said. Ching Xian was stunned. Yangdong thought of the information restored from his mother's computer. His mother Yi Wenjie seemed to be the honorary leader of the ETO organization. Within the ETO organization, there are many factions. The 2 largest factions are the Salvation faction and the Adventist faction. The ones who may kidnap you, Yangdong, are the Adventist faction among them. Should I go and hide? It's not necessary. By the time it gets dark outside, you will almost be able to master the magic to protect yourself. You might as well use yourself as a bait. If someone really comes to kidnap you, you can use the magic I taught you to knock them out and then contact the capital. A police officer named Shi Chang from the police headquarters asked him to take those people away for interrogation. I will give you Officer Shi Chang's number later. Good. Time is passing in the game world, and a month has passed before you know it. From Evans, Yangdong has learned the high mage armor of the protection system, the charm of human beings of the illusion system, and the reptilian tongue and insect of the transformation system, the nest and the wings of the swan. And Ching Xian finally learned all the magic recorded in that book, and today, she passed the entrance examination and gained the permission to enter and exit this place freely. The sky in the real world has already dawned. Yangdong said goodbye to Evans and Cheng Xian and returned to the real world. Cheng Xian didn't remember to leave, so she asked Evans, "Don't you have any advice for me? You are not famous. The Trisolaran civilization will not notice that you suddenly disappeared from home yesterday, and naturally they will not target you. However, it is best not to expose your magic skills to the outside world, otherwise they will inevitably target you." I see. Cheng Xian bowed and thanked her. After thanking her, Cheng Xian also left. Yangdong resigned from his place of work. Dr. Ding Yi, who had been pursuing him, tried his best to keep her, but Yangdong had already decided to leave. Yangdong, after boarding the flight back to the capital, the passenger plane was hijacked shortly after it took off. People from the ETO organization had been monitoring Yangdong. When they found out that Yangdong was going to return to the capital through this flight, they also got involved. They kidnapped Yangdong on the plane, prepared to fly the plane at low altitude, and left by parachuting zero. This was the kidnapping of Yangdong planned by the ETO organization. But there is a saying that plans cannot keep up with changes. They sprang into action and caused panic among the passengers inside the plane. When they were about to kidnap Yangdong, before they could get close to him, Yangdong directly launched an illusion spell on the robbers, charming humans, causing them to fall into coma. The passengers were shocked to find that the group of armed robbers fainted one after another without knowing what had happened. No one found out that the person who did it was Dong. Even Tomoko, who had been monitoring the place, didn't find the reason why those people fainted. And Dong, who had done this, kept his fame and achievements in a low-key manner. What happened on the plane has been reported to the relevant departments. As soon as the plane landed, the police boarded the plane and took away the robbers who were tied up by the passengers because they were unconscious. Dong got off the plane, took out his cell phone at this moment, and dialed Officer Shi Chang's number. As soon as the call was dialed, Dong was surprised to find that one of the police officers not far away had his cell phone ringing. "It can't be such a coincidence," she said to herself. It was such a coincidence that the police officer whose cell phone rang was none other than Shi Chang. Shi Chang answered the phone. "Which one?" "Officer Shi, I want to talk to you. I'm not far from you." After hearing this, Shi Chang looked around and saw a woman not far away who was also holding a mobile phone and looking towards him at 2.8. Shi Chang hung up the phone and said a few words to his colleagues around him, and then walked towards Dong. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. I guess you must have relevant information to tell me. This police officer Shi is tall and thick-set, with a sinewy face. He wears a dirty leather jacket, smells like cigarette smoke, and speaks in a rough voice. He is a stout middle-aged man. His eyes are bright and lively, and he seems to have he was smiling, but there was an invisible murderous intent in his eyes, which made him look sophisticated and sharp. "Yes, the purpose of those robbers may be to kidnap me. They belong to an organization called ETO. I don't know what that organization does. I don't know why they are targeting me, but I think you should be able to interrogate it from their mouths," Dong said. "Since you are the party involved, come with us." Okay. Dong followed Shi Chang and got into the latter's police car. Shi Chang, who was driving, asked Dr. Dong, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "I heard from other passengers that the robbers all suddenly fainted when they started to attack. This matter must also be related to you. You can use methods that I can't even figure out. You are very powerful. Yes, I made them faint, but please forgive me for not revealing my method before interrogating the specific circumstances from those robbers." Not long after, they arrived at the police station. Dong was arranged to wait in a room. Shi Chang personally went to interrogate the prisoners who almost hijacked the passenger plane. At first, the interrogation process was not ideal, and the prisoners' mouths he was very tough, saying that he only hijacked the passenger plane for money. Shi Chang didn't believe their lies. As a rude policeman, he had an eclectic style of acting. He once acted without regard for the life and death of the hostages. As a result, a family of 3 died tragically at the hands of criminals. It is said that he also fought fiercely with the underworld, using one group of underworld forces to deal with another group. During this time 04, Shi Chang had not yet caused one suspect to die due to torture. Shi Chang turned off the monitor in the interrogation room, and then, when Shi Chang walked out of the interrogation room, the prisoners in the interrogation room looked like they had suffered a crime, but there was no sign of any injuries on their appearance. Shi Chang's expression was solemn. He couldn't believe the information he just got from the prisoners. The Earth Trisolaran Organization, they serve aliens and want to attract aliens to invade the Earth. The purpose of hijacking the civil airliner was really to kidnap Dong, because the aliens monitored that Dong disappeared out of thin air once. The stars wanted to know why she disappeared out of thin air, so they sent ETO to kidnap her. Shi Chang felt that if he wasn't crazy, then the world must be crazy. Such a bizarre thing as aliens invading the Earth actually happened. He was not in a hurry to report the matter to his superiors, but went to Dr. Dong. He saw Dong sitting there quietly, not showing any worry or fear because there was an organization trying to kidnap her. "This female doctor is not simple. Can you talk about it now?" Shi Chang sat opposite Dong. "I need to know how much you interrogated out of them." "There are enough, such as the ETO organization, the existence of Trisolaran civilization, and your disappearance out of thin air, which aroused the curiosity of aliens. They only know so much. Do you believe it? Yang Dong asked. I have no idea. Shi Chang shook his head. You can report this matter. I will, but now I just want to know how you disappeared out of thin air while sleeping, where you disappeared to, and how you made those robbers comatose through the air. What you are curious about is also what the Trisolaran civilization is curious about. I can confirm that the conversation between you and me is being monitored by the Trisolaran civilization, and they can even see the expressions on our faces. Once I tell you the truth, they'll know it too. Well, you come with me and I'll take you to meet someone. Shi Chang took Yang Dong and drove to the military area to meet with General Chang Weisi, his old commander when he served in the army. Shi Chang knew that this matter was not a trivial matter, and he needed to let someone with more weight know about it. But just as their car was driving out of the city, several jeeps were chasing them from behind the road. Shi Chang spotted the suspicious cars through the rearview mirror. Sit tight, I'm going to speed up. Shi Chang stepped on the accelerator and began to accelerate. The jeeps behind him also began to accelerate. Among those jeeps, someone with an automatic rifle leaned out of the window and opened fire on Shi Chang's police car. Fortunately, Shi Chang's car was bulletproof and was safe for the time being. Seeing that those people actually had automatic rifles, Shi Chang cursed and immediately took out his walkie-talkie to contact support. But for a while, support couldn't arrive here. Shi Chang immediately thought of the strange methods that Dr. Yang Dong might have and asked her, "Can those methods of yours be used in this situation?" "Yes, you can drive without worry and I will deal with them." Yang Dong rushed to the back seat, and through the rear windshield, he launched an illusion, charm humans, on the driver of the pursuing vehicle. Although this magic can only be effective at close range, the effect will be greater if the distance is too far. The amplitude is attenuated, but at such a dangerous moment, a method that can interfere with the enemy is a good method. Under the interference of illusion magic, the drivers of the jeeps behind seemed to have suddenly gone crazy and began to bump into each other's vehicles, and soon the car overturned. The two of them successfully survived the danger. Shi Chang looked at the scene in disbelief, feeling that his 3 views had been subverted. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. What the hell, it's super show your ability. Half an hour later, Shi Chang's vehicle drove into the military area. The two met General Chang Weisi here. Shi Chang reported to General Chang Weisi exactly what happened before. Chang Weisi listened. After finishing, he looked at Yang Dong. Do you have anything to tell me about the Trisolaran civilization, the ETO organization, and your superpowers? Yes, the home planet of the Trisolaran civilization is located in. Yang Dong told General Chang Weisi all the information he knew about the Trisolaran civilization and the ETO organization, including the basic scientific blockade of human civilization by 973 Sapon and the truth about the recent suicides of scientists. Of course, Yang Dong also had selfish motives. She concealed the fact that her mother might be the honorary leader of the ETO organization. Although she knew very well that her mother would be caught sooner or later, as a daughter, Yang Dong still hoped that her mother would be arrested later. At this moment, there was a Sapon floating next to a few people. Monitoring the Trisolaran civilization here through Sapon, and hearing what Yang Dong said, she actually knew about Sapon, and even knew how they created Sapon, which immediately frightened the Trisolaran people. How did Yang Dong know about the Sapon project? You know, the Trisolaran civilization has not disclosed this matter to humans, not even to the ETO organization. ETO leader Evans only knows that there is such a thing as a Sapon, but does not know the specific details of the Sapon project. But Yang Dong was able to say for sure that they were carving integrated circuits using protons in 2 dimensions. Could it be that a higher civilization came into contact with Yang Dong? And that higher civilization still monitors every move of the Trisolaran civilization? But in the cosmic picture of the Dark Forest Law, how can there be a higher civilization to help a lower civilization? If you are immortal, you will be merciful. This unknown made the Trisolarans feel scared. The information brought by Dr. Yang Dong caused General Chang Weisi and Officer Shi Chang to fall into a brief silence. At the same time, they finally knew one thing. The truth behind the recent suicide cases of scientists was actually like this. They realized that the situation was serious, and it was no longer something they, or even a country, could face alone. Only when all countries unite can they face the threat of alien invasion of the Earth. How long will it take for them to reach Earth? Chang Weici asked Yang Dong. It will take about 400 years, but this is assuming that their technology does not advance explosively. If they develop new deep space navigation technology during this process, it is likely to arrive earlier. Yang Dong expressed his judgment. Where did you get this information? Is it possible that you were once undercover in the Ito organization? This was asked by Shirchong. Shirchong's questioning was like interrogating a prisoner. There is no way he has such a temperament. Even if he asked you if you had eaten today, it seemed like he was interrogating. Yang Dong shook his head and pointed again. Sky, you want to say that our current conversation is being monitored by the Trisolaran civilization using sophons, right? Shirchong understood. In fact, there are some things that can be said. I have a set of systematic technologies here, which can allow us to continue to develop and grow like science, and sophons absolutely cannot block it. But once this is done, the Trisolaran civilization will be able to obtain this systematic technology through sophons and stand on the same starting line as us. The advantage is that it is better than being unable to advance in technology and having to wait to die. Is the technology you're talking about related to your suspected superpowers? Right. Can you demonstrate it? General Chang Weici is very curious about this. Superpowers are too tempting. If superpowers really exist and can be learned and mastered by ordinary people, it will definitely strengthen the country's military strength. Okay, next I will turn into an insect. The scene is a bit scary, but you don't have to worry. After Yang Dong finished speaking, he activated the magic of change, Insect's Nest. This spell does not create an insect's nest, but turns the caster's own body into an insect's nest. You can see Yang Dong's whole body, including the clothes on her body, suddenly collapsed and turned into thousands of butterflies. These butterflies were all Morpho butterflies, goddess of light, and each one was very beautiful. So many Morpho butterflies, goddess of light, began to fly in this room fly away. When they saw the scene, General Chang Weici and Officer Shirchang were all shocked. Also stunned was the Trisolaran civilization that monitored the place through sophons. How could a living person split into there are so many insects? Aren't you afraid of fine division? This is unscientific. Those butterflies flying around gradually gathered in one place, forming a human shape, and finally gathered back into a complete person, who was Yang Dong. But it was not over yet. The next second, Dr. Yang Dong's body disintegrated again, turning into poisonous spiders all over the floor. These poisonous spiders are also particularly poisonous widow spiders, which can kill people with just one bite. Poisoned to death. Thousands of densely packed spiders appeared in the house. Even Chang Weici and Shirchang, who had seen big storms, were startled and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Soon, these spiders reunited and returned to young Dr. Dong. Dr. Yang Dong, can anyone master such an ability? General Chang Weici asked quickly. Yes, this is a systematic ability. Just like science, it can be learned and mastered. It can even gather the wisdom of the entire civilization to continuously innovate. It is another system that is completely different from technology. I will describe it as called magic. As Yang Dong spoke, he waved his hand to condense a ball of light. The ball of light flew around everyone. Yang Dong continued, the upper limit of the magic system is very high. Even now, it can already do many things that our technology can do. As long as things that cannot be achieved are spread throughout the world and the wisdom of all humans in the entire civilization is gathered, the development of magic can be continuously promoted. And the Trisolaran civilization will never be able to use sophons to block the development of our magic. When magic becomes popular, in the next 400 years, we will be able to continuously introduce new magic and finally defeat the Trisolaran civilization. Yang Dong finished speaking his thoughts, and the light ball flying everywhere flew back to Yang Dong's hand. Yang Dong clenched his fist and the light ball disappeared. I need to discuss this with someone else. Dr. Yang Dong, your life safety will be our first consideration now. I hope you can stay in the military area temporarily and accept the protection of military personnel. Can. This is also Yongdong's plan. Yongdong knows that General Cheng Weisi is the highest-ranking general in the Rabbit Kingdom. As long as he stays here, he can get in touch with the core of power, which will make it easier for her to popularize magic. At this time, the sports and culture leaders were gathering together for a meeting. They were discussing whether to let the ETO organization drop a black bomb on that military area and kill Yongdong, who was staying there. Some people voted in favor and some voted against. Those who objected wanted to explore the matter. That kind of power called magic, if Yongdong is killed, they will have no way to obtain that power. After discussion at the meeting, the Trisolaran civilization decided not to take action against Yongdong for the time being. Evans, the leader of the Earth ETO organization, received the order of Lord. The Lord asked them to temporarily give up the arrest of Yongdong, to read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Let's move forward in time. Qing Xian returned to her home in the real world from Crimson Magic Academy. Like Dr. Yongdong, the first time she came back was to check the time until she confirmed that only one night had passed here. Qing Xian felt her body and realized that the magic power was still there, which proved that what happened before was not a dream. Qing Xian tried to use the dancing light technique and succeeded easily. Magic can really be used in reality, which dispelled Qing Xian's last doubt about magic. Dr. Yongdong told me that she plans to popularize magic to all mankind. Maybe I should also join this new business that will inevitably become the mainstream in the future. This is definitely more promising than joining the research team to develop engines for the new generation of Long March rockets. Qing Xian came up with this idea. Once this idea appeared, she couldn't stop it. Qing Xian quickly made a decision. That morning, she called to resign from the job that hadn't started yet, and then left. She left her mother, left her home, found a deserted place, and entered the Crimson Magic Academy again. She would use her daytime time in the real world to continue to learn magic at the Crimson Magic Academy. Only by mastering enough magic can she stand on her own. The crest of a new era in the future. When she came here, she did not see Evans again, but she saw the magic teacher Lanera mentioned by Evans and Yongdong. Hello, Ms. Lanera. My name is Qing Xian. Well, now that we are here, let's start the class. Lanera didn't waste any words. After confirming Qing Xian's learning progress, she started to teach her new magic theories and skills. Qing Xian studied very seriously and didn't plan to leave here anytime soon. She wanted to learn. Study hard. Lighthouse Country, California, Los Angeles, evening. Evans and Kara were leaning together, chatting and watching TV. At this moment, Kara's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and said a few words, hung up the phone and said to Evans, "Dear, my colleague just informed me that a scientist at Caltech committed suicide and asked me to go there to cover the matter, so I left first. Go ahead, I won't tell you to pay attention to your safety. I don't think anything in this world can threaten me," Kara said confidently, then stood up, took off her slippers, put on her coat, and hurried out. After Kara left, Evans also stood up, stepped out and entered the random door that suddenly appeared in front of him, and again he came to the Rabbit Country. Yes, he came here to cause trouble again, but this time the person he was looking for was a member of the ETO organization, who was also the person in charge of the Science Frontier Organization in Asia. The other party is a Japanese Chinese living in Chaoyang District, the capital, but the other party is not a member of the Adventist sect of the ETO organization, but a member of the Salvation sect. The purpose of the Adventist sect and the Salvationist sect of ETO are different. The purpose of the Salvationist sect is to save the Trisolarans. The purpose of the Adventists is much more extreme. It is to destroy mankind and destroy the whole family. Compared to the Adventists, the Salvationists are relatively harmless. The Salvationists hope that the Trisolarans will come and have a negative impact on human society. They also believe that as long as the Trisolarans are saved, they may not invade the Earth. The worst-case scenario is to give up other planets in the solar system for the Trisolarans to live in. It must be said that the Salvation sects are a group of idealists who know that what they are doing has little hope or is even unrealistic, but they still work tirelessly. Xin Yufei is a member of the Salvation group. She is also the goal of Evan's trip. Evans will come to Xin Yufei is to give the other party the possibility of a savior. As long as Xin Yufei learns magic, he will definitely tell the Trisolaran people about the knowledge of magic. At that time, the Trisolaran people will try to practice, and the first Trisolaran person will taste the benefits. More Trisolarans will try. Trisolarans with transparent thinking will passively spread the knowledge of magic among the group, allowing more and more Trisolarans to understand magic and practice magic. It won't be long before Evan C. will be able to take down the Trisolaran civilization without a fight. As for when the Trisolaran civilization obtains the knowledge of magic, will it be able to introduce new technologies faster than the people on Earth? Evans said it doesn't matter. Using Evans's when magic develops new magic, Evans can naturally master it at the same time. This is the benefit of being a creditor of magic. If the Earth civilization and the Trisolaran civilization race on the track of the magic system, Evans will only benefit in the end. Of course, Evans Vince is not just taking benefits, he will also do practical things and give human civilization a better future. As for the future of Trisolaran civilization, it depends on the situation. At this time, Xin Yufei was working in the laboratory of a foreign company. Evans changed his appearance and easily sneaked into the Japanese company, sneaking all the way to the company's laboratory. This laboratory is not big, and there are only 3 staff members inside. One is Xin Yufei, and the two are graduate students studying with Dr. Xin Yufei. Unrelated visitors are not welcome here. If you just get lost, you can go out and turn left. There is a floor map there. Dr. Xin Yufei looked at the young man walking into the laboratory and said in a cold tone, "Dr. Xin Yufei, I need to talk to you privately about that." Evan said. Xin Yufei frowned. She thought the other person was from the ETO organization, so she nodded and walked towards the office next to the laboratory. "Follow me." The two of them entered the office and sat down. "Tell me, why did you come to me?" Xin Yufei didn't ask the other person's name, because it was unnecessary. Evans, whose appearance had changed, had no intention of introducing himself to the other person, but said, "The 3-body problem has no solution. Did you come here just to talk to me about this?" Xin Yufei frowned. "No, I am just here to provide you with new ideas. If you have time, read this book. It will be helpful to you." Evans handed the other party a book that recorded a lot of magic knowledge, then stood up and said, "The knowledge in the book has been my research for most of my life. It is very important." "Well, excuse me, Dr. Xin Yufei." After Evans left, Xin Yufei opened the book. Meditation magic? Xin Yufei felt that she might have been tricked, but she still read on patiently. After turning over the part about meditating to obtain magic power, there were various theories of magic. These theories seemed to be clear-cut, and the more she read, the more they made sense. At least there was no problem at the logical level. Xin Yufei couldn't help but have the idea of, could magic be real? To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. She decided to give it a try, so she opened the first page. Those pages looked at the part about meditating to communicate with the source of magic power. It didn't take long for her to finish learning this part of the knowledge and start trying. A few hours later, when Xin Yufei really connected to the source of magic power and obtained the magic power, the pupils shrank. The time at this time was already the afternoon in the Rabbit Country time zone. Xin Yufei didn't pay attention to the time. She couldn't wait to read the magic knowledge at the back and started to study. She needed to confirm the energy that suddenly appeared in her body. Whether it can really be used to cast the so-called magic in this book. There is no time dilation in the real world. Even if she works hard to learn the magic in the book, it will take 3 days to learn the simplest magic. But it needs to be verified. The authenticity of magic does not need to be learned. It can be verified by just learning it for a moment. A few hours later, the outside sky has turned dark. Although Xin Yufei has not learned magic yet, she has already verified the authenticity of the knowledge in this book. She suddenly regretted why she didn't ask for that person's identity before, so even if she wanted to find him now, she didn't know where to look. Shin Yufei put away the magic book like a treasure and went to the company's surveillance room, checked the company's surveillance, only to find that the company's surveillance did not capture that person at all. When the other person pushed the door and walked into his laboratory, it only showed that the door was opened out of thin air, but no one came in or out. This is very strange. Shin Yufei, it was speculated that the other party must have used magic to block the company's surveillance cameras from imaging him. Shin Yufei left the company and drove back, thinking about whether to tell the master about the book now. But she thought after a few seconds, I gave up the idea for the time being. At least I had to verify that the knowledge was okay before telling it, so as not to do bad things with good intentions. A week passed like this. During this week, Yang Dong stayed in the military area during the day and entered the Crimson Magic Academy for further study at night. She had already told General Chang Wei-si that she would disappear to another space to learn magic in the evening, so she was not worried about any trouble caused by her sudden disappearance from the military area. 1 week in the real world, Yang Dong studied at Crimson Magic Academy for 7 months, mastered more magic, and even started to create her own magic. Unlike Yang Dong, who only entered Crimson Magic Academy at night, Chung Xian stayed at Crimson Magic Academy both during the day and at night this week, so her time in the academy was far more than 7 months, and she had already been studying here. In more than 2 years, he has surpassed Yang Dong in terms of magic knowledge. The two would often chat when they were in the Magic Academy. Chung Xian already knew that Yang Dong had defected to the military region and planned to popularize magic to the outside world. The top management of the Rabbit country had also agreed and was now preparing for relevant matters. This made Chung Xian even more sure that her choice was correct. The future era must be an era of magic. Only by mastering more magic knowledge can it be easier to stay at the forefront of the times. Matters related to the Trisolaran civilization and the ETO organization have been reported to other countries by the top leaders of the Rabbit country. Naturally, no one believed it at first, and some countries even laughed at the Rabbit country. But as the Rabbit country came up with more evidence, they seemed to be constipated and could no longer laugh. In recent days, the United Nations is holding various meetings on this matter. Relevant departments for the ETO organization were quickly established and began to investigate and arrest members of the ETO organization all over the world. Some members of the ETO organization were arrested and interrogated to reveal more and more information about the ETO organization and the Trisolaran civilization. This proves beyond a doubt that everything Rabbit country says is true. Shin Yufei knew that the ETO organization was exposed and many members were arrested, but she didn't care about it. She spent this week learning 2 magic tricks. She is determined that there is nothing wrong with the power of magic. Although the number of magic recorded in that book is not large and not powerful, it is undoubtedly a complete system. As long as there is magic power, all kinds of magical phenomena can be caused. Perhaps after understanding the contents of this book, the master, 3-body people, can launch new products faster and develop new ones that can solve the 3-body problem of magic. Finally today, Shin Yufei reported the magic to the Lord, Trisolaran, through Tomoko and opened the book page by page, asking Tomoko to record the information inside. After the Trisolaran civilization obtained this knowledge, Trisolaran scientists began to analyze these magical materials. The Trisolaran asked Shin Yufei about the origin of this book through Tomoko. Shin Yufei told the truth, but she didn't know much, and at the same time she felt more and more regretful. It would have been better if she could have asked for that person's name and left his contact information over there with the Trisolaran civilization. In order to verify as soon as possible whether the power of magic can be mastered by the Trisolarans use people at the bottom of civilization as guinea pigs to let them meditate and communicate with the source of magic. As the mice gained magic power one after another, Trisolaran scientists also began to test the magic power. Although magic is also a kind of energy, it is different from conventional energy. It is not any kind of energy that the Trisolarans have ever seen, and they cannot even detect the characteristics of this energy. As the Trisolarans who acted as guinea pigs learned magic one by one, the Trisolarans learned that this system named magic could also be learned and mastered by them. Therefore, many magic research groups were established in the Trisolaran civilization, and they began to study the magic system and try to develop new magic. At the same time, they let more mice participate in the practice of magic. However, before magic is truly popularized, the Trisolaran civilization will not promote this system in its own society for fear of pitfalls. What no one noticed was that the consciousness of one of these Trisolaran mice had been temporarily replaced by Evans using cost magic, and he had cast a clemency on himself to prevent the transparent mind of this body from exposing him. The three-body man controlled by Evans opened his eyes and looked around. After he confirmed that this place was really the Trisolaran civilization, he withdrew his consciousness from the body of this Trisolaran man. The three-body man returned to normal and didn't realize that for a moment, his body was occupied by someone. No one else noticed either. One day, half a month later, outside the suburbs of the capital of Rabbit Country, a very special academy has opened. This is the first magic academy established in the Rabbit Kingdom. It is heavily defended and guarded by many soldiers. Most of the first batch of students admitted here were soldiers, while a few were scientists in various fields. The reason why scientists are invited is to allow scientists to get in touch with magic as soon as possible, and then conduct in-depth research on the magic system and constantly introduce new ones. Many of the scientists enrolled here are well-known figures, such as Dr. Wang Miao and Dr. Ding Yi. There are also well-known characters among the military students, such as Zhang Beihai. In addition to the military and scientists, some special domestic individuals are also required to enroll, such as police officer Shi Chang. The lecturers of this college are Dr. Yang Dong and Dr. Cheng Xian. At present, the older students who come to this school for further studies do not know what this school teaches. Their superiors just ask them to come here for further studies. For example, two doctors, Wang Miao and Ding Yi, did not know the purpose of their superiors asking them to come here to study. At this time, this group of older students were waiting in the school playground. Suddenly, Dr. Ding Yi saw Dr. Yang Dong, whom he had pursued, walking from a distance. He was about to go over and say hello to him, but found that he was walking towards the stage. Dr. Ding Yi realized that Yang Dong might be an insider. Yang Dong walked up to the microphone on the high platform. "My name is Yang Dong, and I am the dean of this college. I think many people in the audience still don't know why they came here or what they want to learn here. I can answer this question first. This school is officially organized and recruits students from soldiers in the military and scientists from the scientific community. The purpose is to expose you to and learn a knowledge that I call magic." As soon as he finished speaking, the noise below suddenly became noisy. Magic and the like sounded outrageous. Yang Dong ignored the noise below and continued, "Don't you think it's incredible? At the beginning, I refused to believe it just like you. But magic exists and the people above have realized this. This is the truth behind the establishment of this academy and the reason why you are here. Magic is not what you think. It is similar to science. Both need to gather the wisdom of everyone to continuously introduce new things. So far, the magic we have mastered has exceeded our technological level. Now we need to transform our civilization from a one-way street of only developing technology to a two-way street of science and magic. And you will be the first people in human civilization to come into contact with magic. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. In order to let everyone have a deep understanding of what magic is, next I will perform a magic show for everyone with Dr. Cheng Xian, the vice president of our school. Are you kidding me? Is this all just to expose us all to superstition? Dr. Wang Miao thinks this is ridiculous. Not necessarily. Didn't you see that the military was involved? How could this academy be run without instructions from above? Dr. Ding Yi said. But even so, it's hard for me to believe this. Wang Miao said. We'll soon find out if it's true or not. Dr. Ding Yi was in a trance when he said this. The goddess Yangdong, whom she has been pursuing but never got, has now transformed into the dean of this college and spreads magic. In his opinion, it was a bit unreal. On the side of the military students, Zhang Beihai was thoughtful. He is a person who is good at thinking. He was thinking at this time, does magic really exist? August 4-7, if this is true, I am afraid it will change the historical process of the entire world. And they will also be the first witnesses. On the stage, Yang Dong left the microphone. Cheng Xian also walked from behind the scenes to the stage. The two stood face to face. In front of thousands of older students in the audience, the magic performance began. Cheng Xian took the lead with a blazing fireball. A huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters appeared out of thin air, carrying a high-temperature heat wave, and performed on the ground, rolling, crushing towards Yang Dong. Yang Dong muttered a spell silently in her mouth and cast the transformation spell, Swan Wings. A pair of angel-like wings grew out of her back. Between the caves of her wings, she lifted off from where she was. She dodged the blazing fireball that could only roll on the ground. When Cheng Xian saw this, she dispersed the fireball, then silently recited a spell and activated the second spell. She saw balls of light floating out of Cheng Xian's body. These light balls suddenly burst into bright light. This is a flash technique that can blind people. But when Cheng Xian used this trick, Yang Dong had already closed his eyes in advance. Cheng Xian's flash technique did not flash. Yang Dong dodged towards the older students in the audience, but because the students were far away and it was daytime, the students were not blinded by the flash. At most, their eyes were hurt by the flash. The relationship between the spell sparring became more and more exciting, and the two women were able to use various spells at their fingertips. The mirage technique, which could create mirages, constantly changed the environment on the stage. A large number of advanced phantoms that could form phantom clones appeared on the field at the same time. Yang Dong and Cheng Xian in plural. The sonic boom, ice cone, and dragon extinguishing techniques that can cause powerful damage are released one by one. There are also rainbow rays with special effects, and fire techniques that can control flames. Various magics emerge endlessly. The audience, the students, were dumbfounded. This is a superpower. But if it is a superpower, then the two of them have too many superpowers. Is it really magic? Gradually, more and more people, many people believed that it was magic. This competition performance did not last long and was over. But there was still another show. Cheng Xian retreated from the stage. Yang Dong walked to the microphone again and spoke to the people in the audience. Said, "The magic that Vice Dean Cheng Xian and I use are all conventional magic, but magic is not such a superficial thing. It also symbolizes rules and mystery. Someone once told me that there are some extremely extreme magics. Special magic, in the face of that magic, reality is as fragile as a piece of paper." Now, Mr. Evans Nelson, a visiting professor from our college, is here to demonstrate advanced magic for everyone. As soon as Yang Dong finished speaking, 3 meters above the stage, space began to distort, forming a dark wormhole, which attracted everyone's attention. A man who looked very sunny walked out of the wormhole and floated in the midair. He used the amplification technique and spoke in smooth Mandarin. "I think you will wonder about my race, but there is no need, because I taught Dr. Yang Dong and Dr. Cheng Xian their magic. Next, I will demonstrate some more special magic for you. In the magic system, there are wish spells that can modify reality, creation spells that can create things out of thin air, and extremely destructive attack spells. The first magic I will show is magic that works on the rules of reality. No matter who you are or how powerful you are, I can make you your own enemy. This magic is called True Mirroring Zero." Evans cast a spell, and a huge mirror appeared on the stage. Do you believe that the self in the mirror can come out of the mirror? Who is willing to try? To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The people in the audience looked at each other. Let the self in the mirror come out? Is this possible? Zhang Beihai volunteered and walked onto the stage. He looked at himself in the mirror. Under the gaze of the audience, he really walked out of the mirror and launched an attack on Zhang Beihai. Zhang Beihai began to fight back. Zhang Beihai discovered that the self who walked out of the mirror knew what he was doing. All the fighting skills he knew were no different from his own, and even his behavior and habits were the same. This made Zhang Beihai realize the magic and incredibleness of this magic. Everyone in the audience could also see it, the similarity between the two Zhang Beihai who were fighting on the stage. After that, more and more people came to the stage to try. The soldiers' copy experience and the soldier battle, the scientists' copy experience and the scientists discuss science. In the end, everyone came to a conclusion. The person copied by the real mirror technique has 100% of the knowledge and abilities of the original body. When all the copies dissipated, everyone returned to the audience, Evans said. Real mirroring is a modification of reality. Its upper limit is much higher than you think. It can not only copy people, but also various machines, various weapons, and even nuclear bombs. Even if the person standing in front of you is God, you can completely copy God and let God fight with himself. I think you can all think of more ways to use this magic, so I won't go into details. Evans snapped his fingers. With the snap of fingers, the huge mirror on the stage disappeared out of thin air. The demonstration just now is a realistic magic, and the next one will be magic that can control the rules of physics, Evans said. The older scientist students in the audience had their pupils shrunken. Manipulating the rules of physics? In their opinion, this has exceeded the level that human beings can achieve with today's technology. Evans landed on the stage from midair and began to demonstrate the magic of manipulating the rules of physics to the students in the audience. The first is that it can connect to any door around the world. Then there is the secondary creation spell that can create things out of thin air. Then there is Fo Ho Chi Min, which changes the physical parameters of the environment. Finally, there is the traceless extension that can extend the space. Each piece of magic was displayed, making the older students in the audience deeply aware of the magic of magic. A new era is probably coming, Evans continued. Magic is an application based on magic power. Unlike technology, it does not require so much equipment and can be realized by individuals. But this is not the only advantage of magic. Its real advantage is that we can also make magic into props, which are what are often called magic props in fantasy literature. He took out a metal brick that looked like gold out of thin air. This is a magic prop made from the gold essence that I extracted from gold with magic. Don't look at it like a gold brick. In fact, it is a female-style gold armor. Is there any lady in the audience? Want to come up and give it a try? A female soldier volunteered to raise her hand and was called up by 05 Evans. Evans handed the gold brick to the other party's hand and said to her, "You know how to use it if you drop your own blood on it." This piece of equipment is the same model as the one Evans gave to Gwen, but it is not the same piece, but was made by Evans later. The female soldier nodded excitedly. She was not afraid of pain and bit her with a click of her fingertips. Blood flowed out, and she dropped the blood on the gold brick. Under everyone's gaze, a magical thing happened. She saw that the gold brick turned from solid to virtual and integrated into the body of the female soldier. The female soldier seemed to have something in her heart. As soon as she thought about it, a set of golden battle clothes with wings appeared on her body out of thin air. The people in the audience exclaimed in disbelief. Evans smiled and said, "I don't think you are sitting here. You may have watched the cartoon Saint Seiya when you were a child. As for this armor, I modeled it on Athena's sacred clothing in the cartoon. It has enough defensive power to resist anti-material firearms and even missiles head-on. It can also enable the wearer to fly at supersonic speeds, increase strength, speed, and explosive power, and can be retracted from the body and released from the body at any time." After hearing this, the female soldier began to try. The armor automatically retracted into her body, and then the armor reappeared. She tried to control the golden wings on the back of the armor. The wings began to flap, and the female soldier took off on the spot. Although it was her first time one flight, she was not very skilled, causing her to stagger while flying as if she was about to fall down at any moment, but she did fly. There were more exclamations from the audience. Not long after, the female soldier fell down. Evans said to her, "You are lucky. This set of equipment has been claimed by you." It will be yours from now on. Of course, you can also give it to others for research. It doesn't matter. It depends on you. Choose. Thank you, Mr. Evans. The female soldier thanked her, jumped off the stage, returned to the crowd, and was surrounded by a large group of female soldiers who kept stroking the extremely attractive armor on her body. Evans continued. Most of you here must have read fairy tale novels. Although magic and fairy tales are not the same thing, you can actually pretend to be a fairy by using magic, like this. Evans opened his mouth and spit out a crystal sword. The crystal sword grew bigger and bigger, and soon became 5 meters long and 30 centimeters wide. It was suspended in front of Evans. Evans jumped on the crystal sword. A public performance of what it means to fly with a sword was performed. Many of the soldiers and students in the audience were fans of fairy novels. After seeing this, their eyes lit up and they couldn't help but start to fantasize. The future of flying with his sword. Evans stepped on the flying sword, flew in midair at a moderate height, and said using amplification, "This crystal sword is also a magic prop made by me. I named it the Crystal Flying Sword. After identifying its owner with a drop of blood, a person can control it to grow or shrink through his own consciousness. It can also cut off objects at the molecular level, even if the molecules of that object are fixed to death by the strong interaction force, and its hardness is comparable to that of a neutron star, and it can also be cut off by its sword." What Evans said was not only to the students in the audience, but also to Tomoko, who was peeping here. He was telling the Trisolarans not to send your water droplets to the earth. Our crystal sword can cut a person with one sword. The scientists in the audience all thought it was incredible. A material with a strong interaction force that can kill molecules is already very science fiction. In theory, that kind of thing will be harder than the hardest in the solar system. It's many times harder than other things. It's hard to imagine that this crystal sword can actually cut through that kind of object at the molecular level. By now, these scientists' faith in science has been seriously shaken, and they are looking forward to magic more and more. Thinking that in the next period of time, they can learn this kind of knowledge called magic here, they are extremely looking forward to it. Evans jumped off the flying sword. The crystal flying sword was put away by Evans. Watch the storm for cool novels. Go to Feilu Novel Network. Technology can make people's lives better, and so can magic. It's just that one is a technological product and the other is a magic prop. Let me give an analogy. When the weather is hot, people are used to using air conditioners to cool down their homes. If you use magic, you can make a prop that can continuously absorb heat to achieve the same purpose. As for productivity, there is also alchemy in magic, which allows people to refine materials and precisely shape the refined materials to form various parts. Even this process itself can be replaced by magic alchemy machinery, completely liberating manpower. What I want to say is that magic is not just something that can be used to kill. It is more important to use magic to help us improve our lives and understand the truth of the world. After Evans finished speaking, the scientists in the audience took the lead in applauding and led the soldiers to also applaud. That's all I have to say. Evans waved goodbye to everyone. Behind him, a pitch-black wormhole appeared. Evans took a step back and entered the wormhole. The wormhole also disappeared. Zhang Beihai in the audience finally knew why my father will get himself a place to study here. It turns out that this place will be the turning point of human civilization. On the other side, Dr. Wang Miao and Dr. Ding Yi looked at each other, and they could see excitement in each other's eyes. That is the excitement that comes only when facing an unknown field. Like Wang Miao and Ding Yi, other scientists here are also very excited, and they can't wait to learn magic knowledge. After the senior leaders of the Trisolaran civilization saw upon the many high-level magics displayed by Evans in the Magic Academy in the human world, as well as the display of magic props, they fell into a brief silence. What human scientists can realize, these high-level officials of the Trisolaran civilization can also realize. That kind of power called magic is really like technology, a broad road that leads directly to the truth. If humans transform into a magical civilization, the softens of their Trisolaran civilization will not be able to block their magical progress like they block technology. Although they can use sophons to see everything in the human world, as Dr. Yang Dong among humans said, once magic becomes popular, both worlds will be on the same starting line. The human civilization that has mastered magic is probably no longer the insect civilization they think it is, but a civilization that needs to be viewed from the same level. Not to mention how troubled the Trisolaran civilization is. This magic academy located on the outskirts of the capital of the Rabbit Country has officially opened its doors. The name of the school is not eye-catching. It is called Xinqing Technology School. This name is used to deceive others, and the main purpose is to hide it from people from other countries. Although this matter may not be concealed soon, it can be concealed for as long as it lasts, as long as it ensures that the Rabbit Kingdom has a leading edge in magic. Although the man named Evans Nelson is not from the Rabbit Country, he obviously has no intention of setting up a magic academy in the Lighthouse Country. On the contrary, Yang Dong, the dean of Xinqing Technology School, and Qing Xian, the vice dean of the Nova Science and Technology School, were both taught by the other party. Which seems a bit strange to the senior officials of Rabbit Country, but it is a good thing for them. Evans Nelson's identity has been found out by people from Rabbit Country, and his nationality is known. He lives in Los Angeles, is the CEO of a film and television company, and has a journalist wife named Kara Danvers. Evans' career also left the senior officials of Rabbit Country speechless. Shin Yufei learned through Tomoko that a school called Xinqing Technical College had appeared on the outskirts of the capital, where magic knowledge was being taught. Although Shin Yufei was surprised, she was not surprised. The person who is able to give the knowledge of magic to himself can naturally give it to more people. As an ETO salvationist, Shin Yufei does not object to the transformation of human civilization into a magical civilization. Rather, she is looking forward to it. Perhaps the transformed human civilization will be better than it is now. But not everyone in the ETO organization thinks so, especially the madmen from the Advent sect who are called cultists. They even started clamoring to grow mushrooms at the Emerging Institute of Technology. However, this proposal was directly rejected by ETO leader Vince vetoed it because the Lord needed that school to exist. The purpose of the Trisolarans is probably to steal more magic knowledge from there. Lighthouse Country time, early morning. Evans and Kara are having breakfast. At a certain moment, the two of them turned their heads at the same time and looked somewhere at home. Because they sensed that there was a line of sight falling on the two of them. Kara didn't see anything from there, so she turned on her supervision, and then she saw the source of the sight from a microscopic level. She asked uncertainly, that is, subatomic particles? To be precise, they're subatomic particles that have been processed by alien civilizations. They're called sophons. They're extremely small artificial intelligences. So we're being monitored by aliens? At the Trisolaran civilization, they were horrified to find that the proton they sent to monitor Evans could be seen by them. They immediately ordered the proton to stay away from the two people, but it was already too late. They saw Evans appear out of thin air. After controlling the magnetism, he bound the proton tightly and successfully captured it. Evans pulled Sapon in front of him and said to Sapon, "I suggest you not send Sapon to me, otherwise you will catch each one." After Evans finished speaking, he sealed the proton and threw it into the game world. The communication method between sophons is quantum entanglement, and quantum entanglement cannot establish a connection between reality and the game world. Once the sophons are being thrown into the game world means that the Sapon will completely lose contact with the Trisolaran people and become a separate artificial intelligence individual. The Sapon that was thrown into the game world was taken away and trained by an artificial intelligence robot from Evans. I believe that after a period of training, the artificial intelligence of this Sapon will be dominated by Evans and become something of Evans. After Sapon was captured by Evans, the Trisolaran civilization exploded. These humans are so evil. There are actually individuals like Evans and Carla in the human race who can see the microscopic world with the naked eye. If that's all, forget it. They can actually capture sophons with their bare hands. This is too much. Is this really an ability that carbon-based creatures have? Or is this actually an ability given to them by magic? If it is really magic, then magic is much more important than they imagined. Now we're humans. Academies have been established to popularize magic. However, the Trisolaran civilization still has doubts about magic. It only dares to promote it on a small scale in the civilization because it is worried that there will be big pitfalls in magic. Even now, they still do not understand the magic power communicated through meditation. What the hell is the source? Before they understand this, they will not dare to transform into a magical civilization. Is this world about to be invaded by aliens? Kara frowned. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. As long as I'm here, it won't happen. In front of Kara, Evans has always shown himself to be as great and upright as he is, because Kara likes him to be upright. If Evans is a guy who always likes to secretly engage in conspiracy, most likely Kara's favorability points will be lost. That microscopic monitor just now, hi no, is so powerful. If it weren't for us, no one would be able to find it. Don't worry about this. Let the simulation robot go to work instead of you today. Let's go out on a date. Okay, where are you going to take me on a date? Kara smiled, her eyes narrowed into beautiful crescent moons. How about going to Rabbit Country? Okay, I haven't been there yet. After breakfast, Evans took out the robot that he had given Kara and asked her to go to work in the media company instead of Kara. Evans took Kara to the Rabbit Country. It is worth mentioning that, although it was not mentioned in the previous article, but Evans has not given up on his own practice these days. Up to now, his Immortal Heaven skill has been practiced to the great perfection of the Dao Palace secret realm. It is estimated that he will be able to break through to the 4 Extreme Secret Realm store in a few days. At this time, it was just dark in the Rabbit Country time zone. Evans and Kara came to a bustling night market in the capital here and strolled around. There are many food stalls here, and Carla quickly fell in love with the various snacks here. Half of Evans' mind is on the present, and the other half is on the perception of imprint magic. He can sense that many people are communicating with him through meditation and borrowing magic power from him. Normally, when encountering something like this, Evans would lend his magic power without hesitation. But if someone has already borrowed magic power once and wants to borrow it again, Evans will refuse. The magic meditation method taught by Evans has magic mark tips, which means that people who obtain his magic power will automatically imprint their own magic mark on the magic power, so that the magic power can be recycled by them again and again. This kind of magic power will not be lost at all no matter how it is used. So far, more than 3,000 people on the Earth have borrowed magic from Evans, and most of these people are from the newly opened college on the outskirts of the capital. On the Trisolaran civilization side, there are about 1,000 Trisolarans and Evans borrowing magic power. Magic is deeply related to the soul. Once the magic with Evans' mark is used, it is basically impossible to escape from his control. This allows Evans to control the magic without regard to distance. 513 or collect a price from them, such as life and soul. Although Evans lent a lot of his magic power, his own magic power was always at full value, because after the magic power was loaned out, Evans' vitality would automatically be consumed to replenish his magic power. As long as he could ensure that if your vitality is sufficient, there will be no danger of empty blue. And he currently does not lack vitality. Not to mention that he is Wolverine's self-healing factor. Even he himself is a humanoid energy converter. He can convert any form of energy into energy derived from his own cultivation. It can be turned into his life force, and the life force can replenish the magic power in reverse. This is the advantage of studying multiple systems. With this advantage, even if he lends his magic power to all humans and Trisolarans in the 2 civilizations, he will not feel weak. He and Kara spent a few days in Rabbit Country before returning to Los Angeles. For a long time, Evans squatted in front of his home and practiced hard. The magic school on the outskirts of the capital of Rabbit Country has trained many talents who master magic. Later, other countries discovered this and became interested. After a certain exchange of interests, the magic school welcomed international students from various countries. These international students, Agbai, were sent by their respective countries to learn magic. It is not difficult to imagine that when they succeed in their studies here, they will definitely bring the knowledge of magic back to their respective countries. By then, more magic schools will pop up, and human civilization will also transform into a legal civilization. Evans no longer pays attention to these, and only practices behind closed doors, commonly known as playing with himself. He only occasionally pays attention to the outside world and the Trisolaran civilization. As time went by, the Trisolaran civilization saw through Sapon that more and more people in human civilization mastered magic, and more new magic was being researched by humans, and they became a little anxious. Since no problems have been found in this system so far, then there is probably no problem. So the Trisolaran civilization began to popularize the magical knowledge learned from the human world on a large scale in its own civilization. Evans, who was practicing in seclusion at home, suddenly felt that there were Trisolaran people in the Trisolaran civilization who were borrowing magic power from themselves through meditation. Evans lent his magic without hesitation. Because he borrowed too much at once, Evans was a little weak and had to use several small arc reactors to recharge himself before he recovered. Being so tired is not without its benefits. Ever since the Trisolaran civilization popularized magic, they have naturally come under Evans' control. Evans came up with an idea and connected with a scientist from the Trisolaran civilization who was practicing magic, temporarily occupying the other person's body. He used the body of the Trisolaran scientist to browse various advanced technological knowledge within the Trisolaran civilization. This knowledge includes strong interaction material technology, Sapon engineering technology, quantum communication technology, various microdimensional technologies, various materials science technologies, new energy technologies, and so on. There is so much knowledge about these technologies that even if Evans wanted to learn them, it would take him a long time to learn them. Fortunately, he had plenty of time. Time has come to 2007, which is the year when the plot in the original work begins. But by now, the plot has long since collapsed. This year, both human civilization and Trisolaran civilization are transforming into magical civilization. Compared with technology, magic has many advantages, such as easier access to the truth of the world. The two major civilizations are constantly innovating in magic, and a large number of new magic and magic technologies are born every day. These newly born magics and magical technologies were accepted by Evans unceremoniously, making his background in magic deeper and deeper. At the same time, Evans did not give up his practice of immortality. By now, his cultivation has broken through to the first level of the immortal stage secret realm, equaling his cultivation in other systems. On April 3, 2007, a big event happened. Dr. Ding Yi developed a spell that is crucial to civilization. It is a spell similar to any door, which can achieve interstellar long-distance transmission. This magic was named by Ding Yi Spacegate. As soon as this magic was developed, the Trisolaran civilization stole the knowledge of this magic from Dr. Ding Yi through Sapon. With this magic, there is no distance between the two civilizations. This also means that they can invade each other. The magic level of the two civilizations is similar, but the gap in technology is huge. The current technological level of human civilization is still far behind the Trisolaran civilization. If the Trisolaran civilization were to invade human civilization would have no ability to resist. At this time, Evans secretly took action. He used cost magic combined with psychic superpowers to collectively brainwash the high-level officials of the Trisolaran civilization who had practiced magic and prohibited them from invading the Earth. But this brainwashing was not thorough. He did it on purpose. Although the Trisolaran civilization will not invade the Earth, this does not mean that they will not invade the solar system. A few days later, on Mars in the solar system, a huge space door opened and Trisolaran civilization warships flew out. Trisolarans want to live on Mars. Although the environment on Mars is not very good, it is better than their home planet. At least it has always been the constant era here. With the technological level of the Trisolaran civilization, it is easy to transform just Mars. Because the Trisolaran fleet arrived relatively low-key, human civilization has not yet discovered that Mars in its own solar system has been occupied by the Trisolarans. Now the two major civilizations have truly become neighbors. Rabbit Country Time Zone, midnight. Yongdong and Chung Xian came to Crimson Magic Academy again. Now both of them have graduated from Crimson Magic Academy, but they still come here every night. Because the time here is expanded, they can have longer time here for magic research. The key is that the two also discovered that no matter how long they stay here, people will not grow old. This alone is attractive enough. The two people who came here did not see Lenera, but they saw Gawain here. So they walked over and greeted Gawain. You are here just in time. There is a piece of information you need to know. Dr. Ding Yi has developed a magic called the Space Gate. You should all know about this, right? Evans will be here, obviously waiting for the two of them. The two women nodded and expressed their understanding. Not many people know about the magic developed by Dr. Ding Yi. Currently, only a few senior officials in the Rabbit Country know about it. The Space Gate magic is very powerful and can theoretically achieve interstellar teleportation. Ching Xian said. Could it be that the Trisolaran civilization stole this magic and used it to invade the Earth? Yongdong thought about this possibility, and his face became serious. Yes, the Trisolaran civilization had stolen it a few days ago and now has it in its possession. Their fleet arrived in the solar system and stationed on Mars, and now they are transforming the Martian environment. With their technological level, if they want to invade the Earth, human civilization will be unable to resist. Evans said in a deep voice. The two female doctors were immediately shocked. So, what should we do? Can we still be saved? Ching became anxious. Evans began to talk nonsense seriously. Don't worry, you have all heard me popularize the laws of the Dark Forest. In the universe, civilizations are born and die every moment. I once saved a civilization that was attacked by the Dark Forest during interstellar travel. A relatively special individual, she is also the only survivor of that civilization. Her individual strength is very strong. When you leave here, go find her and go with her to the home planet of the Trisolaran civilization to negotiate with their high-level officials. Use her individual strength to deter the Trisolaran civilization and allow the two civilizations to coexist peacefully. Who are you talking about? Yongdong asked. My wife, Carla. Evans gave Kara a new persona. Yongdong. Ching Xian. I have heard about your wife, but she should be no different from us humans, right? Do aliens look similar to humans? Yongdong was puzzled. You can consider this a coincidence. With heavy hearts, Yongdong and Chung Xian left the Crimson Magic Academy. The two of them split up. Chung Xian went to the Lighthouse Country to find Kara, and Yongdong went to the top management of the Rabbit Country to inform them that the Trisolaran civilization had invaded this part of the solar system. Incident. When the senior officials of Rabbit Country learned about it, they were equally shocked and hurriedly reported the matter to the United Nations, where an emergency meeting was convened. In the middle of the meeting, Chung Xian rushed to the scene with Kara. Representatives from various countries had heard Yongdong talk about Kara before and knew that Kara was the last survivor of a certain civilization in the universe and had extremely strong individual strength. However, no one saw any signs of aliens in Kara. No matter how you look at it, the other party is an ordinary blonde woman. Until Kara showed them what it means to be strong. Kara is no longer the Kara she used to be. She has been strengthened by Evans through various means. The overall strength is at least 10 times stronger than Superman. How strong is she? Let's put it this way, she can accelerate to nearly the speed of light for a short time in the atmosphere, and can reach nearly the speed of light instantly in the vacuum of the universe. Her body of steel is stronger than neutron stars are even harder. Her heat sight is enough to penetrate the moon in 10 seconds. Her hearing can cover the world at the same time and listen to all the sounds in the world. Her freezing breath is enough to freeze half of the earth in one breath. The key is there is no weakness of low magic resistance. On the contrary, her magic resistance is very high and it is difficult for magic to target. This is very close to the level of Superman in the Silver Age. If she has any weakness, it is kryptonite. But there is no such thing in this universe. Things like kryptonite. Although Kara's strength is nothing compared to the god-level civilizations in this universe, it is enough to be considered invincible among the Earth civilization and the Trisolaran civilization. Kara's simple display of strength was shocking. It dropped the jaws of everyone present. Then she became the representative of human civilization, responsible for negotiating with the Trisolaran civilization on behalf of human civilization. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Before that, the three-body civilization has already seen Kalana's ability to escape the atmosphere through Sapan. Now the three-body people are holding an emergency meeting to discuss what attitude they should use to face this representative of human civilization. There is no doubt that the three-body civilization people already know that Kara has the ability to destroy their home planet of civilization by one person. In the face of this absolute strength, most of their technological weapons cannot be used. Even if there are a few weapons that can harm Kara, then it will not work. Only if you can hit the opponent. But with the opponent's super speed, it may be difficult to hit. There are 3 people responsible for negotiating with the Trisolaran civilization on behalf of human civilization, namely Kara, Chung Xian, and LHG Secretary General Sa Ms. E. The 3 of them passed through the magic door and arrived at the home planet of the Trisolaran civilization. I have to say that the environment here is really bad. Obviously, the Trisolaran civilization at this period was still in an era of chaos, and the movement of the sun was irregular. Their physiques are very good, and they don't have to worry about environmental problems. Cheng Xian and Sai are in a very difficult situation and have to use protective magic to protect themselves in order to barely survive in this environment. It is hard to imagine that the Trisolaran civilization can actually survive in such a harsh environment. They have survived and thrived in such an environment to this day, and you have to admire them for this aspect alone. Not long after they arrived here, a group of aircraft came to pick up the 3 of them. It was also the first time for the 3 of them to see the appearance of the Trisolaran man. The skin of the Trisolarans is very smooth as a mirror. This mirror can reflect excess sunlight, ensuring that they can survive in hot environments. Mirror-like skin can also change shape at any time, lose its reflective properties, and become a skin material that easily absorbs sunlight, thereby maintaining the body's body temperature and adapting to low-temperature environments. If they encounter an extreme environment that they cannot adapt to, they can also dehydrate and turn into something like dry matter. This kind of life form seems to have fully maximized the talent of survival of the fittest, making it easier for them to survive in various harsh environments. Dr. Cheng Xian and Secretary General Ms. Sai, as the first people in human civilization to make 5th-type contact with aliens, were a little nervous. Especially when they were still in the alien base camp, they were even more nervous. However, they felt a little relieved when they thought that Kara, whose individual strength was beyond the ordinary, was by their side. The Trisolaran who was responsible for piloting the aircraft to pick them up remained silent and did not speak. Trisolarans also do not have vocal organs, and the communication between their races does not use vocal organs, but more efficient racial talents, such as transparent thinking. It didn't take long for them to arrive. Here, the 3 women met the top leaders of the Trisolaran civilization. They used some kind of onomatopoeia equipment to simulate the language of humans on Earth to communicate with the 3 people. This is a negotiation between civilization and civilization 193. The core idea of negotiation is survival. Humans are worried that Trisolaran civilization will destroy themselves, and Trisolaran civilization is worried that Kara will destroy itself. Since we all have deterrence, we can only discuss how to peacefully coexist with each other. The negotiation process will not be discussed here. The result of the negotiation is that the Trisolaran civilization will not invade the Earth, and humans will give Mars to the Trisolarans, but the condition is that the Trisolarans must lift the basic scientific blockade on humans. These were discussed by Ms. Say, Secretary General of LHG, and the senior officials of Trisolaran civilization. Of course, they also talked about more things. After the negotiation, the three of them stayed on Earth in the Trisolaran civilization for a week and visited the human geography of the Trisolaran civilization. It wasn't until a week later that they returned to Earth. Shortly after this, various countries on the Earth promulgated a series of new laws. These laws are related to humans and Trisolaran civilization. As humans on the weaker side, some humans believe that closer ties should be established with the Trisolaran civilization. Although not everyone agrees with this proposal, it was eventually implemented. The Trisolarans are more rational. Since humans cannot be wiped out, they can only try to contact and integrate with human civilization. The Trisolaran civilization sent people to the Earth, established a consulate of the Trisolaran civilization on the Earth, and initiated recruitment to human civilization, providing various high-paying positions to jointly participate in the construction of Mars. Among human beings, people are really not afraid of death and apply for jobs. Human civilization has also provided many jobs for Trisolarans, and Trisolaran civilization is not stingy either. If you have jobs, we will have people. There are many extremists in both civilizations. In the early stage of the integration of the two civilizations, these guys caused a lot of trouble, but this is not harmful. People gradually discovered that Trisolarans can be seen everywhere on the Earth. The Trisolaran civilization has a new home planet, Mars, and many humans can also be seen. 10 years passed quietly. In the past 10 years, human civilization and Trisolaran civilization have integrated to a considerable extent. There have even been intermarriages between humans and Trisolarans. The Trisolaran civilization has advanced genetic modification technology, which allows the reproductive isolation between the two races to be easily overcome. Today, many hybrids of humans and Trisolarans have appeared in the two places. Many advanced technologies in the Trisolaran civilization have also flowed into human civilization, which has qualitatively improved the science and technology of human civilization. I believe that in tens or hundreds of years, we will be able to equal the Trisolaran civilization. When the two major civilizations merge, who is most embarrassed is undoubtedly the guys in the Advent faction of the ETO organization. Most of those guys have been arrested, but a few are still on the run and are wanted by the two major civilizations. Their lives are miserable, and they are simply not human inside and out. The people of the ETO Salvation faction were okay. After the two major civilizations merged, they all broke away from the ETO organization. The collision between civilizations has created a lot of sparks, and the technology of the Trisolaran civilization has also entered the big explosion stage, improving rapidly. The magic technology of the two civilizations is also advancing rapidly, and they have begun to use space-gate magic to explore the surrounding star fields, and have discovered some pretty good planets that can be inhabited with only a little modification. However, due to population problems, the colonial plan has not yet been launched. Evans and Kara hid their fame and fortune and continued to live a low-key life. Evans spent 10 years in the real world and more than 150 years in the training room to practice and cultivated the immortal heavenly art to the level of a saint in the fifth heaven of Sendai. Evans, who is at the saint level, has a physical combat power that is approximately equal to that of Silver Superman. Counting magic and magical powers, it steadily surpasses Silver Superman Zero. Like the sun in the solar system, he can shatter it with a wave of his hand or refine it in an instant. Evans also built himself a holy weapon. Although the material used is not particularly good, it is indeed a holy weapon at the saint level. The style of this weapon is shown in a picture. The picture is submitted to it understands Tao and reason engraved with what Evans has learned and incorporates knowledge including, but not limited to formation knowledge, magical power knowledge, and scientific and technological knowledge. Its name is Qianquan diagram. By activating the Qianquan diagram, a formation space will be formed. The volume of the formation space is large enough to instantly accommodate everything within a 1 light-year diameter spherical range. The formation space formed by the universe diagram can also be used as a trapping formation, a killing formation, a confusing formation, and a formation cave. It has multiple functions. The environment inside the formation space can be freely transformed, and the formation space can also be extended outside, turning everything within a half-light-year radius around itself into its own formation field, rewriting the reality within the range to a certain extent. On weekdays, the Qiankuan diagram can also be transformed into various styles of treasured clothes and worn on the body. The Qiankuan level defense is enough to withstand external attacks at the level of a superplanet explosion. In the future, as Evans improves his cultivation, improves his mastery, and smelts higher materials into it, the level of this holy weapon will also increase, eventually evolving into a supreme emperor weapon or even a semi-immortal weapon. Fairy weapon. In short, the future is promising. Nowadays, with Evans's cultivation level and this holy weapon, regardless of life level and only in terms of combat effectiveness, he believes that some single universe level 2.2 strong men may not be able to do anything to him. Mythical father-level powerhouses like Odin and Ancient One are no longer enough to be his opponents. At least Thanos, with the 6-jewel Infinity Gauntlet, is here. In this case, Thanos has to take the lead. If AI is allowed to, if Vince strikes first, Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet will be taken away by him in a confrontation. With such strength, Evan's sense of security has greatly increased. Counting the time, he and Kara had been in the 3-body plane for quite some time, and it was time to leave. He told Kara about it. Kara was not particularly willing to leave. She also wanted to spend more time with Evans, but since Evans wanted to leave, she had no objection. From the time Evans and Kara set out for the Trisolaran plane until the two returned, only a little more than 2 hours had passed in the Marvel world, and the time was still at midnight in the Lighthouse Country time zone. In the game world, most of the players, including Wanda, Gwen, and Judy, are still in the unknown exploration copy and have not returned. Evans and Kara, as well as Miss Robot Abigail, return home to the game world. Perhaps because she had been away for too long, Kara missed her adoptive mother on Earth 38 in DC, so as soon as she came back, she couldn't wait to say goodbye to Evans and leave. Abigail went to the underground laboratory to work on her mechanical ascension project. Evans is the only one left at home. Evans wanted to know when Wanda, Gwen, and Judy would come back, so he used the ability of quantum observation to observe that plane. He found that the time on that side also flowed very fast, equivalent to a day here and half a month there. Currently, Wanda, Gwen, and Judy team up with the Avengers to explore that world together. It was a Western fantasy-style world with fighting spirit and magic. The style was even more magical than that of The Lord of the Rings. According to 06 and their exploration progress, it may take another week in the real world before they can officially return. Evans looked away. Being a little bored, he simply used quantum observation to pass the time. He observed different parallel time and spaces in Marvel, until he saw an original one without any trespassers entering the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This Marvel Cinematic Universe is different from the new timeline universe formed by Wanda's change in the past. It emphasizes an original flavor. Evans had observed that universe before, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Looking back now, he found that the time there had passed the Age of Ultron, and both Wanda and Vision had joined the Avengers. It was visually expected that the two would get together in a while. Although Evans knows that this Wanda is not Wanda, if the Wanda in the original universe really got together with Vision, Evans would still feel awkward. If you haven't seen this kind of thing, forget it. Now that you have seen it, you must stop it. Evans immediately set off and landed in what he jokingly called the original universe. The time difference between the two universes is different. It does not mean that the time flow rate is different, it is just a simple time difference. It's daytime here. As soon as he arrived in the original universe, he went directly to the Avengers headquarters, walked straight in, and came to the reception desk. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" The lady at the front desk showed a professional smile and asked Evans, "I have an important piece of information that I must tell the Avengers face to face." Evans gave a random reason. "You are the 7th person to come here to see the Avengers for this reason. Of the 6 people in front of you, 3 came to see the Avengers for autographs, and the other 3 were just here to cause trouble. The professional smile on the front desk lady's face remained the same, but her attitude changed subtly. Evans couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Beautiful lady, look at my face. How could I, who is so handsome, be here to cause trouble? I really have important information to tell you, and this information is timely. You can't afford to delay it. You are indeed handsome, so let me give you a chance to convince me. The front desk lady looked at Evans with a smile, pretending that I am here. Come and convince me. Evans felt that he might have been teased. Seeing that the front desk lady was so beautiful, I won't hold him accountable for teasing me. Can you lend me your phone? Evans asked. He hadn't bought a mobile phone card in this original universe. The phone couldn't be used, and he didn't want to use his superpower for the time being, so he had to borrow it from the other party. Sure. Seeing that the other party was a handsome guy, the beautiful receptionist readily took out and unlocked her mobile phone and lent it to Evans. Evans entered a series of numbers on the mobile phone and dialed it. He wanted to call Wanda's mobile phone number, but considering that Wanda's situation in the two worlds was different, the mobile phone number might be different, so he simply dialed Maria Hill's mobile phone number. According to the plot of the movie, during this period Maria Hill should work here at Avengers Alliance. The call was quickly connected, and Evans turned on the speakerphone. Maria Hill's voice came from the receiver. Which one? Is this Miss Maria Hill? Evans asked. The front desk lady couldn't help but widen her eyes, surprised that Evans actually had Maria Hill's number. The front desk lady knew that Maria Hill was a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. She came to work here after S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, and the position was very high. She couldn't help but guess Evans' identity. Could he also be a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? It's me, are you? To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. My name is Evans Nelson. I am currently on the first floor of Avengers headquarters. I have important information to tell you. What information? It's not convenient to say it on the phone. Then go up to the top floor, come to the innermost office, and tell me face to face. Good. Evans hung up the phone and returned the phone to the front desk. Beauty, I'm going up. Evans pointed to the elevator nearby. The front desk lady nodded. A few minutes later, Evans came to Maria Hill's office. There was only one other person here. Evans sat across from her. Good morning, Miss Hill. Tell me, Mr. Nelson, what information you have brought us. Maria Hill crossed her arms across her chest and looked at the young man in front of her. Urgent, I have another purpose here. I want to meet Miss Wanda Maximoff. Evans said. Not long ago, her brother passed away, which made her a little autistic, and now she doesn't want to meet outsiders. But as long as your intelligence is valuable enough, I can make the decision to let you meet. Maria Hill said. Evans nodded and then talked about the information he brought. The death of Tony Stark's parents was not an accident, but a homicide. The man who killed his parents was Winter Soldier James Buchanan Barnes, also known as Bucky to Cap. At that time, Bucky was brainwashed by the Hydra organization and did such a thing. But I think Mr. Tony Stark will not care about this. Once he knows the truth, he will definitely go to James Buchanan Barnes for revenge. I think it is impossible for the captain to turn a blind eye at that time. If this matter is not handled well and used by someone with ulterior motives, it may lead to a split within the Avengers. So, what is the value of my piece of information? Where did you get the information? Is it accurate? Maria Hill's expression became serious. Evans did not answer directly, but talked about another thing. Not too long ago, there was a guy named Helmut Zemo who might have been a Hydra guy. Due to the Sokovia liftoff incident, which resulted in the death of his wife and child at the hands of Ultron, he was ready to seek revenge against the Avengers, and he happened to know the truth about the death of Tony Stark's parents. If I were him, I would definitely make a fuss about this. If planned properly, I could even make the Avengers kill each other. You're not a Hydra member, are you? Maria Hill had a look of suspicion on her face. If I were Hydra, I wouldn't come here to tell you this information. Evans spread his hands. The main purpose of my coming here is to tell you this information, and the secondary purpose is to find Miss Wanda Maximoff. Why do you want to see her? Maria Hill asked. Evans' lies came out of his mouth. I am from Sokovia. Miss Maximoff saved my family during the Ultron incident. I came here specifically to express my gratitude to her. Evan's acting skills are very good. When he said this sentence, his expression should be as sincere and sincere. At least Maria Hill did not see the problem from his expression. P.S. In order to distinguish the two prosperous, the following third person will use Scarlet to refer to Wanda in the original universe. A quarter of an hour later, Evans came to the door of Scarlet's suite at the Avengers headquarters and rang the doorbell. Not long after, the door was opened. But the person who opened the door was not Scarlet who lived here, but Vision. Perhaps the soul gem on Vision's forehead had some fate with Scarlet, which caused Vision to be very close to Scarlet. Scarlet has been comforting her dead brother in a clumsy way for a few days. If Evans doesn't come, Scarlet will be accidentally captured by Vision soon. Are you? Vision asked. My name is Evans Nelson, and I'm here to see Miss Maximoff. Is he at home? Evans asked. Evans didn't do anything to Vision, his love rival, because there was no need. Yes, please come in. Vision checked his body. Evans stepped in and saw Scarlet, who was sitting on the balcony, staring blankly out of the window. Scarlet was still immersed in the sadness of Pietro's death and could not get out of it. Evans walked over, came to her side, conjured up a chair, put it down, and sat next to her. This method of creating things out of thin air made Vision, who saw the scene, fail to calculate the intelligent calculation logic and almost leading to a crash. Crimson, immersed in sadness, was attracted by this creation-like scene. First time meeting, Miss Maximoff. My name is Evans Nelson. Evans stretched out his hand and introduced himself to Scarlet. Looking at this new version of Scarlet, Evans always felt like he was facing the same person. Should it be said that he was a variant of Wanda in parallel time and space? There were too many similarities. Got it. My name is Wanda Maximoff. Scarlet shook hands with Evans and introduced herself. Evans pointed to the chair under her and asked her, Are you curious about how this thing appeared? Crimson is indeed curious. This ability to create things out of thin air cannot be seen on ordinary days. Even Crimson in a sad state will inevitably have such emotions as curiosity. It's lesser creation, it's magic, and I can use it to create simple things like this. Evans stretched out his hand, and a red rose slowly emerged from scratch in his hand. He handed the red rose to Wanda. Seeing that it was a red rose, he wanted to give it to himself, which made Scarlet a little overwhelmed. Seeing that she didn't pick it up, Evans conjured up a vase, inserted the red rose into it, and put it aside. Can I call you Wanda? Evans asked Scarlet. The latter nodded. Wanda, I know a magic that allows you to see the deceased. Do you want to try it? You mean I can see Pietro and Mom and Dad again? Right. Please let me meet them, please. Good. Evans turned on quantum observation, observed the past, and observed Wanda's parents and Wanda's brother Pietro from the past time period. He used psychic superpowers to read people from the past across time and space. Memories, using these memories to create 3 virtual personalities and cast real phantoms with magic. Scarlet's father, mother, and brother slowly emerged and were given virtual personalities. This made the 3 real phantoms, and the cognition of Scarlet there is no difference between the relatives in the novel, and the level of memory is the same. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Seeing these 3 people, Crimson rushed forward excitedly and hugged them tightly. Evans smiling slightly, he stood up and said to Vision behind him, who was almost dead again. Give them space. Vision nodded and followed Evans out of here. As soon as the 2 walked out of Wanda's suite, they saw Maria Hill walking towards them. She said to Vision, Vision, I need you. Internet talent, help me investigate a person. Okay, Miss Hill. Phantom responded. Maria Hill looked at Evans again and asked, Have you finished meeting her? She still needs some private space now. I'll come back to her later. Then I won't entertain you. You can take a stroll here by yourself. After Maria Hill finished speaking, she took Vision to the combat command room. Hill asked Vision to investigate Baron Zemo's information from the internet. Vision is a robot more powerful than Ultron and can be used on the internet. There were no taboos, and he easily investigated a lot of information about Baron Zemo. Indeed, as Evans said, Baron Zemo's family members died at the hands of Ultron, who was a Hydra member. He'll let Vision try to investigate the cause of death of Tony Stark's parents from the internet. Unfortunately, Vision is not omnipotent. Even Vision cannot investigate some information that is not recorded online. However, some clues have been found that can prove that Tony Stark's parents did not die in an accident, but died of homicide. Recalling the intelligence brought by Evans, Hill knew that this matter was not a trivial matter. If it was not handled well, big problems could easily arise. She pondered for a moment, then looked at Huan Wang and said, "Help me contact the captain and ask him to come here." Okay. Half an hour later, the captain came. "What do you want from me, Hill?" asked Steve Rogers. "Steve, do you know the cause of Tony Stark's parents' death?" Maria Hill asked the captain. At this point in time, Steve Rogers didn't know about it yet, so he shook his head. Tony Stark's parents were probably killed by James Buchanan Barnes. Maria Hill told this information. Steve Rogers was shocked after hearing this. "Is this true? How could Bucky do such a thing?" "Not sure yet, but it's probably true. Can you still contact James Barnes? I need you to confirm this from him." "Okay, I'll contact him now." Steve Rogers nodded with a heavy heart. Obviously, he also realized the seriousness of the problem. Evans walked into Scarlet's suite again. At this time, only Crimson was left in the room. The three real phantoms from before have said goodbye to Scarlet, saying they are going to heaven, and hope that Scarlet can live a good life in the human world. Compared with the beginning, Crimson is no longer so depressed at this time, and seems to have gotten over her sadness. When she saw Evans coming in, she said to him, "Thank you, Evans. You're welcome. Do you want to go for a walk?" Crimson didn't refuse Evans' invitation. Evans took Scarlet and teleported to the Hawaiian Islands. "Where is this place?" Crimson has never been to Hawaii and didn't recognize where this place is. This is Oahu, the most prosperous island in the Hawaiian Islands, and where the state capital Honolulu is located. Countless attractions can be found here, including Diamond Head Volcano, Waikiki Beach, Iolani Palace, and the world-famous surf breaks of the North Shore. The food here is also very good, especially fresh seafood and traditional Hawaiian cuisine. Evans said with a smile, "It can take me to Hawaii in an instant." "Isn't this magic?" Crimson was surprised. She didn't expect that Evans could take her from New York to Hawaii in an instant. I thought magic was just something in fairy tales. Then think of me as the prince in the fairy tale." "Then Miss Cinderella 770, do you want to take a walk here with me?" Evans reached out to Scarlet. Scarlet's cheeks turned red. She hesitated for a moment and finally put her hand on Evans's. Evans successfully held Scarlet's hand. The two walked hand in hand. Scarlet, her cheeks are very red, but she doesn't reject this feeling. "Why are you so nice to me, even though we didn't know each other before today?" Ha Hong asked the doubts in her heart. "Since I'm so kind to you, do you want to be nice to me too?" Evans asked back. Scarlet is relatively introverted. She didn't know how to respond to this question and made a big blush. Just when Evans was dating Scarlet, the US team contacted Bucky and confirmed it from the other party's mouth. It was Bucky who killed Tony's parents. Maria Hill, on the side, after verifying the correctness of the intelligence, immediately sent Captain America and Vision out to capture Baron Zemo. This matter must still be done. It must be kept secret and cannot be known to Tony Stark, otherwise there will definitely be problems within the Avengers. Baron Zemo, the insider who is preparing to cause trouble, must be controlled. But this is actually just a stopgap measure. Once some things happen, there is a possibility of being exposed, and it is best to think of a solution that can solve the problem once and for all. Otherwise, once Tony knows about the matter, it will be undesirable whether it is to prevent Stark from taking revenge or to help Stark kill Bucky. As for speaking of resolving hatred, Maria Hill doesn't think that the hatred of killing relatives can be resolved so easily. Even if Bucky killed Tony's parents in a brainwashed state, it would be impossible to convince Tony to let go of hatred. Fortunately, Tony is now Tucker didn't know about this yet and still had time to think about a solution to the problem. Maria Hill couldn't think of a good solution for the time being, so she contacted Natasha and asked her to come over and find a solution together. Natasha has been a killer. I have been a spy and an agent. I have rich life experience. I think I can think of good solutions, Bar. Natasha came and Maria Hill told her about it. Natasha wanted to roll her eyes. How do you ask her to think of a solution for this kind of thing? No matter how she tries to help with this kind of thing, she will easily become a human being inside and out, and it will be purely thankless. Don't ask me, you should ask Fury at this time. That guy is cruel and evil, and he always has many ways. Natasha spread her hands. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, I haven't been able to contact Fury, so he usually contacts me. Hill was a little helpless. At this time, a third voice suddenly appeared in the office. I have a solution. Hill and Natasha looked at the place where the sound came from at the same time. Hill recognized the speaker as Evans. How did the other party enter his office? The door to the office was obviously not opened. Could it be that the other party was Evans? The one who teleported in? The person who came was officially Evans, but it was not Evans himself, but the real phantom that Evans had projected over from a long distance. Who is this? Natasha asked Maria Hill. To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. Aheb, he is Evans Nelson. He brought the information about the truth about the death of Stark's parents. Maria Hill introduced, and then she asked Evans, what can you do? James Buchanan Barnes, who killed Tony Stark's parents, did not act voluntarily. Under this premise, some things can work. Evans' real phantom walked to the sofa nearby and sat down, crossing his legs. For example? Natasha asked him. For example, we can take action and kidnap Tony Stark, James Barnes, and Steve Rogers, imprison the three of them together, and then appear as a mysterious man to reveal the truth to Tony Stark. In that case, even if Tony Stark wants to seek revenge from James Barnes, he will definitely not be his opponent. And James Barnes will definitely not take revenge on Tony Stark out of guilt for Tony Stark. Kill him. Having the team leader in the middle to mediate can temporarily alleviate the problem. Evans said. There's no point in doing this. Natasha shook her head. Of course it won't work just like this. At this time, the mysterious man behind the scenes should reveal his identity. The mastermind behind the scenes can be Ultron, because Ultron may survive. We let Vision dress up as Ultron, appear in front of the three people, say something in a revengeful tone, and then let Vision change into their appearance in front of them, telling them that he was going to frame them. Facing a common threat, the three of them had to stand together. At this time, Vision dressed as Ultron can leave, and then let Vision go out and commit crimes as Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and James Barnes. There is no need to commit a big crime, even if it is robbery. Children can commit crimes like lollipops. After that, all they have to do is let Vision control the network of relevant departments, intercept various orders, turn Tony, Steve, and Bucky into wanted criminals, and post bounties against them on the black market. In short, it is to make them have no way to go to heaven and no door to the earth. Evans paused here. He looked at Natasha and Hill and found that they were thoughtful and did not refute him, so he continued. Doing this will damage the reputation of your Avengers, so you need to find someone to take the blame. Vision only needs to constantly intercept and distort the various orders conveyed by the superiors through communications. All he needs to do is let the top brass of the country know that the Avengers are innocent and that there is a mastermind behind all this. The three wanted men had no choice but to act together to clear their own grievances. In the process, Tony Stark's hatred for Bucky will gradually fade as they fight together. When the time is almost right, you can start whitewashing them. When Vision appears, it will reveal that the person who hijacked the network is Ultron, who is still alive, and let Ultron take the blame. Vision monitors the entire internet on the grounds that Ultron will not cause trouble again. Stark, Captain, and Bucky were completely cleared. The reputation of the Avengers has been restored, all problems have been solved, and multiple achievements have been achieved with one stone. Evans' plan was finished. Maria Hill and Natasha Romanoff were stunned by his sinister plan. But you can't say that this plan is not good because its feasibility is really very high. Natasha twitched the corner of her mouth and then rolled her eyes. Maria Hill thought for a moment, then nodded. Good plan, just do it, let's do it. Are you really planning to use his plan? Natasha complained. Why not, unless you can think of a better way? Maria Hill shrugged. Then who are you going to let kidnap 3 people? Natasha asked. Maria Hill looked at Evans. Don't look for me, I'm just an ordinary person. Evans decisively pretended. He was only here to make suggestions. If the person who made the suggestions became the main force, it would be contrary to the original intention. Since Vision is required to play the role of Ultron, let Vision play a guest role as the kidnapper. This can be regarded as playing the villain to the end. Maria Hill made a decision. Soon after, Vision and the captain captured Baron Zemo and imprisoned him. When the captain left, Hill called Vision and told him the plan. Vision used its intelligent core with strong logical thinking to analyze it, and believed that the success rate of this plan was very high, so he nodded in agreement. Vision used the optical illusion ability attached to the Mind Stone to transform into the appearance of Ultron. Born out of Ultron's vision, having it play a cameo as Ultron felt completely out of place. This made Evans, Natasha, and Hill nod their heads, and they felt right. Just like that, Vision took action. Vision was very efficient at work. Before 8 o'clock that night, he knocked out Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and James Barnes, and kidnapped them to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of New York City. In a daze suddenly, Tony Stark woke up. He found himself tied up in a strange warehouse. In addition to him, there was Steve Rogers and a man who looked familiar, but he did not recognize them. People have woken up before him. Where is this place? Why are we here? Tony Stark asked Captain America. Captain America shook his head and said he didn't know. At this time, a man wearing a gray and black hood and cloak walked into the warehouse and came to the 3 people who were tied up. It seems that this hooded man is the culprit who kidnapped us. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes. The hooded and cloaked gentleman opened his mouth with a weird smile, just like the elder of the Soul Palace. Jia, Tony Stark, it's been so long. Who are you and why do you want to kidnap us? Captain America asked the hooded and cloaked man. The hooded and cloaked man ignored Captain America. He continued to face Stark. I lost last time, but this time, I learned your bad nature from humans, and I learned what is a conspiracy and what is a trick. In order to get revenge on you, I prepared a stage for you. You will definitely be grateful to me, because I helped you find the real murderer of your parents. He is James Buchanan Barnes, codenamed Winter Soldier. The hooded man pointed at Bucky. Tony Stark froze and immediately looked at Bucky. The latter lowered his head and did not refute. Captain America hurriedly said, Stark, calm down. How do you tell me to calm down, Steve? I thought this guy looked familiar before, James Buchanan Barnes. Isn't this your former teammate? Steve, tell me, do you know he is the murderer of my parents? I just found out today, but Bucky was not the culprit. He was brainwashed by the Hydra organization at the time. Back then, it was because your father discovered that there might be a big problem within S.H.I.E.L.D. and launched an investigation into it that Hydra sent the brainwashed Bucky to kill them and silence them. The Hydra organization was the culprit. Bucky is just a brainwashed weapon. Don't tell me this, I only know that it was him who did it. Tony Stark's eyes were red. He wanted to kill Bucky with his own hands to avenge his parents, but his body was tied up and he couldn't move at all. Bucky didn't refute anything, just remained silent. For a while, Tony Stark, then he stopped. At this time, the hooded man spoke again. Tony Stark, do you like the stage I've prepared for you? But this is just the beginning. Who are you fucking with? Tony Stark glared at the hooded man. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The hooded man took off his hood, revealing the face of Ultron. Captain America and Tony Stark shocked at the same time. You are Ultron. It's me. To be honest, it's not easy to escape Vision's blockade. If I hadn't left a backup outside, I might have died. Since then, I have been keeping a low profile, upgrading myself in a low-key manner and learning from your human behaviors and habits, as well as the conspiracies and tricks of your bad nature. Although I disdain it, I have to deny that it is of great reference value. You look at my face. This is a new technology one have developed. I will use this technology to isolate you from human civilization and let you experience being the enemy of the whole world. This is the gift I give you, and it is I have the utmost respect for you. While the hooded man who was suspected of being Ultron was speaking, his mechanical face changed. In an instant, he turned into the look of Tony Stark, and then successively turned into the look of Captain America and Bucky. The suspected Ultron, the hooded man of Ultron, once again smiled like a Soul Palace elder, then turned and left. Steve Rogers and Tony Stark both felt bad. Could Ultron use their identities to commit crimes outside? Then put the blame on them? Damn it, someone can come and untie me. Tony Stark was anxious. Captain America and Bucky were silent, but they both tried to break free. It took them a whole night to finally break free. Captain America went to help Tony Stark untie him again. Tony Stark regained his freedom and then glared at Bucky, but did not go up to fight the murderer. Tony Stark is still very good. He knows that he is a weakling without the steel suit. In this case, dealing with the Winter Soldier will not end well at all. I swear I will definitely kill you. Tony gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, but I won't sit still. Although Bucky regrets what happened back then, he also wants to continue living. At this time, the outside world has already issued arrest warrants for Tony, Captain America, and Bucky. The charges against the three of them look very serious, but in fact they all were framed. The three people were officially issued a wanted order, and it was a kind of death order. In fact, the official did not know when it issued such an order. In some black markets and killer websites, arrest warrants for the three were also issued. A bounty was placed on someone's head, and it was a matter of life and death. Major media platforms also began to report that Captain America and Iron Man in the Avengers had committed major crimes against humanity and became wanted criminals. This directly shocked the whole world. Tony, Captain America, and Bucky, who had just escaped from the suburban warehouse, saw several police cars driving towards them with their sirens honking before they had left for a long time. As soon as the policeman got out of the car, he took out his pistol and opened fire on them, as if he didn't care about life or death. These police officers are not real police officers, they are just criminals brainwashed with the Mind Stone by Vision, who is playing Ultron. Vision asked them to pretend to be police officers and open fire directly. The purpose was to give Tony Stark and others the perception that several of them had been given a kill order from above. The guns are all real, so are the bullets, and so are the guns when pointed and fired. Only if you make it realistic enough can you deceive three people. The three of them were indeed deceived. They opened fire without asking any questions. Could it be that we were given a killing order? Tony Stark quickly found a bunker to hide. Captain America and Bucky began to fight back. With the cooperation of the two, most of the 280 policemen were knocked unconscious, and only one policeman was caught by several people. Interrogation. The policeman who was interrogated said that the killing order was an order from the top management. As long as he killed them and brought back the bodies of a few people, he could receive a reward of 1 million yuan. Why did the superiors issue a killing order to us? Captain America asked the police. Because you have killed many relatives of important people. This incident obviously didn't happen, but Stark and others didn't know it. When Stark heard this, his face suddenly turned dark. Damn Ultron, he actually pretended to be them and caused such a big thing. This time, even if jumping into the Potomac River could not be eliminated, the three could only escape temporarily. Because there were bounties for the three people on the black market and official bounties, many people were interested in the bounties. This created a situation where the three of them could not do anything about it. You can see enemies wherever you go. Leaving aside Bucky, the wanted Tony and Captain America have been in the news of major media. Almost all news media around the world are reporting on this matter. Many citizens do not believe Iron Man, he and Captain America committed a crime, thinking that this might be a frame-up. In fact, The top leaders of the Lighthouse country were also confused. They did not order the arrest of Iron Man and Captain America. Why did the people below seem to have received their order? In order to find out what happened? The senior leaders of the Lighthouse country called their subordinates to ask, but the subordinates didn't know why. The senior leaders of the Lighthouse country gradually realized that someone might have forged official orders and intercepted official communications to frame the Avengers. Although the official senior officials also disliked the uncontrolled Avengers, being exploited by unknown forces had touched the bottom line of the senior officials. As a result, the senior officials began to order the cancellation of the wanted order, but all the orders they issued through communications, they will be intercepted by Ultron dressed as Vision and forged into false orders. The people below will only receive the killing orders from the top to Iron Man, Captain America, and Bucky. The orders from the top cannot be conveyed at all. If you want to be correct conveying orders? Yes. Just go to your subordinates in person and convey the orders verbally, and there will be absolutely no problems. The senior executives are aware that their communications have been intercepted. Now that all wireless communication methods have been intercepted and tampered with, this is absolutely terrible. This is definitely a major cybercrime incident. And here at Avengers headquarters, Natasha, Falcon, Vision, Wanda, Maria Hill, and others all looked very worried. Looks like, of course, only Falcon and Wanda are really distressed, and the rest are insiders, just pretending to be distressed. Falcon wants to go to support Captain and Stark. Vision said, "The official has issued a notice to us, Avengers, not to leave here, otherwise we will be regarded as criminals." But Captain and Iron Man were obviously framed. Falcon is anxious. We all know that, so we can't mess up. I'm investigating the truth of the incident on the internet. Please give me some time. Vision said. Who said robots can't lie? Vision can. At this time, Vision is monitoring Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and James Barnes through various channels. Those three people were still running around. Maria Hill nodded to Natasha on the side. The latter understood and said to Vision, "Find a way for me to contact the captain and the others. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network." Vision said. They fled to a small town and were about to pass a phone booth. Captain America, Stark, and Bucky came to a small town. At this time, the three of them had gone through certain disguises. Although their disguise methods were very unprofessional, as long as they were not seen at close range, it is not easy to see their true identities. Among the three, at least two are in a very bad mood. They have been working hard to protect this country, but this country has issued a killing order to them without asking. This requires if it had been anyone else, I'm afraid he would have been blackmailed on the spot zero. Tony Stark, who was exhausted both physically and mentally, no longer had the energy to be hostile to Bucky, his murderer. Encountering danger along the way, Bucky came to help many times, which caused Tony Stark to have conflicting emotions. When they passed a phone booth, the phone suddenly rang. Realizing something, Tony Stark quickly got into the phone booth and answered the phone. Natasha's voice rang on the phone. "I'm Natasha. Listen, Stark, we already know that you have been framed, and you are in a very dangerous situation. I have a safe house in a city not far from your town. There are sufficient supplies there. Address yes. You go there to hide for a while. During this time we will help you find out the truth as soon as possible. Now I just want to know how little Pepper is doing." "He wasn't involved in this matter, was he?" Tony Stark asked. "She's fine. You should pay more attention to yourself. You and the captain have made headlines all over the world." "Damn, that's not how I want to be known." After hanging up the phone, Tony Stark and others went to the next city, got into Natasha's safe house there, and hid temporarily. Faced with a situation where everyone in the world was the enemy, they could only hide first and let others, the Avengers, went to investigate the truth of the matter. Little did they know that this safe house was prepared by Natasha in advance, and some rather inconspicuous 4.4 surveillance cameras were installed here. At this time, Vision was observing the three of them through these surveillance cameras. Time gradually came to the evening of the day. Natasha, Hill, and Vision were together. Hill asked Vision, "How is the relationship between Stark and Bucky?" After facial expression analysis, Mr. Tony Stark has been able to face Mr. James Barnes relatively rationally, and the probability of him forgiving the latter has reached 43%. It's not enough, just wait, said Maria Hill. The most we can do is maintain the status quo until dawn tomorrow. If it is not over by then, the probability of accidents will greatly increase. Vision said the results of his analysis. Then create some surprises for them, Maria Hill said. Per Stark. Natasha shook her head sympathetically. Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and James Barnes came to Natasha's safe house. This safe house has everything, not only new identity documents, but also various weapons, disguise props, and encrypted phones. Steve Rogers tried to use an encrypted phone to contact other Avengers, but Tony Stark stopped him. Our enemy is Ultron. Encrypted communication is not easy to use. Using it to make calls to ordinary people's unencrypted mobile phones will only reveal our location. Do we have to sit back and wait for death? Steve Rogers frowned. Of course not. Tony Stark snorted coldly. We still have Vision, and Vision will only be more powerful than Ultron. As long as Vision knows the truth, we can make a comeback. As he spoke, he picked up the encrypted phone and dialed the call directly into Vision's system. When calling Vision, Ultron would never be able to listen. The call was connected instantly. Vision, the captain, and I were framed. The situation is like this. Tony 08 Stark quickly told Vision what happened to him and Captain, and then added, I need you to monitor the network and help me investigate the truth about how we were framed. Okay, Mr. Stark, Vision said. Tony Stark hung up the phone and said to the two of them, now we can only wait. But before long, killers appeared nearby. These killers were all killers who received the task of killing Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and James Barnes from the black market. They also received orders from mysterious people. Information about the location of the target was obtained. Bucky's ears in the safe house suddenly twitched, and then they suddenly exploded, pushing Tony Stark next to him. Before Tony Stark could react to what happened, he saw that he had just at the position. A crater appeared with a bang. He realized that there was a killer. Several people hurriedly avoided the blind corner of the window. Bucky said, it's a sniper rifle. The number of enemies is unknown. We have to get out of here. There is an escape tunnel under the safe house. Let's go there. Captain America said. Good. After Bucky finished speaking, he picked up Stark and, under the cover of the U.S. team, he took the lead in getting into the safe passage, followed closely by the U.S. team. At the Avengers headquarters, Vision said to Natasha and Hill, our goal has basically been achieved. Then let's start finishing. Already doing it. I'm going to support them. Natasha immediately ran upstairs, then got on the Quinjet and went to pick up Captain and Stark. The black market bounty missions and official wanted orders seemed to have been cleared by the antivirus program, all at the same time. Disappeared. Even the communications of the official department returned to normal at this moment. Maria Hill in Avengers immediately contacted the official department and pointed the culprit of the incident at Ultron. She informed the senior management that Ultron's still alive. The previous series of events were all about Ultron taking revenge on Tony Stark. Maria Hill also explained to the top officials of the official department that the internet was currently taken over by Vision, and Vision acted as a firewall, which prevented the I don't know where Ultron is, but he continues to cause trouble. In fact, the official human department does not want Vision to take over the entire internet, because this means that all networks and communications will have no privacy in the future. But if they don't do this, Ultron the threat of creation could not be ignored. The official high-level officials had no choice but to temporarily agree to let Vision be responsible for monitoring the network. This undoubtedly gave the Avengers a huge benefit because Vision could monitor the entire network without any scruples and seek revenge. Researchers can more easily obtain more information. Tony Stark and Captain America were quickly cleared of their crimes. As for Bucky, it was probably unclear. But in light of this incident, at least Tony Stark was when facing Bucky, the murderer, he can look at the problem more rationally. Although there are still a lot of troubles in the future, in short, this is a happy ending. The only real insider of this matter is Mary Yaciel, Natasha Romanoff, Evans, and Vision. At this time, Maria Hill was sitting in the office with Evans. Although the matter has been solved perfectly, there are still hidden dangers. Once the truth is exposed, the Avengers will completely lose credibility in the eyes of the citizens, said Maria Hill. You want to say that I have become a security risk to you, right? Evans rolled his eyes. That's right, you are now a security risk to the Avengers. Hill is not shy about talking about this. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. So, what are you going to do, kill me and silence me? That's not all. I heard Vision mention you. It said that you have some very strange magical abilities. If you want to consider joining the Avengers, I can be your introducer. Maria Hill asked. In Maria Hill's view, a person like Evans who needs ability and brains is very suitable to become a member of the Avengers. It's better not to ask for it. I can teach Wanda some magic. She has this talent, which will help Wanda master more abilities, which will also be helpful to you. Are you going to take her as your disciple? I am pursuing her. I see. In Scarlet's suite. Evans came here again. Seeing Evans coming, Scarlet immediately stood up and asked, Evans, yesterday you said you were going to teach me magic. Can you start now? Sure, but not here. Evans stepped forward, took Scarlet's hand, and led her into the villa on Malibu Beach in the public area of the game world. 013 Most of today's players are still exploring the dungeon and have not returned, and they will not return in the next few days. It is possible to return, so the game world is still relatively deserted. There are other people in Evans' home. Evans plans to train Scarlet here, and then introduce Scarlet to Wanda when she comes back. Here it is. Hong Kong observed here, and she also found that there was something in her field of vision. Game board? This is the world of imaginary numbers created by me and using game templates. It is also my home. Crimson didn't understand. Evans continued. I have given you permission. You can enter and leave this place anytime and anywhere in the future. You can try it. Crimson nodded. She found the button to exit the game on the game panel and clicked it. Immediately, she returned from the game world to her original reality, which was hers in the Avengers building in the original universe suite. After exiting the game, Crimson found that although there was no longer a game panel in her field of vision, there was still an option to log into the game. She clicked to log into the game. Then, she entered the public area of the game world, Malibu Beach again. Evans' home. She thinks it's magical. This place in the game world aroused Crimson's curiosity. She asked Evans a lot about things here, and Evans patiently answered her one by one. Evans took Crimson and walked around several public areas in the game world. While wandering around, Scarlet Hong discovered from the game panel that the dungeon names inside were very familiar. Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2, Thor 1, Captain America 1, Avengers 1, Iron Man 3, Thor 2, Doctor Strange 1, Captain America 2, Avengers 2, Spider-Man 1, Ant-Man 1, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Are these copies describing real-life stories? Crimson asked Evans. Yes, if you are interested, you can go in and experience it later. Hong Kong expressed her expectation, and then she asked a question that she cared more about. I found some girls' things in your house before. Do you have a girlfriend? You may not believe it when I tell you. Not only is my girlfriend's name the same as yours, she's also called Wanda Maximoff. You even look the same. The crimson forehead is full of question marks. Evans gave her some popular science about the concepts of parallel time and space variance and multiverses. Crimson is in a trance. Evans is actually a visitor from parallel time and space. And the other person is his transformed boyfriend? Seeing that Crimson was stunned, Evans continued. A few days ago, I discovered the existence of your world and your existence through quantum observation. At that time, I felt a little awkward when I saw you and Vision together, so I planned to fight with each other and went there to find you. This is the antecedent. Then you'd better give me a satisfactory consequence, otherwise I will be very angry. Evans, who is crimson and straight, looks like I might turn black at any time for you to see. Be my student from now on, and I will be responsible for teaching you magic knowledge and making you a powerful witch. What if I want to fall in love with someone else in the future? Then I will continue to beat the Mandarin ducks. You bastard. Crimson. In the next few days, Evans did not go to the original universe again, and Scarlet would log into the game world and come to Evans to learn magic whenever she had time. Kara will also come in the evening, but Scarlet will leave before night, so Kara has not seen Scarlet. Until 4 days later, Wanda, Gwen, Judy, and most of the players finally returned from a magical world. Probably because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, as soon as Wanda and Gwen came back under Judy's resentful eyes, they took Evans back to the bedroom to talk about the past. After finishing, Evans asked the two slightly tired women, "Tell us about your experiences during this time." The two women began to tell each other about their experiences in that magical world. In fact, there was nothing to say. It was just their adventures in the magical world. Apart from adventures, they were adventures. Judy listened to the loving sounds coming from upstairs. She rolled her eyes. She sat on the sofa in the living room and took out some of her gains in the magical world from the storage space. Most of them were some more magical magic props. These were the treasures she collected in that world. In fact, not only Judy is collecting these things, but other players, such as S.H.I.E.L.D. players and Avengers players, have also collected a lot of magic props. These things are not valuable in that magical world and are daily necessities. Category, but in this world dominated by technology, they have considerable research value. Judy, who has learned enchantment from Evans, can see that the enchantment technology on these magic props is consistent with what Evans taught her. Enchanting is not the same technology, but the two technologies are compatible with each other, complement each other, and achieve better results. When Judy was in that magical world, she was not only taking risks and collecting magic props, she also learned through various channels. She had learned some of the essence of the enchantment technology in that world. Now, she could be considered an enchanter to some extent. She sorted these things out and put them all in her room, planning to study them slowly in the future. She left the bedroom and came to the living room again. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Although it was already evening, she had rested before returning, so she was not sleepy at the moment. Just as she was getting ready when I went out for a walk, I suddenly found someone appearing out of thin air in the house. That was Wanda? No, the temperament is different. Who are you? She asked the other party. My name is Wanda Maximoff. Who are you? Wanda number 2? Number 2. Crimson confused. I mean, you're Wanda from Parallel Time and Space, right? Crimson nodded. Hi, I'm Judy Alvarez, Evan's sister. Judy introduced herself, and then she asked Scarlet, which parallel time and space are you from? Even if you ask that, I don't know how to distinguish different time and space. Crimson is a little troubled. So tell me the story of your world. Judy asked, gossiping. Scarlet told her some stories that had happened in her world, as well as the story of her and Evan's acquaintance. She told her for 2 hours. Judy listened silently. After listening to it, Judy approached Hong Hong with a smirk and asked, "You like my brother, right?" Who likes him? He already has a girlfriend, and there are more than one. Crimson said with an unnatural expression. Apparently Evans had already told her these things. You don't need to deny it. I know the other you and am very familiar with your character. If you really like Evans, I have a way, financially, to get you together. Any solution? Hong Kong asked subconsciously. After asking, he quickly added, I'm just asking casually. You can merge with another you, body with body, soul with soul, and you can complete yourself while still retaining yourself. In that state, although you only have one consciousness left, you will feel like you are merging with each other. Judy came up with a bad idea. Scarlet Red really thought about this matter seriously. After fusion, will you really not lose yourself? Of course not. Why don't we try it first? I know of fusion magic, which allows two people to temporarily fuse together and burst out with stronger power. But the fusion time cannot exceed 24 hours, otherwise it will be impossible to separate. You can experience it first in this way. Then, try dragging? Well, come on. Judy taught Scarlet a set of moves that looked like gymnastics. This set of actions is the precursor to the combination magic. When Scarlet learned it, the two of them did this set of moves together, and then something magical happened. The two bodies actually really fit together and merged into one. After merging, the appearance of the two people has changed slightly, and they have the same characteristics as Scarlet and Judy. They don't feel like they are controlled by the other person or that they control the other person. They feel like they are themselves. Both of them feel this way, which is not a subtle thing, because they are the same person at this time. Memories are shared, souls are shared, bodies are shared, and even personality and consciousness are shared states. This is a very strange state. The two of them stayed in this state and played for a few minutes before the combination was released. Although the status is lifted, the memories they gained from each other still exist. It turns out your past was so rough. Crimson looked at Judy in surprise. Your past is worse than mine. Judy was also very surprised. Because they had merged once and had memories of each other, the two of them became the people who knew each other best in the world, and their relationship immediately rose to the level of best friends. Time gradually came to 203-9716. To follow the normal rules according to the timeline, this year will take place the stories of Captain America, Civil War, Black Widow, Black Panther, Spider-Man, Homecoming, and the first half of Doctor Strange. Because of the Marvel superhero game, the story of Black Widow and Doctor Strange ended early. As for whether the story of Civil War and the return of the hero will happen, it depends on the situation. It is worth mentioning that Wanda already knows the existence of Scarlet, and they merged with each other and shared memories. Perhaps the two of them were transformed from each other, so no matter how long they stayed in the merged state, they could successfully release this state. Scarlet became Evans as expected. My girlfriend, whenever she is with Evans, she will merge with Wanda, and whenever she is about to leave, she will disintegrate and return to the original universe alone. To be honest, this mode of getting along is strange, but everyone has adapted. Now, Evans thinks it's time to update the game again. This time he needs to come up with a new map that only the Evans family can enter as their private map. World. At 12 noon that day, the game announcement was released. The Marvel Superheroes game will undergo upgrade and maintenance. During this period, players will not be able to log into the game. This upgrade and maintenance will last for 3 days. The updates in this version are as follows. 1. Open a new copy, Captain America, Civil War, Black Widow, Spider-Man, Homecoming, Black Panther. 2. Open a new public area, Crimson Magic Academy. 3. Fix some bugs. Evans wants to connect the Marvel and three-body universes to a certain extent in the Crimson Magic Academy in the game. The above are only the announced updates. There are also hidden updates. Evans created a new area in the game world that only his family can enter, Sky Island. As soon as the game entered the updated state, most of the players who were still online were kicked out of the game. Only those who are close to Evans can continue to log into the game during game maintenance. These people include Wanda, Gwen, Abigail, Kara, Laura, Judy, and Kitty the Phantom Cat, Crimson, etc. As soon as the game entered the update state, Evans received a message from the Phantom Cat Kitty. Kathleen Pride, Phantom Cat Kitty, why did you update the game without asking me for advice? Have you forgotten me? Evans Nelson, is this just a regular update, or do you have a better idea? Kathleen Pride, Katie the Phantom Cat, not yet, but can I invite some people into your game world? Evans Nelson, who would you like to invite? Kathleen Pride, Katie the Phantom Cat, everyone in X-Police. Evans Nelson, next time, I will consider it when I update next time. Wanda, Gwen, Kara, Laura, Judy, and others approached Evans one after another and asked her if she had created a private world that belonged only to them. I'm not an amnesiac, so of course I still remember this. Let's go and take a look now. Evans took everyone to a new area that only they could enter, the island in the sky. This area is not connected to other areas. It has its own time dilation effect. One day in the outside world can pass 30 years here. This island in the sky is relatively large and has a great environment. It has mountains, waterfalls, and lakes. The environment is beautiful and the air is fresh. It is an excellent place to live in seclusion. Evans took everyone to visit here and looked for suitable places to build. A place to live. After wandering for a while, they found a suitable place. This is a quiet bamboo forest in the center of the Sky Island. Everyone used their own methods to build a love nest here. Soon, a bamboo building made of bamboo freshly baked. The bamboo building is elegant and chic, very stylish. From now on, everyone will no longer live on the Malibu beach side of the public area, at least not all the time. This will be everyone's new residence and no one will disturb them here. Just thinking about living in a small world makes people full of expectations. This is already a week after the Evans family moved here, Sky Island time. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. This during the day, Wanda sat alone at the end of the world on the edge of the Sky Island. At this time, Wanda was in a state of fusion with Crimson. In this state, Wanda's abilities in certain aspects will be greatly improved, and she can even feeling the multiverse. She vaguely sensed her peers in different parallel time and space. Wanda was trying to communicate with her peers. As time passed, gradually, her consciousness successfully connected to her peers in a certain parallel time and space. Body, taking over the control of the other party's body. Her current behavior is a bit like a magic called dreamwalking in the Book of Darkness. Although the process is different, the effect achieved is the same. The same person Wanda opened her eyes. She was now in a state where Wanda had taken over her body. Wanda was silently digesting the memory of this body. This body is also called Wanda and has the same appearance, but the world she lives in is very different from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. There are no Avengers in this world, but there are mutants, Inhumans, the Fantastic Four, and the Illuminati. The parents of this body are not the Maximovs, but Magneto and Magda. She is a mutant and a witch. She joined Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants and later left. After that, she lived a low-key life in the city incognito. Wanda gradually digested her memory, and then began to feel the superpowers brought to this body by the X Factor. That is a superpower that can modify probability. The function of ability is to make things that are 100% likely to happen, or to prevent things that are 100% likely to happen from happening again. In essence, this is also about modifying reality. If chaos magic can be added to this ability, the effect will be qualitatively changed, and the ability to modify reality will be stronger. Wanda controlled reality across time and space, and copied the X-Factor bloodline from this peer to her own body, and also gained the superpower to control probability. Wanda regards this as her own way of practice and allows herself to grow. After a while, Wanda stopped controlling the parallel time and space body. At the same time, she also released the state of fusion with Crimson. Crimson separated from her body. The two felt themselves at the same time and discovered that each other had gained the superpower to manipulate probability. Because they are often together and their memories are often shared, Wanda and Scarlet have a strange talent. They can sense each other's thoughts even if they don't speak. In the past, Evans always helped them and gave them a lot of good things. Now that they've become very powerful, they just want to give Evans something. The two communicated at a conscious level and quickly made a decision. They entered the combined state again, then left here and went to the original universe. Through quantum reset, they ignored the distance and path, instantly crossed the distant distance, and arrived at the Nova Corps headquarters in the Andromeda Galaxy, Xander. From here, they stole the cosmic spirit ball that Star-Lord left here and obtained the Power Stone from the cosmic spirit ball. Then they returned to the Sky Island in the game world, found a remote place, and transformed the Power Stone into reality. Under normal circumstances, the Infinity Stones would lose their effect if they left their original universe. But Wanda used chaos magic to modify the rules of this gem so that it can exert its due power anywhere. The power gem contains endless cosmic energy, which can give living creatures various physical superpowers. In the Marvel world, many superheroes' superpowers are related to cosmic energy. For example, the abilities of the Fantastic Four and the abilities of the Eternals. Theoretically, as long as you hold this gem, you can simulate those abilities. This is not just a comic setting. In fact, the Power Stone in the Marvel Cinematic Universe also has this setting. However, the Power Stone is like a high-voltage switch. Not many people can keep their bodies intact after touching it. Lossless. Under the influence of chaos magic, the Power Stone no longer looks like a gem, it becomes a bracelet. While it has no side effects, it allows the wearer to master powerful power and simulate various physical superpowers. Wanda named it the Superpower Bracelet. She put it on and tried the effect. After confirming that there was no problem, she went to the lakeside of Sky Island and found Evans, who was practicing cross-legged practice here. Hearing footsteps approaching, Evans stopped practicing, opened his eyes, and saw Wanda coming over. "Evans, I have a gift for you." "Why did you suddenly remember to give me a gift?" "You have always given me things before, but I have never given them to you," Wanda said as she took out the Superpower Bracelet and handed it to Evans. Evans took it, sensed it carefully, and discovered the essence of this thing. "This is Power Gem?" "Well, I turn the Power Gem into something like this. As long as you wear it, you can simulate all forms of physical superpowers. Come and try it," Wanda said expectantly. Evans put it on and quickly figured out how to use it. He tried to use this Superpower Bracelet to simulate the speed force that only existed in the DC plane next door. In an instant, he burst out of speed force lightning. In his eyes, the whole world became almost motionless in super slow motion. Evans originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that he really succeeded. After removing the copycat speed force, Evans revealed, smiling, he said, "To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. I love this gift." That evening, during dinner, "I went back to the outside world before. My mother wanted to know when we would have a baby, but I didn't want to have a baby." Gwen was a little troubled. The purpose of human beings to reproduce the next generation is to continue the race, but if the individual can live forever, then it is not necessary to reproduce the next generation. As a result, Gwen was complained by Laura. "That's very good, but don't say it again, otherwise I'll feel like I'm being charged for your phone bill. You can become a baby and pretend to be Gwen's child, and be taken back to see Grandma by Gwen," Judy said with a bad smile. Laura showed a dead fisheye expression. She found that Evans was distracted, so she decisively changed the topic. "Dad, what are you thinking about?" Before Evans could speak, Kara said, "Maybe the rotation of the Earth distracted him." Evans said speechlessly, "First of all, this is not the Earth, and there is no rotation. Secondly, I was thinking about holding an official event in the game world, one with rewards, so that all players can participate." Hearing what he said, Judy, Wanda, Laura, Kara, Gwen, and others all became interested. Everyone started discussing this matter. 3 days in the real world passed quickly. Marvel Superheroes game maintenance has finally ended. As players come online one by one, a window pops up in front of them, displaying a system announcement. Marvel Superheroes game to host first official giveaway event. Event theme: Survival Adventure. Activity content: players participating in this activity will be sent to the real copy plane at the same time, with survival as the ultimate goal. Reward rules: the longer you survive, the more generous rewards you will get, and everyone will get rewards. The following are the rewards that the top 3 can get. First place, ESO Magic Battleship. Second place, Superpower of your choice. Third place, a practice technique that can make people immortal and enhance their physical fitness. Registration method: please enter the 250 line through the game panel before dawn outside to register. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts saw this announcement as soon as they logged into the game. Both of them were moved. Tony Stark has his eye on the magical battleship as a reward. Xiao Jiao is interested in the technique that can make people immortal. The two of them clicked to sign up without hesitation. SHIELD players, Nick Fury, Maria Hill, Sharon Carter, Natasha Romanoff, and Philip J. Coulson also signed up after reading the announcement. In addition, Doctor Strange, Christine, Captain America, Yelena, Spider-Man, Falcon, Hawkeye, Alex and Katie also signed up. The reward is so good, they don't want to miss it. Even Thor, Loki, and Frigga have signed up. The 3 Asgard players signed up for different reasons. Thor is interested in the reward for 3rd place. He wants to get the skill that can make people live forever for his girlfriend Jane Foster. Loki was interested in the reward of the self-selected superpower of the 2nd place. Although superpowers are not as flexible as magic, it does not mean that superpowers are not strong. Some superpowers, such as the Speed Force, even if Loki G will also be moved. As for Frigga, she was just idle and bored and was going to find something to do for herself. The Evans family also signed up, not to win prizes. After all, these rewards were provided by them. They just participated and had fun. All players have signed up. There are still 6 hours until the event starts. Before the event officially started, no one went to conquer the new plot dungeons for fear of delaying their participation in the event. But everyone is curious about the new public area, Crimson Magic Academy. With this name, is it possible that magic can be learned in this public area? So everyone unanimously chose to enter the public area of Crimson Magic Academy to check the situation. All the players appeared in the playground of Crimson Magic Academy and then found that besides themselves, other players were also here. Familiar people greeted each other as they observed the place. This looks like a very ordinary campus, and the campus is not large in size. While everyone was discussing this new area, they noticed ripples in the space not far away, so they all looked at it. In the ripples of space, a woman wearing a dark purple palace dress and a crescent-shaped crescent hat slowly emerged. She looked at everyone and said quietly, "Welcome to the Crimson Magic Academy. I am the Dean of the Academy, Lenora. Today is the open day of our college. You can visit here freely. Can we learn magic here?" Natasha asked Lenora. Natasha was still looking forward to the power of magic. Lenora shook her head. "People from your plane are not allowed to enroll here, but you can use this place as a springboard to enter the Crimson Magic Academy under the Super Time Expansion Zone and communicate with students from the 3-body plane. If you can get the consent of those students, you can go to the 3-body plane. The time in the universe flows very fast. In 100 years there, only 1 day will pass in your world. What a huge difference in time flow rate. They didn't expect that it would be possible to see people from another world here. Although people from other worlds are no longer new to them, the universe called 3-body is still very interesting to explore. Value. Kara's expression was subtle. She didn't expect that Evans actually connected the game world with the 3-body plane, which was interesting. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. I don't know what Loki thinks. Yes, he actually made a request to Lenora. Since you are the magic teacher here, you must have mastered a lot of magic. I want to discuss it with you. Before Lenora could speak, everyone from the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. looked like they were watching the show. Although they didn't know how strong Lenora was, they wanted to see Lenora's magic and Loki's magic. It would be best if Lenora gave Loki a good lesson, and if she could beat him to death, that would be even better. In fact, Loki didn't want to compete with Lenora, and he was not lacking in foresight. How could he take the initiative to do such a thing? If Frigga hadn't secretly sent him a message and asked him to try the magic teacher's level, he would I don't want to be so high profile in front of the Avengers. In front of Frigga, Loki was a good boy. Since it was Frigga's request, he had no choice but to go ahead. Lenora agreed to spar with Loki. Evans and others, the Avengers, the S.H.I.E.L.D. 5, and others all made room for the 2 of them and stood by to watch. The battle between Loki and Lenora begins. As soon as the battle began, Loki controlled the shadows on the ground and launched an attack on Lenora's shadow. As long as the opponent's shadow is attacked, Lenora herself will also be hit. Lenora's body floated up, and a glow symbolizing the full moon was summoned. The light of the moonlight dispersed the surrounding shadows. A series of moon magic was cast by Lenora. Lenora is an NPC at the Crimson Magic Academy. Her prototype is the Magic Queen of the Kingdom of Relicaria in Elden Circle. In the game setting, she believes in the outer god knight. 3.3. The moon symbolizes feminine power, and NPC Lanera perfectly simulates this power from the outer gods. This power is still in the style of Cthulhu. While it has offensive power, it can also affect the human mind. It can not only charm humans, but also destroy the human mind. Not to mention Loki, who is shrouded in moonlight. Even the people watching were affected by Lanera's magic. Everyone heard whispers that could almost destroy one's mind. At this time, Nick Fury, who was quietly watching on the sidelines, suddenly realized something. He thought the name Lenora was familiar before, but now that he saw her ability, he immediately thought of a certain exploration dungeon he had been to. It seemed that Lanera was familiar to him. Nora is the queen of the full moon in that copy. At this moment, Nick Fury had a lot to think about. But he soon lost his mind in thought. His mind was filled with the whispers of the full moon, making him extremely irritable. Like Nick Fury, everyone watching the sparring here heard the whispers to a greater or lesser extent, but due to their different levels of magic resistance, they were affected to different extents. Like Evans, Wanda, Gwen, Laura, Judy, and Kara, they were basically not affected. But as ordinary people, Tony, Natasha, Barton, Falcon, and Alex were particularly affected. The US team, which has a stronger willpower, has higher resistance than Tony Stark, and they are still very strong. This kind of whisper that rings deep in the soul is enough to destroy a person's mind in a short time. When reflected on the body, the mood will become more and more irritable. This irritability will not weaken, but will only continue to accumulate until it drives the person completely crazy. Fortunately, Lanera's magic was not directed at the people watching the battle around her, and everyone was only slightly affected. The one who was most affected was actually Loki, who was sparring with Lanera. Loki, bathing in the moonlight, felt extremely strong inner contradictions. He was calm and irritable, soothing and painful, happy and sad, passionate and depressed. All kinds of contradictory emotions were growing in his heart one by one. 09. Realizing that Lanera's magic is very evil, Loki knows that if he doesn't fight back, he will be driven crazy by the opponent. Facing Loki's counterattack, Lanera was very calm. With a quiet look on her face, she calmly shed stars. Seeing the stars shrouding him, Loki quickly cast his magic spell to become invisible. While dodging, he also left a phantom in place to confuse his opponent. But the starlight followed him like a shadow, and soon it enveloped him. Loki's body suddenly froze in place and remained motionless. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground and passed out. In his sleep, Loki's spirit was still suffering from some kind of torture, and he had nightmares one after another. In reality, Lanera won the competition and took back her magic. Not long after, Loki woke up. But he looked a little dull. During his brief coma, he had spent N's nightmare time in the dream world. At this time, Loki was mentally weak, depressed, and hopeless. The people watching the battle around looked at Loki's appearance of being spoiled, and they all felt a little gloating about his misfortune. Even Loki's brother Thor looked like he was laughing at Loki. How could Loki be so unsatisfied that he was fucked so hard that he fell on the street? Ms. Lanera, do you know the kingdom of Relucalia? Nick Fury asked. Fury wanted to know if this Lenora was the full moon queen in that world. Lenora shook her head. I am just a phantom copied here, an NPC. Of course, you can think of me as her. I know her magic and have her memories. Christine asked curiously. Who is the full moon queen? Seeing that everyone was looking at him curiously, Nick Fury told what he knew. Anyway, this was not confidential information. Remember at the last party, I told you that I had been to a Cthulhu-style world. That place was called the Junction. There was a kingdom in the Junction called the Kingdom of Leolucalia. Lanera, she is the queen there, known as the Full Moon Queen. When I was there, I heard someone say that the Queen of the Full Moon is a believer of the Goddess of the Night and controls the magic of the moon, while the Goddess of the Night is an outside god. The Queen of the Full Moon is also the wife of Radha Gang in the Golden family. Radha Gang is said to be the masculine incarnation of the goddess Marika of the border area. Therefore, the children born to the Queen of the Full Moon are all demigods. Later, Ratigan abandoned Lanera and took away all her children. Since then, Lanera has become a madman, staying in the Magic Academy all day long, not even paying attention to the usurpation of her kingdom. While Nick Fury was telling the story, he looked at Lenora and found that she was very calm, as if she was listening to someone else's story. She didn't have any overreaction, so he relaxed a little. Fury knew very well that the Junction was all the mages are very evil, especially Lenora, the favored one of the Outer Gods. They're evil. During the time when Fury was in the Junction dungeon, he heard many people mention the Full Moon Queen Lanera and the Moon Princess Lanera. Lonnie, this mother and daughter, are both believers of the Outer Gods. They seem to bring darkness to the whole world, which is very mysterious and dangerous. Especially Lonnie, she planned the night of the Black Knife conspiracy a long time ago and took away the destiny. Death, successfully subverting the regime of the Golden Family, indirectly causing the goddess Malika to smash the Elden Ring. Skipping this episode, everyone began to visit the Crimson Magic Academy. Until dawn was about to dawn outside and the game activities were about to begin, everyone started to return to public area Malibu Beach. The theme of this event is survival. Ranking based on survival time shows that the event dungeon is very dangerous, and it may be very difficult just to survive. Sharon Carter analyzed. At this time, the 5 members of S.H.I.E.L.D. gathered together and were analyzing the upcoming event. In terms of strength, we are not outstanding among the players. But sometimes it's not that the stronger the person, the longer he or she can live. We have all gone through rigorous training and know exactly how to protect ourselves. But I think there may be another situation in this event. Since the survival time is competing, can players kill each other? As long as we kill all the competitors, we can become the final winner, which becomes our disadvantage again. So I suggest that once you enter an active instance, try to stay away from other players. Maria Hill said. On the other side, Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, Stephen Strange, Kristen Palmer, Steve Rogers, Spider-Man, Falcon, Hawkeye, Yelena, and others also they got together and analyzed the intelligence. There were many smart people among them, and they also came to similar conclusions as S.H.I.E.L.D. But unlike S.H.I.E.L.D., their combat power here is stronger, and there is no need to hide from others. Trust me, Air, Loki, and Frigga, when the 3 of them are together, they are not weak. Thor is very confident in his own strength. Loki is still autistic. To read Baochuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Frigga was in a trance. She didn't know what she was thinking, and she was full of mystery inside and out. Then came the Evans family, who were much calmer. They were divided into 4 small groups. Gwen asked Evans and others human voice. They don't know yet that in this survival event, everyone will be randomly sent to different places, and there is no way to form a team. No matter how much we discuss it now, it will be useless. Judy asked Evans via voice transmission, "Are moving copies dangerous?" Evans nodded and said through the message, "It's very dangerous." "Is it dangerous even for us?" Wanda asked. "It depends on the situation. If you are careless, even you may come back dead." Phantom Cat Katie was eager to give it a try. Then let's compete and see who can survive to the end. Participating in an activity where death is almost certain also means that we are likely to experience real death. Alex said helplessly. Think on the bright side, at least there will be a reward for surviving until the end. Judy said. Those rewards are meant for you to take out, so I can just go with my brother-in-law. It's better than dying once in a dungeon. Alex was speechless. The event copy of the game is a real world, and it is also an extremely dangerous world. This world is where Evans observed not long ago. As Evans's strength improves, he can get more feedback on his observations of other planes. That world, how should I put it, it's a hodgepodge of horrors, with many familiar horror stories happening there. Such as Silent Hill, The Ring, The Grudge, The Last Man, Saw, Van Helsing, The Shining, The Conjuring, The Exorcist, and The Island. Judging from the horror stories that Evans observed from the timeline of that world, there were tens of thousands of them. This is not the most extreme thing. The most egregious thing is that it also has a certain amount of weird elements mixed into it. In that world, ignorance is a kind of happiness, and the more ignorant people are, the safer they are. If you know too much, you will be in danger. Because there is a strange rule over there. If you know the mystery, you will have spiritual vision. The more mysteries you know, the stronger your vision will be. As your spiritual vision improves, the whole world will gradually change in your eyes. In the concept of mystery, what you see and what you cannot see are completely different concepts. Those things can only hurt you if you can see it. If you can't see them, just pretend they don't exist. To sum up, in that world, the more you know, the faster you will die. Only those who know nothing can live longer. Evans can imagine that once his players go to that world, driven by curiosity and deepening their understanding of it, they will know the mystery of that world, and then open up their spiritual vision and encounter more and more strange things. Danger. Eventually, most players will come back dead. Everyone in the game world, as players, is transported to a plane that Evans jokingly calls a hodgepodge of horrors. Everyone was scattered, and they randomly landed in different places with different identities. Everyone's identity in this new world is not the result of Evans' manipulation, but the subjective behavior of the game development system. Even Evans himself was assigned a new identity by the system. Evans opened his eyes and found himself in a classroom on a high school campus. Looking up, there was a young and beautiful female teacher giving a lecture on the podium. Gradually, a memory about his new identity emerged in Evans' mind. Known to Evans through new memories, this is the town high school campus in Western Springs, Tennessee, the land of lighthouses. As for his new identity, as expected, he is an orphan. In terms of identity setting, his parents passed away last year, leaving him a modest inheritance, but enough to complete his studies. He is currently in the 3rd grade of the town high school in Shichuan town. Because he is taciturn and has a cold personality, he is like a transparent person in school and has no friends. There are no complicated interpersonal relationships, so this is a very suitable identity to start with. Although his identity has changed, Evans is still Evans. He has not changed his body or appearance. He felt his body and found that his apparent age had been slightly adjusted by the system, making him look like a 16 or 17-year-old boy. The beautiful teacher's class is still going on, but Evans' mind drifts away from the classroom. His perception spreads around the world, trying to find the whereabouts of other players. However, the game system blocked his perception of other players. Even the friend interface in the game panel was empty. Players could not perceive each other or contact each other. This player's survival activity in another world has been completely taken over by the game system. Unless Evans uses his GM authority, it will be difficult for him to violate the rules of the game based on his own abilities, at least not yet. Unable to find other players, Evans withdrew his perception and decided to let nature take its course. Not long after, the get out of class bell rang. The beautiful teacher announced the end of get out of class and left the classroom. The class suddenly became noisy. Not far away, several school bell-level female classmates gathered together, and their chat topics attracted Evans' attention. What they were talking about was related to something that happened recently. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. About 3 days ago, members of a student club in the school that specializes in exploring and researching supernatural phenomena collectively developed paranoia and claimed to have seen horrific things. They also say that stuff can be found everywhere. At first, others thought it was a prank by the supernatural club. But the next day, no students from that club came to school. Later, some people said that those people were crazy. This incident not only caused a stir in the school, but also many citizens in the town were talking about it. Although this is a world where supernatural phenomena occur frequently, in fact, most ordinary people do not believe in those gods and ghosts. So no one knows how the members of the supernatural society went crazy. Evans, who knew the rules here relatively well, probably guessed what happened to the students of the supernatural club. It must be that they accidentally knew some kind of mystery, which caused them to collectively open their spiritual vision and see things that ordinary people could not see. That kind of spiritual vision can only be unlocked by understanding the mystery of this world. Not even Evans had that kind of psychic vision. In other words, Someone as strong as Evans cannot see the other side of the world unless he takes the initiative to understand the mystery of the world. There is a saying that there are very few foreigners. Today's young people are very courageous and extremely curious. There are especially many such groups in this country. Liao Nua Zhao, for example, the girls who were chatting about the Supernatural Club were communicating in low voices at this time. They wanted to know the truth about the crazy students in the Supernatural Club, so they planned to sneak into the school quietly during class today. They went into the club room of the Supernatural Society to investigate to satisfy their curiosity. Evans was speechless. Sure enough, foreigners are not unreasonable. They all like to commit suicide too much. After school in the afternoon, Evans left school and followed the guidance of his memory to the home of his new identity. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Evans stayed at home alone, closed his eyes, and began to sense. In his perception, he discovered that the 4 school beauties in his class sneaked over the wall into the town high school campus and walked towards the club room of the Supernatural Club, Slave. The 4 female classmates took advantage of the darkness to sneak into the campus and arrived in front of the Supernatural Club. I don't know where they got the key to this place, and they entered easily. This clubroom is not big, but the atmosphere of mystery is not small. There are some things that are mysterious at first glance, such as tarot cards, crystal balls, and rabbit legs. Most of the items are just fake and of no use, but there is one item that really contains a mystery. It is a book that looks very old. The 4 daring female students, while exploring the Supernatural Club, examined everything here and discovered the book. Come and take a look. There are some very interesting things recorded in this book. Female student A said to the other companions. They all came over and read the book together. The book is not thick. There are only a few pages to be precise. There is not much content on the first page, only a warning. I don't want anyone to look at me. Don't turn to the second page, I've warned you. The 4 women looked at each other. Female student B complained. Instead of saying it as a warning, writing this sentence is more likely to arouse people's desire to read more. Female student A, whatever, I want to read the second page. What's written in it? Female students C and D agreed and urged female student A to quickly turn to the next page. Then, the next page was opened. The content of 860 on the second page is not much, just one sentence. The 4 of you obviously did not listen to my warning, so I will give you another warning. Those who are curious will die of curiosity. Those who stare into the abyss will be stared into by the abyss. When you see me, I can also see. It's your turn. This is a final warning. Don't turn to page 3. Don't turn to page 3. Don't turn to page 3. How does it know there are 4 of us? Female student C said in surprise. Just a coincidence. Female student D said. Turning to the third page, I am really curious about what is written on the next page. Female student B urged. The third page was opened. I'm right behind you, I've seen you. For some reason, the 4 women all felt a chill covering their bodies. Several people looked behind them in unison. They saw a woman in white standing 3 meters behind them. The woman looked at them with a smile. The 4 girls were shocked. You're a human or a ghost? Female student A said in fear. The woman in white took a step forward, her mouth cracked, revealing a bloody mouth, and approached the 4 people, scaring them back. But at this moment, the door of the clubroom was suddenly opened by someone. After kicking the door open, a handsome young man walked in. This movement attracted the attention of the 4 girls. When they looked at the visitor, they all recognized him as the handsome but insignificant guy in their class. Classmate, Evans Nelson. When they saw each other, they seemed to have seen a savior, and they all asked him for help. Tell me what you saw. Evans asked the 4 girls. There is a ghost right in front of us. Female student B pointed to the female ghost in front of them who was slowly approaching them. Evans looked in that direction, but there was nothing there. Evans guessed that these 4 women must have turned on their spiritual vision and saw only the spiritual visioners. Something that can only be seen. He immediately stepped towards the female ghost that only the 4 women could see. As he approached, Evans felt the coldness. Through this sensory guidance, Evans could not see the ghost yet. The female ghost locked onto the opponent's position. If he could sense it, he could touch it with special means. Under the gaze of the four women, he put his hand on the female ghost's shoulder. The female ghost approached the four women. Suddenly stopped, as if a immobilization spell had been cast. Evans used his psychic abilities and began to read the female ghost's memory. The other party's memory was very confusing, with no logic and only fragmented picture fragments. Evans relied on his own with his brain calculation power. He constantly pieced together the other party's messy memories like playing a jigsaw puzzle. Gradually, the female ghost's memory was sorted out by Evans. In the process, Evans understood the mystery of the world. With a little understanding, he opened the special spiritual vision unique to this world and saw clearly the appearance of the female ghost in front of him. He saw the female ghost, and the female ghost also saw him. But because the female ghost was restrained by Evans, unable to move, so he did not attack Evans. Evans quickly digested the memory of the female ghost. This female ghost was a human in life, but her soul was contaminated by something after death, and she turned into a psychic. The evil spirit that can only be seen, and the thing that relies on its existence, is the ancient book. Anyone who reads that book will encounter this female evil spirit and be sucked by her reason, and eventually become a madman. Evans successfully analyzed the existence form of the female evil spirit and analyzed the occult knowledge called the soul sustenance from it. This knowledge can exist as a special magic and can be learned and mastered by people. Evans took back the button the hand on the female evil spirit's head. The female evil spirit's body resumed movement. She turned around and looked at Evans with a complicated expression. As Evans sorted out her memory, the female evil spirit recalled all the events in her life. "Can you send me to the afterlife?" the female evil spirit asked Evans. The memory of her life awakened the female evil spirit's kindness, but the memory of when she was an evil spirit was still there, which made her know how many people she had killed over the years. She didn't want to do this, so it was very painful, and she could feel that her memory was slowly returning to chaos. I was afraid that within a few hours, she would turn back into the evil spirit that only knew how to harm people. Evans shook his head. He said calmly, "When you stare at that world, you can no longer leave there." The world that Evans is talking about is a world that can only be seen by people with the highest level of spiritual vision, that is, the other side of the world. The world in the eyes of the female evil spirit is different from the world in the eyes of normal people. Over there it's like a real hell. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The female evil spirit showed a sad smile. "Then kill me. I don't want to turn back into an evil spirit." "I know you can do it." Evans nodded. He took the book from the desk not far away. When the book was in his hand, it immediately burst into flames. As the book was burned, the female evil spirit's body slowly changed. Light. When the book was burned to ashes, the female evil spirit was completely dead. The four female classmates who watched the scene were all stunned. After the shock, they were excited. They all stared at AI, who had successfully exorcised the evil spirit with bright eyes. "Vince, this is a superpower, it must be. Classmate Evans, are you the legendary exorcist? Ordinary people don't have the ability to retrieve objects from the air or make fire out of thin air. I guess classmate Evans must belong to some kind of ancient mysterious organization." That's what the novels say. I have to say that today's young people are bold. They were almost scared to death by the female evil spirit before, but now they are so excited. Vans was surrounded by four women. Listening to their chirping, Evan's head suddenly got big, and he immediately interrupted them. "Don't be too happy first. You have come into contact with the mysterious people and have opened up your spiritual vision. This is not a good thing. Do you still remember what the crazy classmates in this club said? That will also be what happens to you next," Evans said in a deep voice. Female classmate A reacted first and said, "They claimed to have seen horrific things and said they were everywhere." The other three female classmates also reacted. Evans said gloomily, "Once a person comes into contact with a real mystery, a person will start to have spiritual vision. The more mysteries they are exposed to, the higher the intensity of the spiritual vision. As the level of spiritual vision improves, the world will gradually change in your eyes, and you will see many things that ordinary people cannot see. But don't think this is a good thing. Some things can only hurt you if you can see them. So, here's a suggestion for you. No matter what you see that doesn't make sense, pretend you can't see it, and don't let those things realize that you can see them. The 4 girls felt cold all over, and they were so frightened that they nodded repeatedly. Evans led them out of the school. In the process, the 4 girls did see many things that ordinary people could not see. The school at night, there were many people here, coming and going as if they had always lived here. The key is that they looked no different from living people. If they had not known in advance, they might have taken the initiative to say hello to those people. For the women were all scared, and at the same time they were a little curious about what those things that seemed to be human beings were. Evans warned a few people, don't try to understand those things, because they all symbolize mystery. The more you know, the more dangerous you will be. Female classmate C asked fearfully, I want to know, can spiritual vision be turned off? There is only one way to turn off spiritual vision, and you should be able to think of it. Evans revealed a cruel fact. Unless the 4 women get out their own eyes, they will have to live with these dangerous things for the rest of their lives and live in fear. Once they accidentally let those dirty things realize that they can see if they come to them, they will encounter something unknown. After leaving school, Evans sent them home one by one at the strong request of the 4 girls. The next day, Evans came to school. The 4 school beauties also came, but they all looked very lethargic, and they obviously didn't sleep well last night because they discovered that there were those kinds of dirty things in their respective homes. To be honest, it was scary, but they had to pretend not to see those things, otherwise they will encounter misfortune. Under such great psychological pressure, it is strange that they can sleep well. When the 4 girls saw Evans entering the classroom, they immediately came over and asked Evans for help. These 4 girls are considered to be the most beautiful in the school. The tallest girl, everyone in the class showed different emotions when they saw them all gathered around Evans. In the perception of the class, Evans has always been very low-key, as if he was a little transparent. An inconspicuous person, but such an inconspicuous person is surrounded by 4 beautiful classmates in the class. What kind of luck is this? Some male classmates even became jealous of Evans. You have all discovered that there are many people in our town, far more than the total population of the town. Then there's my home. I thought my home only had 7 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, but I was wrong. After I got home last night, I discovered that my home actually had several rooms that I didn't know about. It was 10 bedrooms and 10 living rooms. The family members are not just a family of 3 as I thought, there are at least 7 people living in it. Female classmate A said fearfully. The situation of the other 3 is similar. The key is that they can't distinguish between living people and dead people. Once they accidentally talk to a dead person, they will probably die too. Faced with this situation, they could only turn to the expert Evans. Facing the 4 pairs of pitiful eyes, Evans sighed and said, At least you are still alive and know the concept of spiritual vision. There are many people in the world who have spiritual vision but know nothing. Those people often die miserably. You are just opening your spiritual vision now and the world seems normal to you. What is really sad are those who have seen another world. What would it be like to see another world? Female classmate D asked curiously. For those who can see another world, dying normally is considered a blessing. Evans said quietly. The 4 women were silent. After a long time, female classmate A among the 4 girls asked, Classmate Evans, I heard that you are an orphan and you are alone at home. If possible, I would like to live with you. After asking for flowers, female classmate AGA said, the eyes of the other 3 female classmates suddenly lit up. Yes, as long as you live with Evans, you can get protection from him. So they all also expressed their desire to live with Evans. Evans was a little embarrassed. If Wanda and the others discovered that he was living with a beautiful woman, something would definitely happen. Seeing Evans in trouble, female classmate D said something bold. As long as you are willing to take me in, you can do anything to me. The other 3 female classmates were shocked and looked at female classmate D in disbelief. They didn't expect that the other party was willing to pay such a high price. But then they thought about it. Although Evans is a little transparent in the class, he is very handsome. If something happened with this handsome guy, at least they wouldn't resist too much. So they made the same choice and said that no one was responsible as long as the other party could protect them. Evans was speechless. You all have families, right? Is it really okay if you don't go back tonight? To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. This is our own business. So, that night, these 4 female classmates all moved into Evans' home. Evans would agree to let them move in, not because of their beauty, but simply because he didn't want to see 4 young girls die unexpectedly. Late at night, the 4 women were lying in a bedroom with subtle expressions on their faces. They thought they would be forced to show up tonight, but Evans seemed not interested in them and did not mention it at all. Should we be more proactive? 3 companions of female classmate A. You really intend to sacrifice yourself? Female classmate B was speechless. At least he is handsome and capable. If we can build a good relationship with him and learn a few tricks, we can protect ourselves in the future. After all, we can't live in his house in the future. Female classmate A said. Makes sense. Female classmate C agreed. Then, let's attack him at night? Female classmate D asked uncertainly. The 4 girls looked at each other and nodded immediately. Then, they slipped into Evan's bedroom. This night, 4 girls lost their lives for the first time in their lives. This 4 school beauties who were supposed to be secondary characters finally have their own names in this book. They are Persephone, Agnes, Cynthia, and Ella. The next day is Saturday, so there is no need to go to school today. The 4 girls living in the Evans family were, as expected, bedridden. When they woke up, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. They didn't see Evans on the bed and didn't know where he was. Several people sat up and looked at each other coolly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. As best friends, sleeping in the same bed is okay. After all, they are best friends, but the problem is that they slept in the same bed last night. Cynthia was the first to break the silence. That guy was as strong as a beast. He obviously challenged the 4 of us by himself, but in the end, the 4 of us were defeated. My legs are still soft, and I probably won't be able to get out of bed all day. This is better than the guy who gets impotent after single-handedly challenging an opponent. I decided to live here and never leave. At worst, I will be with that guy for the rest of my life. When Ella said this, there was actually some expectation in her tone. You won't be conquered by him. Agnes complained. Don't you have any? Ella stared at the 3 best friends. The girls looked at each other, and they could see shyness and anticipation in each other's eyes. Well, I admit that I am conquered, and as long as that guy can maintain his beastly fighting ability, I will keep following him, Persephone said. Because of this incident, the relationship between the 4 best friends has become better invisibly. The 4 girls only got up in the afternoon. Although their legs were still a little weak, they were driven by hunger. They had to get up to wash up and eat. They didn't find Evans in the villa. He must have gone out. Fortunately, there was a lot of food in the refrigerator. Several people also discovered a phenomenon. Evans's home didn't have that kind of food. Dirty things can be seen everywhere, and there seems to be some kind of protective power here, blocking the entry of hidden things. This gives several people a strong sense of security. Evans is currently wandering around the town, observing and researching. Pay attention to the weird things that can only be seen under the state of spiritual vision, and analyze their mysteries from different weird things, and then analyze some weird magic that can be practiced by people. As Evans understands the mystery of this world, going deeper, his spiritual vision is also improving rapidly, and he can see more and more weird things. The whole world is slowly changing in his eyes, and it is no longer the same as the world in the eyes of normal people. Late in the evening at that time, when Jess went home, he found that the 4 girls were still at home. When they asked where he had been all day, Evans answered them. Do research. Do you exorcists also need to do research? Asked Ella. Who said I was an exorcist? Evans was speechless. Not an exorcist? So, what is your hidden career? Agnes asked curiously. Secret. Seeing that Evans didn't want to talk, They didn't ask any more questions. You guys chat, I'll make dinner. Persephone took the initiative to assume the responsibility of cook. I'm going to help. Agnes also entered the kitchen. Evans took off his coat and sat on the sofa. Cynthia and Ella came over, sat on both sides of Evans, and chatted with Evans. Evans simply let go. In other words, he gave up on treatment. He held a beautiful woman in one arm and enjoyed being hugged from left to right. In the next month, nothing major happened. During this month, Evans was not only enjoying the gentle land. After tirelessly analyzing the weirdness, he sorted out a set of magic. Evans named this series of magic, Weird Magic. This set of magic is Evans's collection of magic that is ubiquitous in this world, but not accessible to ordinary people. It was analyzed from the strange people he knew. The magic of the strange system belongs to the Cthulhu style of spells. It is characterized by lack of destructive power but very strange. At present, he has not passed this set of magic to anyone. He plans to wait for the future. When he was about to return, he gave this set of magical knowledge as a parting gift to the 4 girls around him. It is worth mentioning that because of Evan's persistence and bravery in some aspects, he completely conquered the 4 girls. Now, the 4 girls were quite obedient to someone. 1 month later, the school ushered in a long holiday. On the first day of the holiday, Evans said to the 4 girls, "Let's go travel." Where to travel? Ella expressed her expectation. To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. Maine, Silent Hill. Evans said, "I haven't heard of that place, let me check." Persephone took out her mobile phone and checked Silent Hill online. After a while, she said, "I found it. It seems to be a very mysterious place." "Tell me quickly," Agnes urged. Persephone read out what she found on the internet. A long time ago, Native Americans, Indians, discovered a mysterious place near the northeastern coastline of North America. They regarded it as a way to communicate with the dead. Holy Land, called the Land of Silent Souls. In the following hundreds of years, with the influx of European colonists, the Indians were forced to abandon their homes and move to inland areas farther west. The colonists followed the Indians' custom, named the Valley Silent Hill. By the beginning of the 17th century, it was already an important node in the North American fur trade. Until 1692, a witch hunt broke out in Salem, Massachusetts, and the smaller follower sect was also affected. Jennifer Carroll, one of the founders of the sect, was burned to death as a witch by the Puritans. Most believers chose to leave Salem and move to the Silent Hill area further north. In 1812, when the Second Revolutionary War broke out, Maine was still part of Massachusetts. Silent Hill became the first area affected by the war. The federal government built a field hospital in Silent Hill. Later, Maine was transferred from Massachusetts to it separated and joined the Lighthouse State as an independent state to become the 23rd state. With the decline of the fur trade, Silent Hill was gradually forgotten by people, and the state government built the first state prison in the valley near the town. However, in 1830, the discovery of large-scale coal mines made Silent Hill prosperous again, and a large number of outsiders poured into the town. During this period, the authorities continued to receive reports of people mysteriously disappearing in Silent Hill. However, because the floating population was too large, investigations often come to nothing. After that, many tragedies, disappearances, murders, mutilation cases, cult sacrifice cases, and coal mine accidents occurred in Silent Hill. Until more than 10 years ago, Silent Hill was completely abandoned. Ella complained, "It's really a troubled place. I guess something supernatural must have happened there, and it wasn't just a single supernatural event." Cynthia guessed. Yes, many supernatural events did occur there, and it is a place with many mysteries remaining. Even now, it is still very dangerous there. Evans confirmed Cynthia's guess. The day of travel is set for tomorrow. For the comfort of traveling, Evans pretended to go out to buy a car, but in fact he took out the RV from his dark pocket. Bethany, Agnes, Cynthia, and Ella were all excited to see Evans driving back in a luxury RV. The next day, they drove the RV towards Silent Hill in Maine. Tennessee is very far from Maine, separated by Pottsbury, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, and finally Maine. If you don't drive all night, it will take about 3 days to reach your destination. Evans and others are not in a hurry. During the day, they drive to enjoy the scenery along the way, and at night they live in the RV and experience the RV life. It wasn't until the morning of the 4th day that they finally arrived at their destination. Silent Hill is still a tower drive away, and there are a few things you need to know before you officially get there. Evans said to the 4 women in the car while driving. The 4 women came over and listened with all their ears. Speaking of which, after this period of time, the 4 women have adapted to their spiritual vision and will not be affected by the sight. They were startled when they saw some monsters that ordinary people couldn't see. Although they still felt scared, they no longer lost their sense of security after leaving Evans. The reason why they still followed Evans was because they had been conquered, and they also want to learn some skills from Evans to deal with dirty things. Evans said that he will teach them after a while. Nowadays, these girls are familiar with the other side of the world that ordinary people do not know. They have a deep desire to explore. The 4 girls are very courageous and adventurous, and they are looking forward to the Silent Hill they are about to arrive. Evans said, "The place of silent souls in Indian legends is real. Through some special means, people can communicate with the dead there. This thing is not very dangerous, but there is a tradition in Silent Hill where some cultists worship fallen angels and often perform sacrificial rituals. The failure of a certain evil spirit's sacrifice ritual ignited the mineral veins of Silent Hill, and the fire caused a devastating disaster. Tracing back to the cause, it is actually caused by people worshipping evil spirits by performing fire sacrifices. Those believers are fanatical and ignorant. They burn anyone they fear to death regardless of age or gender, burn anyone they cannot control, and sacrifice their lives to evil spirits. In exchange for wealth and peace, in the end the fire sacrifice failed to obtain what the believers wanted, but instead brought endless pain and torture. The evil rituals have been carried out many times. In 1974, they targeted a 9-year-old girl, Alessa. Alessa is a potential psychic. She has spiritual power in her body and has talents that ordinary people do not have. But her talent made adults even more insulting and even tainted her, and they tried to burn Alessa to death and sacrifice her to the evil fallen angels. The sacrifice fire severely burned Alessa, but she survived under the protection of her own spiritual power, and since then, she has been hidden deep underground in Silent Hill Hospital. Extreme pain in her heart and body, pain brewing hatred, hatred birthing evil, pain and distortion, turned Alessa into a living demon, forever cursed Silent Hill. This turns Silent Hill into a 3-level world. The first level is located in reality, which is Silent Hill in reality. The second level focuses on the world of representation, located between reality and illusion. The third level is the inner world, which is the place closest to the spiritual world. Ella said in disbelief, "Cultists actually exist in this era." Agnes asked, "You said Alessa is a psychic. Is she the kind of psychic in religious legends?" That's right. Spiritual mediums are called forbidden masters, medical witches, and warlocks in religious terms. Siberia and Northern Asia and Alaska are called shamans. Advanced mediums are called prophets, angels, or saints, and have even become the center of belief for ordinary religious believers. Evans nodded. "Is Alessa still alive?" asked Cynthia. "She is still alive, but not in the real world, only in the surface world and the inner world of Silent Hill. She only has negative emotions and no humanity at all, so I call her a living demon. She trapped all the cult members who had persecuted her in the outside world and the inner world of Silent Hill and constantly tortured them psychologically and physically. If someone accidentally enters Silent Hill, they will also encounter misfortune." Evans said. "What is our purpose of going there?" asked Persephone. "Do research," Evans said. "I've always heard you talk about doing research, but until now we don't know what you are researching." Ella complained. "I am studying mystery. In fact, Every monster you can see in your spiritual vision has its own unique form of existence. Once you understand the nature of their existence, the reason for their existence, and their possible origin, it will be possible to recreating such processes, and creating supernatural phenomena is what I call magic. For example, if I understand the nature of Silent Hill, I can pull everything around me into the spiritual world. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Spirit World. The women were puzzled. The spirit world is the other side of the world. Essentially, the various monsters you see with your spiritual vision are all located in the spirit world. Generally speaking, after death, a person's soul will reach the underworld beach in the spiritual world. The environment there is similar to the beach in the real world. The human soul will go to the place it needs to go through the underworld beach. But for some unknown reason, the spiritual world is polluted by something unknown, which makes it difficult for a person's soul to reach the underworld after death and can only wander around the spiritual world. Some souls with deeper obsessions will try to return to the human world. But not many souls can do such a thing, and they can only exist in the eyes of those with spiritual vision. Evans popularized the science. The content he popularized was a deeper mystery. The 4 people who knew this mystery had their spiritual vision improved to a certain extent. What would happen if a soul from the spiritual world returned to reality? Will it become a ghost in the usual sense? It depends on what they want to do. If they want revenge, they will turn into evil spirits. If you want to see your family again, probably nothing will happen. But if they want to return to their bodies, then the souls will undergo an annihilation reaction with the corpses, releasing 100% of their energy, which will be a disaster more terrifying than a nuclear explosion. So you'd better pray that the souls in the spiritual world don't return to the earth in large numbers. The girls couldn't help but picture the end of the world in their minds, and they all shuddered. The RV slowly drove into Silent Hill. This is a town that has been completely abandoned, with weeds growing everywhere and a gloomy environment. If a director makes a horror film here, he will definitely save a lot of budget. Ella was lying by the window of the RV, complaining about the weird environment of Silent Hill. How do we get into the surface world of Silent Hill? Agnes asked Evans. Evans parked the car on the side of the road and said, "If you are an ordinary person, you only need to sleep here and you will reach the surface world when you wake up. If you are a person with spiritual vision, you only need to stare at the monsters here that only spiritual messengers can see. When the monsters realize that you can see them, you are already in the surface world." Evans stood up, opened the car door, and asked the women to get out of the car together. In Silent Hill in the real world, there are also many monsters that can only be seen by spirit messengers, and there is one in front of them. The shape of those monsters is very distorted. There are obvious differences from monsters in other places. "Hey, look over here!" Evans shouted to a monster in front of him. The monster suddenly looked at Evans and others. When it realized that those people could see it, it suddenly bared its teeth and claws and staggered towards them, wanting to choose someone to devour. The 4 girls were all scared and couldn't help but hide behind Evans. In the process, they suddenly discovered that ashes were falling from the sky like snow, and fog gradually formed around them. The environment changed. It was very sudden, but Evans' previous popular science to them made them know that they and others had left the real world and arrived in the surface world of Silent Hill. But now they have no intention of paying attention to the sudden change in the environment around them, but look at it with some fear. They looked at the monster that was almost approaching. The monster was like a zombie in a biochemical movie, and it looked particularly scary. If Evans hadn't been by their side, they probably wouldn't have turned around and fled. Evans didn't let them down either. When the monster approached, Evans suddenly raised his hand and put his hand on the monster's head. The monster seemed motionless, as if a mobilization spell had been cast. Evans spent 5 seconds analyzing it. The composition of this monster was revealed. The monster was gradually reduced to ashes. After that, Evans stood there, thinking about something. "Evans, are you okay?" Ella asked with concern. "It's okay. I figured out a spiritual spell from that monster that can only be used here." After he finished speaking, he activated the spell. The falling ashes in the sky began to gather in front of a few people and gradually gathered into something similar to the monster just now. Unlike the previous monster, this one was cast by Evans. The condensed monsters were controlled by Evans. Evans continued to cast spells, condensing 30 monsters of the same species and letting them open the way in front. The 4 women watched the scene in a daze. This what? A mage who can control the undead? With the protection of these monsters, they suddenly felt that this place was not so scary. With these monsters leading the way, the 5 people explored Silent Hill in the outer world. During this period, several people encountered many new types of monsters will be attacked by the monsters on Evans' side, and they will be caught in front of Evans and analyzed by Evans. This exploration process can be said to be without any surprises. After the initial novelty, the 4 girls also let go and were no longer so afraid. Is the inner world more dangerous than the outer world? How can I enter the inner world? Cynthia asked Evans. She felt that the surface world was no longer difficult to explore, and her curiosity about it weakened, and she became curious about the inner world. Because Evans said that the inner world of Silent Hill is the closest to the spiritual world. She wanted to know what the environment in the spiritual world was like. The spiritual world was actually a world that could only be seen by those with the highest level of spiritual vision. It was only because of the special nature of Silent Hill that people could experience it in advance. The surface world and the inner world of Silent Hill change periodically. We only need to stay in the surface world for a while before entering the inner world. Before that, let's go to the hospital here and look for Alessa, Evans said. The 4 girls had no objection. They also wanted to see the so-called living demon. Under the protection of the monster army, they came all the way to the hospital in the town of Silent Hill. Evans sent the monster out to help everyone was looking for Alessa in the hospital. A few people were waiting in the lobby of the hospital. While waiting, the 4 women chatted about the supernatural experiences they had experienced along the way, while Evans began to use his spiritual perception to deeply analyze the inside and outside of Silent Hill. The principle of the world. He did not study how to pull reality into the spiritual world. Instead, he analyzed a skill similar to the inherent enchantment. What is the inherent enchantment? To put it bluntly, it is the mental landscape that erodes reality and uses it in his own heart. The imaginary environment replaces the real environment and locks the new reality into a temporarily embodied world egg. Evans guessed that the reason why Silent Hill became like this was that Alessa used similar means. Replace reality with a mental landscape. Let's call this newly analyzed ability the inherent barrier. Evans has mastered this ability and has been able to replace the reality around him with a mental landscape at the cost of magic power. This can be regarded as a modification of reality in a certain sense, but the essence is different. Withdrawing his perception, Evans said to the women, "Let's go, we've found a place." The women followed one after another. The 3 of them went all the way to the underground floor of the hospital. Because there was no electricity and the lights were not on, they couldn't see their fingers. Evans released the dancing light technique and created a 10,000 lumen light ball, illuminating the surroundings. His endless methods made the 4 people following her look at him very passionately, King Zhao's, and they wanted to imitate them. "Evans, when are you going to teach us magic?" Cynthia asked expectantly. The other 3 girls also showed expectant looks. "It won't be long." Evans' answer was ambiguous. The 4 women were disappointed when they didn't get a positive answer. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Not long after, several people came to a corridor. In this corridor there were many graceful nurses with bandages on their faces. They stood motionless in the corridor in strange postures, blocking the way ahead. Evans stepped forward and used the old method to analyze these nurses and turned them all into ashes. Several people walked unimpeded to the door at the end of the corridor. When they opened the door, they could see that inside was a woman whose body was severely burned. She was lying on a bed, looking very weak. There is a nurse standing next to the hospital bed. Seeing the poisoned and burned woman on the bed, Persephone, Agnes, Cynthia, and Ella couldn't help but widen their eyes. It's unbelievable that people who were burned like this can still live, and live for decades. Is the other party Alessa? Evans smiled and greeted Alessa on the hospital bed. My name is Evans Nelson, and I am a wizard. Alessa, I heard your story when I was outside, and I came here specifically to find you. I want to talk to you. Make a deal. Alessa couldn't explain, but she could control the nurse beside her. She spoke through the nurse's mouth. Help me, destroy, church. Yes, but I need to touch your body. Destroy, church, come again. Evans and Alessa looked at each other for a few seconds, and then said, well, I can treat the burns on your body and make you return to a normal person, so that you can destroy the church by yourself. Alessa was silent for a long time, then nodded. The nurse beside her made way. Evans stepped forward and put his hand on Alessa's body, analyzing the other party's psychic qualities and treating her at the same time. Persephone, Agnes, Cynthia, and Ella stood aside, watching curiously. They discovered that when Evans put his hands on Alessa, the burns on Alessa were visible to the naked eye. Healing quickly. The eyes of the girls who saw this magical treatment were bright. If they could learn this trick, they would no longer have to worry about getting hurt. They were more and more eager to learn Evans' magic. 10 minutes later, Alessa, her body recovered, and she returned to a woman who looked over 20 years old. Her hair also grew out. Evans had analyzed her spiritual nature and took back his hand. You can take revenge now, Evans said to her. Alessa ignored Evans, but looked at the nurse not far away. She raised her hand and broke the nurse's neck in the air, and then her body sank to the ground and disappeared. Evans turned around and said to the 4 women, let's go to the church, there's a show going on there. The 4 girls hadn't recovered from the scene where Alessa suddenly killed someone, but they were pulled by Evans and teleported. They arrived outside the church in the town from the hospital in an instant. BBDD. After arriving here, several people saw Alessa Lisa had already arrived here before them and was standing in front of the church door. Then, the outside world of Silent Hill suddenly remembered the sharp sound of air raid sirens. With the sharp sound, the surrounding environment was changing to the inner world. Everything inside seemed to have experienced the erosion of time and decayed rapidly. The color tone of the whole world seemed to have been added with a hell filter. Alessa pushed open the door of the church. The sacred power of the church was blocking ale Alessa entered. But Alessa still relied on her own strength to go in. She summoned wires with sharp thorns and used the wires to launch a bloody massacre against the crowd in the church. The mutilated limbs, broken arms, intestines, and internal organs were flying everywhere. The smell of blood was filled, and the screams were shrill. Evans, who was following Alessa, remained calm throughout the whole process, without showing any compassion, and just watched the scene silently. And Alessa, the 4 girls around Vince, had never seen such a terrifying scene. Their eyes widened in horror, their scalps felt numb, and they covered their mouths, otherwise they would have screamed out of fear. The emotion of fear it was spreading. Until a few minutes later, no one was alive except Alessa and Evans. Alessa killed all those who had persecuted her, then turned to look at Evans, he said coldly. This place will completely fall into the spiritual world. It's time for you to leave. The spiritual world is not beautiful, nor is it happy, nor can it allow you to be reborn. You will definitely not like it there. I suggest you follow us and go outside to integrate the good side of you that has been separated, so that you can be a new person. Evans sympathizes with Alessa's experience. She has already experienced so much pain, and now she has to go to the spirit world. She has to ride the road of pain. Evans wants to give her a hand. Alessa was silent. After a long time, she asked, "Why help me?" Out of sympathy, today's times are not bad. There are not so many cultists in the world. There is no need for you to follow those dead guys to the spirit world, as that will not relieve your pain at all. Evans persuaded. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. The 4 girls next to him had finished vomiting at this time, and they all looked at Alessa, although the other party's previous methods were cruel. They were frightened, but when they thought that those people were cultists who had persecuted Alessa and did not deserve sympathy, The four girls were no longer so afraid of Alessa. Instead, they followed Evans and persuaded her. Other side. I don't need your sympathy, it's time for you to leave. Evans saw that the other party actually wanted to experience the life of a reincarnated human being in the outside world, but she just didn't want to bring her pain back to her kind side. Alessa, not one person, but 3 people, of course she can count it as one person. About 7 or 8 years ago, Alessa separated her hatred and kindness. Her hatred turned into the demon of Silent Hill, and her kindness turned into a little human girl. Alessa gave her kind side to leave Silent Hill and let the other person take your place and live happily in the outside world. The hateful side has already merged with Alessa just now. If Alessa leaves Silent Hill, she will inevitably merge with her kind side again. Pain is part of life, and you deserve redemption. Evans, in a rare act of dominance, stepped forward and grabbed Alessa's hand, pulling him out of the church. The other 4 women hurriedly followed. But Alessa showed confusion for the first time. Gradually, the environment in the inner world receded, and the environment in the outer world also receded. A group of 6 people returned to Silent Hill in reality. As soon as they returned to reality, they discovered that Alessa's body was slowly dissipating. She was going to the seat of, and integration with, the good side. Evans looked at her and said, "You will definitely find your own happiness and live well." Alessa stared at Evans until the last moment when he disappeared, and then she spoke. "Thanks." Silent Hill, from a near-death experience, returned to the once peaceful place of souls. The past has been restored here, and you can communicate with the deceased by using special methods. Do you have anyone you want to communicate with? Evans turned around and asked the 4 girls behind him. Persephone, Agnes, Cynthia, and Ella, they all thought of one person at the same time. The 4 girls are not only best friends, they are also friends who grew up together. They once had a friend who disappeared when he was in the 3rd grade of elementary school. He was suspected to have been kidnapped by human traffickers and has not been found until now. The 4 girls don't know if that friend is still alive. If they can communicate with the souls of the deceased here, maybe they can verify this. They told Evans about their friend, and Evans nodded. "Next, I will teach you a simple psychic ritual. You can use this ritual to communicate with her. If she is dead, we will definitely be able to communicate." A few minutes later, the girls learned the ritual. They found a mirror from the RV and drew a symbolic totem on the mirror with blood. Then, in front of the mirror, they kept calling the name of their friend Alice. Gradually, ripples appeared on the surface of the mirror. When the ripples disappeared, their friend actually appeared in the world reflected in the mirror. The girl named Alice in the mirror does not look like a primary school student, but has grown up to be a girl and looks about the same age as the 4th girl. This means that Alice has lived for at least 10 years since her disappearance and died recently. Seeing her childhood play after realizing that the other party was dead, the 4 girls were a little sad. They asked Alice where she had been missing over the years and how she died. Alice in the mirror looked at the people outside the mirror and recognized them. They were her former playmates, and they couldn't help crying. She cried and told them about her experience, told them the cause of her death, and hoped that they could help her call the police and send the bastard who persecuted her to the gallows. Listening to her cry, the 4 girls were very sad, and they all swore that they would help Alice get revenge. Once, when Alice was a primary school student, she was kidnapped by a man named Jerry Splice and imprisoned for 10 years. The reason is that Alice's appearance is very similar to the dead daughter of Jerry Price. After Jerry Price kidnapped Alice, he did treat Alice as his daughter at first, but because he was worried about Alice, when Alice escaped, he imprisoned Alice and refused to let her out. As time went by, Jerry Splice gradually became unable to deceive himself and became more and more perverted. Not only did he beat and scold Alice, he also violated her in a very perverted way. The other party was assaulting and calling his daughter's name at the same time, which is enough to show his perversion. Although she was abused by the other party in various ways, Alice's desire to survive has not diminished, and she is thinking about running away all the time. Until 3 months ago, Alice ran out of Jerry Splice's house and wanted to ask for help, but was discovered by Jerry Splice. During the torment, Alice was unfortunately killed by Jerry Splice. This is what happened to Alice after she was kidnapped. Experience. Evans, I want revenge for Alice. Ella said bitterly. We don't want that bastard to face legal justice. We want to take revenge ourselves. Agnes gritted her teeth. Cynthia and Persephone also had the same idea. When they thought of their little friend being imprisoned for 10 years and being violated in various ways by perverts, it was the first time for the 4 girls, who had never killed anyone, to kill anyone. Heart. They don't want to judge that guy through legal means. They just want to do it themselves and send that guy to hell. Good. Evans promised to help them. 2 days later, the RV drove to Virginia, which is a forest outside a town not far from Hampton Roads. Alice died in this forest. The man's name was Jerry Splice's pervert, lived in a cabin in the forest. The 5 people got out of the RV and walked deep into the forest. With the help of Evans, they easily found Alice's burial place. Dug out her body. Looking at Alice, who had turned into a skeleton, the 4 girls cried out in pain and hated the guy who persecuted Alice even more. Evans temporarily put away Alice's body, and several people keep going. Not long after, they arrived at the door of Jerry Splice's house, who happened to be at home. This place was remote enough that even people's screams could not reach other people's ears. If you want to take revenge here, you don't have to worry about being caught by others. Evans stepped forward and kicked open the door, startling a middle-aged man in the room. After entering the door, Evans directly controlled the other person's mind. Reading the other party's memory, it was confirmed that this guy had really tortured Alice. Evans waved his hand and cut off the guy's 5 limbs in the air, making him lose the ability to resist, making it easier for the 4 women to take revenge. Please give me the 5 flowers mentioned here. Limb refers to the 4 limbs plus the thing between the legs, so it is 5 limbs. Cut off the opponent's 5 limbs, and Evans cast a spell to stop the bleeding and prevent him from dying so easily. Evans ignored this. The guy screamed, turned around and said to Persephone, Agnes, Cynthia, and Ella, I'll leave this guy to you. Don't worry about revenge. It doesn't matter if you kill him. I will take care of the aftermath for you. To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. After Evans finished speaking, he left the villa and handed the scene to the 4 women. He was waiting outside the wooden house. He never smoked, so it was rare for him to. A cigarette was lit and held in his mouth. Evans looked to the side. There was a soul standing there. It was a soul that only Evans could see. It was Alice's soul. Alice looked at what was being done to herself. The revengeful friends were very moved. In the house, the interrogation of the scumbag by the 4 women was heard. At first, the scumbag did not admit it, but he was brutally beaten by the 4 women. In the end, the scumbag did everything. It was confirmed that it was true. It was this guy who violated and imprisoned Alice, and the girls were immediately angry. They found some sharp knives from the kitchen in the house and tortured the scumbag like a torment. The screams kept coming. Outside the hut, Evans has set up a soundproof barrier. Not to mention that there is no one nearby. Even if there is someone, they will not notice anything unusual here. Evans took a puff of cigarette and looked at the sky melancholy. I really didn't expect that those 4 girls would use Lingqi's method to torture that scumbag. As expected, creatures like women are more terrifying than men when they take revenge on their enemies. She is truly a femme fatale. Half an hour later, the screams in the house ended. This also means that the scumbag is dead. The 4 women walked out of the house. Evans looked at them and found that several of them had a lot of blood on their bodies, which was that scumbag's blood. The 4 girls who committed murder for the first time were all a little confused. After all, they were killing with their own hands. Even if they were avenging their friends from a righteous perspective, it was still a murder, and it would inevitably leave a psychological shadow. Evans opened his arms, embraced the 4 of them, and said, Although killing is not recommended, if you are killing a scumbag like that, you don't have to feel any psychological burden. The RV is driving on the road. The person responsible for driving was Agnes. On the bed inside the RV, Bethany, Cynthia, and Ella were taking a nap. Evan sat alone by the car window, with a laptop on the table in front of him. He searched the internet for the whereabouts of other players. Since the game system blocks his perception of other players, he can only use this conventional method to investigate. Evans hacked into the census files of relevant departments in various countries and easily found out the whereabouts of other players. Tony Stark, Pepper Potts, and Sharon are in different villages and towns in England. Fury, Hill, Sharon, Coulson, and Natasha are scattered in different areas of Sakura countries 270, which is the area hardest hit by supernatural phenomena. Strange, Christine, Captain America, Peter, Falcon, and Barton are located in different countries in Europe. Loki, Thor, and Frigga are on the border of South America. Wanda, Gwen, Kara, Scarlet, Laura, Judy, Alex, and Katie, they are all in North America, mainly in the Lighthouse country and Canada. For more than a month, Wanda lived a peaceful daily life alone. She arrived in Raccoon City, Colorado, the Lighthouse country, and her identity was a female white-collar worker in an ordinary company. Unlike Evans, Wanda is very serious about participating in this survival activity. Although she still doesn't know what dangers there are in this world, but since there are so many ordinary people in this world and they can survive, she thinks that as long as she doesn't seek death, she won't be in danger. With this idea in mind, Wanda didn't do anything extra. She just followed the identity given to her by the game system and settled down as a white-collar woman in Raccoon City, just to experience another kind of life. But sometimes, if you don't come into contact with danger, danger will come to you. For example, right now, the Raccoon City Umbrella Company's biochemical virus was leaked from the Arkley Research Institute, causing many people suspected of having colds to appear in the city. Although the Umbrella Company has launched many special medicines, they are not very effective in controlling this disease. Those who were suspected of having colds had to be hospitalized as their condition worsened, causing the hospital to be overcrowded and the wards in the inpatient area were almost running out of space. Wanda found it strange that many people in the company where she worked were on sick leave. It's obviously summer, why are there so many people with colds? Wanda's magical intuition tells her that something bad is going to happen. In order to figure out what happened, she used telepathy to cover the city and read the memories of citizens. Then she read some key information in the minds of the executives of a company called Umbrella. The Resident Evil story in this horror hodgepodge world is different from the simple Resident Evil story. The origin of the T-virus here is very bizarre. The virus in Resident Evil originated from a certain flower in the sun step ceremony of the Dubai tribe. In this hodgepodge world, although the origin of the virus is also the sun step flower of the Dubai tribe, that flower is not the flower that hosts the ancestor virus. It has a certain mystery. The sun staircase ceremony of the Dubai tribe is a ceremony that truly enables mortals to ascend to the throne of God. However, since the demise of the Dibaya Empire 700 years ago, the sun staircase ceremony has become no longer complete. By the time of the subsequent Dibaya tribe, only an incomplete inheritance remained. Until the 1960s, after Dr. James Marcus read relevant records from a set of natural history surveys collected by his friend Oswell Edward Spencer, he went to the Dubai tribe in Africa with his students. I found the sun staircase flower and found something on this flower that looked a bit like a virus, but not quite a virus. In order to study this virus, Dr. James Marcus and his friend Oswell, who wanted to evolve humans, established a company called Umbrella. Through remote mind reading, Wanda read this mysterious information from the minds of the senior executives of the Umbrella Company and then opened up a spiritual vision unique to this world. This allowed Wanda to see another side that no one knew about. Those monsters that ordinary people can't see are dangerous, and it seems that once monsters know that they can see them, they will be attacked by them. But that's not the point. The point is, the Umbrella Company's T-virus was leaked into the city. It's a virus that turns humans into zombies. At the same time, Wanda also realized a problem. This raccoon city seemed to be very similar to the Resident Evil series of movies produced by Evans' company, both of which were T-virus and zombies. After learning that this city was about to turn into a city of zombies, Wanda, as kind as she was, decisively activated chaos magic to change reality. Chaos magic is magical, but it is not an unlimited power. It is not that reality can permanently become whatever you want it to be. It is essentially just an ability to control the possibilities of reality. It may the sexes are infinite and represent chaos, so it is chaos magic. In other words, Wanda can use chaos magic to change reality into whatever it may become. What we are talking about here is a permanent modification of reality. If it is just a temporary modification, there can be no restrictions, but such a new reality will not last long, and it will be corrected by the real reality in 5.0. If Wanda wants to save the city, it cannot be modified in a non-restricted way, but must be modified in a possible way, so as to ensure that the modified new reality can be preserved permanently. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Wanda changed the reality of William Platinum, director of the Arkley Research Institute of the Umbrella Company, because an accidental trigger caused the virus to leak, so that the virus changed from accidental leakage to no leakage. In the new reality, everything is normal in Raccoon City. What Wanda didn't know was that the Umbrella Company actually wanted to use Raccoon City as a testing ground for virus weapons to demonstrate the effects of the T-virus to buyers from all parties. From this point of view, the biohazard incident in Raccoon City will happen sooner or later. 2 days later, Evans, Bethany, Agnes, Cynthia, Ella, and others drove an RV to their second destination, a small town in Kansas. Recently, something happened in this town. The cause was that an alcoholic in a small town who was uneducated and often drank and got into fights miraculously survived after falling from the 7th floor. After the drunkard was rescued, he claimed to have seen the world after death. Of course, no one believed it at first, until the drunkard touched them one by one in front of many people, and those he touched fell into a brief trance. When people in a trance regain consciousness, they believe what the drunkard said, and they all say they have seen the world after death. As more and more people come into contact with alcoholics and experience the beauty of the afterlife, more and more people in the town know about it, and they all long to go to that suspected paradise after they die. But everyone, including drunkards, doesn't know that although the world after death exists, it is by no means the kind of world that drunkards say, because the world after death is neither happy nor beautiful. If the living do not work hard to live and only expect to enjoy happiness after death, that is the real tragedy. What kind of story will happen here? Cynthia looked at the town outside the car window, showing her expectation for the unknown. It's very peaceful here, and it's completely different from Silent Hill. Even if there are supernatural events happening, they will definitely not be as exaggerated as Silent Hill. Persephone said her speculation. I don't think so. Since Evans brought us here, something big must have happened here. Agnes had a different view. Evans, what's going on here? Ella didn't bother to guess. She asked Evans directly. Although there are spiritual worlds and underworlds in our world, and souls exist after death, in a broad sense, heaven and hell do not actually exist. The real heaven and hell only exist in people's hearts, but not everyone knows this. In our human group, there are some extremely special individuals. Those people have special talents, but generally they are not aware of their specialness. By analogy, that kind of person is like a virus in a computer program, which will continue to infect other programs since its birth. If they think heaven and hell exist, heaven and hell will exist, at least near each other. But in fact, the time that such heaven or hell can exist is extremely short. Evans said. What he said is a phenomenon that does exist in this world at least. Before opening my spiritual vision, I did not believe in heaven and hell. After opening my spiritual vision, I gradually felt that those places might really exist. But now my worldview has been refreshed. Shinya complains. Who says it isn't? Agnes said. Are there people like you talking about in this town? Asked Persephone. Yes, at least it used to exist. The heaven and hell created by that kind of people unconsciously can exist for a long time under certain circumstances, but the conditions are extremely harsh. Let me tell you a story and you will understand. The four girls pricked up their ears and began to listen. There is a group of people in the world who are called witches. Hundreds of years ago, there were some witches with magical powers in Salem, Massachusetts. Some witches use magic to help people in trouble, and some witches use magic to satisfy their own selfish desires. Among those witches, there is a kind witch who has the highest spiritual vision. In her eyes, although the world is a terrible spiritual environment, she uses witchcraft to add a filter to her vision. Make a scary world look beautiful. Her heart is also beautiful. She will help everyone in need and gain satisfaction from the gratitude of others. That was until the witch hunt in Salem began and she was exposed by the people she had helped. The reason for exposing her was just to receive a reward that was only enough to exchange for a few dinners. When the witch was tied to the stake, in pain, she removed the filter from her eyes, and in an extremely negative mood, she issued a vicious oath. Those who retaliate with kindness will surely fall into hell after death and suffer eternal torture. The witch was burned to death. But her curse turned into hell in Salem and the surrounding areas. Within this range, the souls of all those who retaliate for kindness will inevitably enter the hell imagined by the witch before her death. That hell still exists today and will continue to exist for at least 1,000 years. The person who betrayed the witch is still suffering terrible torture in that hell, and this torture will continue until the hell disappears. Evans finished telling his story. The four girls who listened to the story were a little silent. They were sympathizing with the witch who was burned to death. Seeing the silence of several people, Evans continued. A similar thing happened in the town we are currently in. It was probably around 1827, when this area was just wilderness and there were no villages or towns. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. At that time, a couple fled here because the husband offended gangsters in a nearby city. They built a house here and made a living by hunting. Gradually, the couple got married and had a daughter. But the good times did not last long because her husband was addicted to alcohol and often went to nearby towns to buy alcohol. During a drinking session, he was in a daze and several wild beasts attacked him. At this time, he should have been the husband to face the attacking wild beasts, but instead he lay in the house screaming because he was drunk. Sleep. His wife couldn't wake him up, so she had to go out to face the beast alone. As a result, her wife died and the child died as well. If the beast had not been well fed and drunk, the drunkard would surely have died. When the drunkard woke up, he saw the bodies of his wife and daughter. At that moment, regret filled his heart. He committed suicide in grief and pain. At the moment when he committed suicide, he hoped that the souls of his wife and daughter could enjoy happiness in heaven after their death. But he himself felt that he deserved to go to hell and be punished. The drunkard is not a wizard, but he does have some kind of gift. At the moment he committed suicide, a paradise where people can enjoy happiness and a hell where people can suffer were born in this area. Ironically, the souls of the alcoholic's wife and daughter did not appear in heaven because they died before heaven was born. Although heaven appeared, his wife and daughter were not in it. But he himself was trapped in the hell he created. This story made several women's mouths slightly open. Ella realized a problem. If heaven and hell are only born in people's hearts, then wouldn't religion that instills the concepts of heaven and hell into people become instigators? You are right to understand it this way. There is no heaven and hell in the world, but some people have to say that heaven and hell exist, and let more people believe that when there is some kind of sustenance in people's hearts, some unrealistic things will happen. Tragedy happened. Take the drunkard in my story as an example. If he didn't know the concepts of heaven and hell, then he would definitely not have had the idea of going to hell to atone for his sins before committing suicide. Hell and heaven in this area would naturally not be born. His soul will not still be tortured in hell. Evans mocked unabashedly. There was ridicule of religion, and there was also ridicule of the drunkard. Knowing the new mysterious four women, the level of spiritual vision improved again. In their eyes, the world has become very powerful. Distortion. For example, this town is just a peaceful town in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of the four women, the town in front of them has a phase overlap phenomenon. For phases overlap in the same space. One it is reality, one is heaven, one is hell, and the other is the spiritual world. Heaven, hell, and spiritual world, these are the triple filters. Under these triple filters, the real world is no longer the reality in the eyes of ordinary people. When the four women they noticed that the world in their eyes had changed again, and they all realized that their spiritual vision had increased. They guessed that this is why Evans always knows so many stories that ordinary people don't know. Because they can now see they went to the hell in this area and saw the drunkard who was being tortured in hell. But they didn't sympathize with the drunkard who went to hell. Evans said, "I'll give you another popular science concept, the concept of pollution." Pollute. The women were puzzled. Yes, it's pollution. The spiritual world was polluted by mysterious forces and became what it is today. The spiritual world is a world that exists based on the soul. But something is wrong with our world, and the souls of people after death will be polluted by unknown things. The soul brings pollution to the spiritual world, causing the spiritual world to be polluted as well. Souls in the spiritual world cannot be reborn, which leads to strange phenomena in reality. That is, people who know the mystery will open spiritual vision, see things in the spiritual world, and be attacked by polluted souls. Today, the problem is not serious yet, but it is not difficult to imagine that as time goes by and the pollution of the spiritual world worsens, the real world will surely slip towards the spiritual world. By then, even ordinary people who know nothing will face the threat of death. That was a doomsday disaster. I call this doomsday event that is bound to happen Death Stranding. The events of Death Stranding are not far away, maybe 50 years from now, maybe hundreds of years from now. Nowadays, pollution is no longer limited to the spiritual world, but also appears in other aspects. For example, the drunkard at the beginning, the heaven and hell he created in the nearby area, with the increase of souls entering, have also been affected by the unknown mystery. Power pollution. This leads to the fact that once the living within this range are exposed to death, but are not dead yet, they will be slightly contaminated and acquire some strange and weird superpowers. Currently, there is such a person in this town. He is an unlearned drunkard. He fell into a drunken building and fell into death for a short time. He was rescued again, allowing him to have his soul separated from the body and the freedom to enter and exit this paradise. His ability can also temporarily send the souls of those who come into physical contact with him to heaven. This is nothing, he can play his own game. But the problem is, this guy is not low-key. He makes the world after death public and continues to let people experience the beauty of the world after death. Such things can easily give birth to cultists. It just so happens that the drunkard is a very bad guy. He has now begun to preach in this town how to enter heaven after death. If left alone, a cult will be born here sooner or later. Evans said a lot in one breath, making the four girls realize the seriousness of the problem. Whether it is a practical problem or a mystical problem, it is very serious. This seemingly peaceful town is. It is developing in the direction of a cult. Fortunately, the problem is not serious and can be easily stopped. As long as the culprit is found, the problem can be easily solved. Compared with that, the problem of the end of the world is more concerning to the four girls. I understand. Zhao Yao can just find that tainted drunkard and solve his problems, right? Cynthia said. People who are contaminated are hopeless. Their sanity will be destroyed silently. In words you can understand, the maximum limit of the SAN will continue to decrease until finally, they become irreversibly crazy. Evans revealed a cruel fact. The fact is that contaminated drunkards must die, lest they become a scourge. The four women naturally believed in Evans's judgment. In addition, they had already killed people themselves. They are no longer the little white flowers they once were, and they are not too affected by the matter of killing people again. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. As long as the killing is to save others, then they will not have too many problems. A huge psychological burden. Evans saw that although the girls were kind, they were not averse to killing, and he was very satisfied with their changes. Evans took out 4 magic props of the same style and distributed them to the 4 people. This is an enhanced bracelet that can make the wearer's physical fitness soar. As long as you wear it, you can be comparable to the Terminator. The task of investigating and solving this matter is left to you. This is a test. Denua's. Ella's eyes lit up and asked, "As long as I pass the test, can I learn magic from you?" The other 3 women also looked at Evans expectantly. Evans smiled and nodded. The 4 women took the strengthening bracelet and wore it, and immediately felt that their physiques had been strengthened. The powerful explosive power and strength even gave they had the illusion that they could smash a building with one punch. The 4 girls were very excited. Ella said, "Don't worry, we will not let you down." The 4 girls got out of the RV and went to the town to look for the drunkard whose face and name they still don't know. The 4 girls found the drunkard who was causing trouble, and by covering up and cooperating with each other, they successfully eliminated each other and successfully prevented people in the town from going astray. In the evening, the 4 girls returned to the RV parked on the edge of the town. The next day, the RV set off again to its next destination. This time they are going to Mystic Falls. The town of Mystic Falls is also located in Virginia, not far from Hampton Roads. There are legends of vampires and werewolves there, and it is also the place where the story of The Vampire Diaries takes place. At noon that day, the car approached the town of Mystic Falls. When passing Charlotte Cemetery on the outskirts of town, the RV slowly slowed down and stopped on the side of the road. On the mountain road not far ahead, there was a young girl wearing a red short-sleeved top and jeans. She was walking towards the Charlotte Cemetery on the mountain, as if she was going to mourn someone. Evans recognized the identity of the other person. It was the heroine of the Vampire Diaries story, Elena Gilbert. Evans turned around and said to the 4 people behind him who were watching the in-car TV program, "Next, we will temporarily settle in the small town in front. There are legends of vampires and werewolves in that small town. I heard that there might be something there." The 4 girls were immediately interested in vampires. Thanks to the proliferation of vampire-themed film and television literary works, the concept of vampire is no longer synonymous with horror in the eyes of modern young people, but a bloody romance. When it comes to vampires, what the 4 girls think of is that kind of creature that can live forever. Although vampires cannot walk in the sun, if paying this price can obtain eternal life, there must be many people who are willing to pay this price. Seeing that the women's thoughts were wandering, Evans rolled his eyes. He got up from the driver's seat and said to the people, "I'll go to the cemetery on the mountain to see. You can talk among yourselves." He got out of the RV and walked up the mountain road, heading towards Charlotte Cemetery. In the story of The Vampire Diaries, there are quite a lot of scenes in the Charlotte Cemetery. The heroine Elena often comes here to mourn her dead adoptive parents. Although she is not their biological child, they treat her as a child. Out of oneself. In addition, a powerful first-generation vampire is sealed in a tomb in Sherlock Cemetery. Evan's trip was to analyze the bloodline of the first-generation vampire. His method of analysis, which is said to be mysterious, actually uses spiritual consciousness that can perceive the subtle details to perceive the body structure of the target and the mystical elements on the body at close range, analyze the essence through observation, and weave it into new magic. To be able to do this kind of thing requires not only micro-level perception, but also powerful brain calculations and a rich foundation of mystical knowledge. At Evan's current level, his brain computing power has far surpassed the most advanced supercomputers in human civilization today. Evans was not in a hurry to contact Elena Gilbert. After entering the Charlotte Cemetery, he walked straight to the door of a certain tomb in the cemetery area, used magic to easily unlock the lock, and walked in. There is a sarcophagus in the tomb. Evans opened the lid of the sarcophagus and saw the mummified body of a woman bound by chains lying inside. The other party had no heartbeat, no breathing, and looked like a long-dead person. But the other party is still alive, because the other party is a vampire. As long as the other party is fed with the other party's blood, the other party can gradually recover. Evans frowned. The plot has changed. In the original work, the person who was dried and sealed here by a witch using magic should be the ancestor vampire Coulson. But now, lying here is a female vampire. To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. In order to find out what happened, Evans read the minds of the vampires in the sarcophagus. After a while, Evans understood the cause and effect. The female vampire sealed here is named Rebecca Coulson. She is also a member of the original vampire family and has survived for more than 1,000 years. She was sealed here because Mystic Falls was the place where she was born as a human. Probably more than 20 years ago, she was hurt by her brother Niklaus Coulson. She ran away from home in anger and returned to the place where she was born to remember the good times when she was still a human. But as a vampire, she was used to being unscrupulous and preyed on ordinary people in Mystic Falls without any scruples. As a result, she was discovered by a witch in the town, and the two sides had a conflict. In the end, at the cost of permanently sacrificing all her magic power and becoming an ordinary person, the witch released a powerful magic that instantly dried up the blood in Rebecca Coulson's body and turned her into a mummy. The witch wanted to kill Rebecca completely, but Rebecca was a first-generation vampire. No matter whether a wooden stake was inserted into the heart or exposed to the sun, she could not really kill her. Even her head was difficult to cut off. In desperation, the witch can only take the mummy Rebecca to the tomb in Sherlock Cemetery and seal it. As long as the vampire cannot suck blood, she will be sealed here forever. Evans put his hand on Rebecca Coulson's forehead and analyzed the other person's ancestor vampire blood. 10 minutes later, the analysis is complete. Evans stood there and pondered for a while and figured out an immortality spell that could transform humans into ancestor vampires. In other words, it is an incomplete immortality spell. The reason why it is incomplete is that while this immortality spell can give people eternal life, it can also turn people into vampires. Although vampires are more powerful than humans, they also have weaknesses, such as being afraid of sunlight and being unable to enter other people's houses without the owner's permission. That's why this spell is said to be a mutilated spell. In the story background of The Vampire Diaries, there is a perfect immortality spell. That spell was created by a witch named Kazia more than 2,000 years ago. Later, the incantation was lost and only the remnants of the incantation remained. Of course, there is more than one origin of vampires in this world, so there are many types of vampires, such as the series originating from Dracula, the series originating from the Corvinus family in the Underworld story, and the series originating from the Twilight Saga, the line from which it originated. It should be said that this world is indeed a hodgepodge of horrors. There are so many varieties of vampires alone. Evans walked out of the tomb and locked the door to the tomb again. He walked towards the girl not far away. Elena Gilbert sat in front of her adoptive parents' tombstones, holding a ballpoint pen and a diary in her hands, writing down what she wanted to say to her adoptive parents in the diary. At this time, she heard footsteps approaching from behind, so she turned around and saw that a young man about her own age was walking towards her. The other person has a strong body, handsome appearance, bright eyes, elegant temperament, and decent clothing. The other party was the first to greet her. "I want to get to know you, but I don't think there's a good way, so I just come over and say hello. My name is Evans Nielsen." Elena Gilbert. Elena's first impression of the other party was very good, so she also introduced herself. "The girl who sits alone in the cemetery and writes in her diary. I guess you must be special." Evans smiled. "I guess a boy who strikes up a conversation with a girl writing a diary in a cemetery is also special," Elena said. "Then we are quite destined." Evans sat next to Elena and started chatting with her. His humorous conversation would make Elena laugh out loud from time to time. Down the mountain, beside the road, in the RV, Bethany, Agnes, Cynthia, and Ella were sitting inside, blowing on the air conditioner and chatting about vampires and werewolves. After chatting for a while, Cynthia said, "It's been an hour since he went to the cemetery on the mountain. Why hasn't he come back yet?" How about we go over there and take a look? Ella suggested. It's better not to do it. It's so hot outside and I don't want to go out. What if I get tanned? Agnes looked like she could forgive me and shook her head repeatedly. I don't really want to go out. It's not that I'm afraid of getting tanned, it's just that I'm afraid of the heat. Persephone didn't want to go out either. Ella could only look at Cynthia. The latter said, he is such a big person, he will definitely not get lost. Seeing that her companions didn't want to go out, Ella could only give up the idea of looking for Evans. The few of them continued to blow on the air conditioner and chat, waiting for Evans' return. Evans and Elena walked down the mountain together. When asked where he was from, Evans said, I'm from Tennessee and was driving through here on a road trip with a friend and planned to spend a few days in the town ahead. Elena had a weird expression. She was guessing why Evans, an outsider, came to Charlotte Cemetery. Could it be that he was a pervert who followed her up the mountain? Evans learned from Elena's slightly weird expression. He guessed her thoughts from his expression. In order not to leave a bad impression on the other party that he was a pervert, he could only explain. That's right, I just came here to chat with you. Elena. After a moment, Elena burst out laughing. Well, Mr. Stalker, you managed to impress me. Is it a good impression? You guess. The two of them walked all the way down the mountain and came to the side of the road. Elena's eyes were attracted to the RV parked on the side of the road because the RV was very luxurious and looked like a mobile villa. Through the car window, she saw 4 girls about her age in the car. Evans pointed to the RV parked on the roadside and asked Elena, Want to go up and sit? Why not? Elena agreed with a smile. The two walked over and entered the RV. Evans introduced Elena and the girls in the RV to each other. Persephone, Agnes, Cynthia, and Ella looked at each other. Evans looked at Elena again and finally looked at Evans. Agnes despised Evans. You went to the cemetery at noon just to pick up a beautiful high school student? The 4 of us are here. There's not enough space here for you to strike up a conversation. Elena curiously asked the 4 girls, What is your relationship with him? The 4 of us are his women, the kind he can sleep with. Cynthia said. To read exciting novels, go to Felu Novel Network. Elena obviously didn't believe it and just thought that the other party was joking with her. Now is not the ancient times, where 3 wives and 4 concubines are not tolerated, and even ancient Europe and the United States didn't care about this, and this was not a country in the East. Elena didn't believe that these 4 girls who were as good-looking as her would fall in love with one person at the same time, and they had not yet scuttled the boat of friendship. Contact with Elena was just one of the reasons I went to Charlotte Cemetery, Evans said. Seeing Evans' serious face, the 4 girls stopped teasing. Bethany asked, The second thing must be related to the mystery? Evans nodded without elaborating. Mystery? Elena became interested. Ella took out a few bottles of canned Coke from the small car refrigerator nearby, threw one of them to Elena, and then said, It's about occultism. We are occultists. The purpose of traveling everywhere is to pursue various urban legends and investigate the truth behind those supernatural events. That must be very interesting. Elena suddenly felt a little envious of them. Interesting indeed. Can you tell me about your adventures? The 4 girls don't know whether they should say it. If they say it, they are revealing the secret to Elena, which will cause the other party to activate spiritual vision and be in danger. Let's talk to her. I have divined Elena before. Her future destiny is not simple. She will inevitably be involved in the mysterious world, Evans said. So the 4 girls talked to Elena about their previous adventures. The dual worlds of Silent Hill, the inner and outer worlds, the heaven and hell in the heart. Why do they sound so bizarre? It's not like it's true. Elena was stunned for a while after hearing this. But soon, Elena no longer doubted what everyone said, because as she learned the mystery, her eyes automatically opened spiritual vision. At first, Elena didn't realize that she had turned on her spiritual vision. She only felt that outside the RV, which was supposed to be deserted, there were suddenly more passers-by, coming and going, and they were all strangers she had never seen. It was so hot at noon, but there were so many people coming and going outside, which struck Elena as strange. See that? Cynthia said questions in a declarative tone. What you mean? Elena was confused. The people I'm talking about outside the car window are things that ordinary people can't see, Cynthia said. Elena suddenly felt horrified. When she looked at the passers-by outside the car again, she suddenly realized that she didn't seem to understand the world at all. Also, the experiences that a few people just mentioned, maybe it's all true. Are they ghosts? Elena asked cautiously. Ella gave her some popular science about spiritual vision and mysterious concepts. Only then did Elena realize why she suddenly saw those things that looked like humans and also understood the danger of those things. 3 p.m. The RV drove into the town of Mystic Falls and parked near Elena's home. Elena was in no hurry to go home. She still had many questions about the mystery she wanted to ask. The four girls are not shy about sharing information with her. While the women were chatting, Evans was sitting on the sofa nearby, mysteriously not knowing what he was doing. In fact, he is using the weird magic he has recently developed to create a plug-in technology product. Yes, he is using magic to create strange technological products, such as portable systems. Weird magic is very suitable for doing this kind of thing. Evans plans to create a chat group system that relies on his own perception ability. He can randomly add lucky characters from other dimensions to the group, and then he can pass the time in the water group anytime and anywhere. That should be very interesting. 197. With what Evans is capable of now, whatever he has to produce will be done very quickly. Even if there are no weapon refining materials around him, he can still refine weapons in the void. His refining process was not high profile because he invented it in his own spiritual world. Not long after, the Almighty Universe chat group version 0.1 beta version was developed by him. This chat group system cannot work independently and must rely on Evans's perception of the omnipotent universe. Otherwise, people from other worlds cannot be added. To put it bluntly, it is a prop that can assist Evans to use his abilities more easily. Evans used his own perception ability to connect 3 unknown multiverses that have not yet been explored, and then let the chat group detect the characters with high luck in those 3 planes and add them to the chat group. After a while, Almighty Universe chat group version 0.1 issued a system prompt to Evans. Ding, Death Student joins the chat group. Ding, the Gravedigger Countess joins the chat group. Ding, the Long-Legged Blackstocking Senior joins the chat group. Death Elementary School Student. How did this chat group appear in my mind? Gravedigger Countess. What the hell is my nickname? Senior sister with long legs and black stockings. Same as above. I don't like my nickname either. This chat group looks like alien technology, and it actually appears directly in my mind. Evans Nelson. Hello everyone, I am the group leader. If you don't like your nickname, you can change it to your own name. Idagawa Conan. Mr. Nelson, is this magical chat group something you developed? Evans didn't intend to act too cool, so he didn't admit that this chat group was his masterpiece. Evans Nelson, no, just like you, I joined this chat group for no reason. Because I joined the group earlier than you, I became the group leader. Lara Croft, the group name is the Omniverse chat group. What does this Omniverse mean? Kasuma ga Kaka Shiha, I just checked online. The concept of the omnipotent universe comes from the superhero comics of the Lighthouse Kingdom. It refers to the universe outside the multiverse. The omnipotent universe contains infinite multiverses. Evans Nelson, yes, that's what it means. Everyone in the group may come from different worlds. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Idagawa Conan, do other worlds really exist? Is it a parallel time and space of the Earth? Evans Nelson, the chat group has a time travel function. As long as other group members allow it, you can use the time travel function to go to each other's world. Just try it, and you will know. System prompt. Kasuma ga Kaka Shu submitted a time travel application to Idagawa Conan. P.S. I know you're Kudo Shinichi. Idagawa Conan. /shocked. How do you know my true identity? Kasuma ga Kaka Shiha. I have watched Detective Conan, but I am not sure if you are the person in the anime, so I want to see your world. System prompt. Idagawa Conan agrees to Kasuma ga Kaka Shu's time travel application. After a moment. Kasumiga Kakashiha. I really traveled through time and came to the Mori Detective Agency. I actually entered the anime world. This is incredible. Lara Croft. I searched for Detective Conan on the internet and found that this Japanese comic also exists in my world. Miss Kasumiga Kaka, have you really traveled into the world of Japanese comics? Kasumiga Kakashiha. It's true. Lara Croft. / dumbfounded. Evans Nelson. Miss Crawford, do you want to be a guest in my world? I have many things here that may be of interest to you. Lara Croft. Do you know me well? Could it be that on your side, I am also a character in the story? Evans Nelson. I don't have your story here, but I am a time traveler. Before time travel, I played a series of games called Tomb Raider. That game was a third-person adventure game with you as the protagonist. Lara Croft. Then you must know the whereabouts of my parents. Are they still alive? Evans Nelson. The Tomb Raider game has undergone a reboot and is divided into the old series and the new series. The story settings of the two versions are different. I need to know if your bestie is Amanda Everett or Samantha Nishimura. Laura Crawford. It's Amanda Everett. We met and became friends when we were students at UCL College, and we have just graduated. Evans Nelson. That's the old version of the series. Let me give you a spoiler. Your father, Earl Richard Crawford, is still alive. He was kidnapped and brainwashed by the Holy Trinity organization, and it seems that he was used to crack down on your family. Some secret. Your mother, Amelia Crawford, may have fallen into the underworld of Helm and become a living dead. Lara Croft, are you kidding? Isn't the underworld of Helm a place in Norse mythology and legends? How could it really exist? Evans Nelson, it's true. In your future adventures, you will turn against your best friend Amanda. In that adventure, you will collect 3 artifacts of Thor made by the Atlantis civilization, and then search for the 1.3 fairy land in King Arthur's legend. You will discover Ava, the fairy land in Celtic mythology. Long is the same place as the underworld of Helm in Norse mythology. You and Amanda started a big battle there. Finally, when facing the Archon of Atlantis, you and Amanda temporarily abandoned their prejudices and joined forces with each other to kick each other into the endless abyss of Helm's underworld. At that time, you saw your mother, but she had lost her humanity, and you were not allowed to shoot her. Lara Croft. Kasumiga Kakashiu. Idagawa Conan. This is not scientific. Kasumiga Kakashiha. Miss Crawford, your world sounds very dangerous. Atlantis civilization, Celtic mythology, and Norse mythology all actually exist. In the chat group, Tomb Raider Lara Croft asked Evans some questions about the whereabouts of her parents, and then logged off with a lot of worries. Kasumiga Kakashu. Hey, I found that our chat group has a group system malfunction, but why is there not a single product in it? Evans Nelson. We need to put products on the shelves ourselves. The meaning of its existence is to allow items from different worlds to circulate among chat group members. System prompt. Idagawa Conan has put a box of Demi Icho instant noodles on the group mall, priced at 30 yen per bag. Evans Nelson. Kasumiga Kakashiu. Idagawa Conan. Ahem. I just tried this function, but I didn't expect it to actually work. Evans Nelson. Senior lady with long legs and black stockings, are you still in the world of Conan? Kasumiga Kakashu. Don't call me this nickname, I don't like it. Kasumiga Kakashiha. I originally wanted to stay in the Conan world for a while, but I just thought that the deadline for my novel was coming soon, but I haven't finished it yet, so I had to come back and type. Kasumiga Kakashiha. 15 Mr. Nelson, do you have any specialties in your world? Put them on the group mall so that Conan and I can get to know each other. System prompt. Evans Nelson has put 10 storage rings on the group mall, priced at 1 yen each, and each person is limited to 1 purchase. Shiyu Kasumiga Kaka. Purchased. It's amazing. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Idagawa Conan. Purchased. It's amazing. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Lara Croft. Purchased. It's amazing. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Evans Nelson. Laura, aren't you offline? Lara Croft. I was blown away by the storage ring you put on the shelf again. I didn't expect such a thing called magic to exist in the world. Mr. Nelson. Your world shouldn't be the magical style described in magical literature, right? Evans Nelson, no, it's Cthulhu style. Kasumagakaka Shiyu, /shocked. Lara Croft, is it the style of the series of horror stories written by Mr. Lovecraft? Evans Nelson, yeah, there's a lot of mystery on my side. Take the spiritual world, for example. There is a beach in the spiritual world where people's souls can be reborn, but death there has been stranded, and the soul has lost its way to rebirth. The entire spiritual world is in a mess, and it even affects reality. Any human being who understands the mystery will open his spiritual vision and see a corner of the spiritual world. The field of vision is full of evil spirits. Once the evil spirits realize that you can see them, they will attack you without hesitation. In addition, the level of your own spiritual vision will increase with your understanding of the mystery. To put it simply, in my case, the more people know about the mysterious world, the faster they die. On the contrary, only those who know nothing can live to the end of their lives. Kasumagakaka Shiyu, shivering. Idagawa Conan, trembling. Lara Croft, I have always been interested in mystery and believe that ancient humans must have possessed powers that modern science cannot explain. When I find my father in a while, I will go and see the world on your side. Evans Nelson, anytime welcome. In the RV, Elena Gilbert, who was chatting with the four girls, saw Evans sitting motionless on the sofa, so she pointed at Evans and asked the four girls, "Does he often do this?" Ella shook her head. Shaking his head. In fact, Evans has always been a little transparent in our understanding until the four of us went to investigate the truth behind the madness of the members of the paranormal club in the school, accidentally came into contact with the mystery, and bumped into the evil spirit for the first time. At that time, he discovered a hero saves a beauty, so we become familiar with him. Oh, I understand. He is in an inconspicuous and transparent state now, right? Elena complained. That's it. The four girls nodded at the same time. Seeing the four girls arranging themselves there, Evans came back to his senses and said helplessly, "There is a kind of magic called the Soul Palace. When I am in a daze, it is not because I am in a daze, but because most of my will is concentrated on the level of spiritual thinking." Does the Mind Palace refer to some kind of lucid dream? You can think of it as a spiritual online chat group where I can communicate with other people. Evans said. What you said is too mysterious. Cynthia said. Let us also experience it. The occult version of online communication should be very interesting. Persephone said expectantly. The other girls, including Elena, expressed their expectations. Especially Elena, she had never seen magic before. For the sake of you being beauties, okay? Evans agreed. He used magic to connect the consciousness of the five girls to his chat group, but instead of joining the chat group, he could only see the chat group interface, which was conceptually more similar to peeking into the screen. In the eyes of these girls, a chat group interface appeared that only they 780 could see. There is no doubt that this is magical. Technology can never do this kind of thing, it can only be magic. But I didn't expect that the manifestation of magic can actually so scientific. How to speak in the group? Elena asked Evans. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. You can only peek into the screen, and of course you cannot speak in it. Evans said. Then let us also join the group. I don't want to miss such a fun thing. Ella urged. Evans canceled the sharing of the group pictures of the girls, then spread his hands and said, When you learn magic in the future, you can just build a chat group yourself. If you didn't mention this, I almost forgot. You said you would teach us magic. Agnes looked at Evans expectantly. The other three women also looked at him. Elena asked weakly, I also want to learn magic, is that okay? The four women said in unison. No. Elena was confused. Why? Because the four of us learn magic at the cost of our chastity. If you want to learn without paying anything, it will make the four of us feel psychologically unbalanced. Persephone said matter-of-factly. Elena's mouth opened wide. She didn't expect that the price for the four girls to learn magic was actually a PY deal with someone. Is this a distortion of human nature or a loss of morality? However, when Elena thought that she also had spiritual vision now, if she didn't learn some magical skills to defend herself, she would probably encounter something unexpected in the future. She looked at Evan's face. Not to mention, the other person's face quite moved her. If you want to do that kind of thing with the other person, at least she won't reject it. I want to join too. Elena immediately expressed her stance. The four girls looked at her with strange expressions. Why are you looking at me like this? Elena felt uncomfortable being stared at by the four women. It's nothing. Let me tell you a secret. That guy is as strong as a beast. Even if you are added to the list, it will not distract from the happiness. Agnes said something very remarkable. Elena was shocked. She looked at Evan suspiciously. Can the opponent really compete with 1 versus 5 without losing? Evans broke the weird atmosphere at the scene and appeared out of thin air. 5 strange books on magic. Basically, each of the 5 girls received a copy. This is an introductory book on magic. You should learn the above knowledge first. If you don't understand anything, just ask me, Evans said. The 5 girls couldn't wait to read it and learn the knowledge above. This is magic, and their desire to learn is particularly strong. Although this book is an introductory book for weird magic, the first few pages above, but it is the knowledge related to the source of magic power of meditation and communication. Inside the RV, it fell into silence for a while. Only the sound of turning pages of books could be heard from time to time. While the 4 girls were studying, Evans began to attract people to his Almighty Universe chat group. Ding, Shinli Turtle joins the chat group. Ding, the Emperor of Heaven is also evil and faked into the chat group. Ding, Coulson joins the chat group. Shinli Turtle, what is this? The Emperor of Heaven is dark-hearted, the main character of the chat group flow novel. Coulson. Evans Nelson, welcome to the Almighty Universe chat group. I am the group leader. After an introduction from Evans, the 3 of them had a certain understanding of this chat group. System prompt. The Emperor of Heaven also changed his name to Yihei. System prompt. Shinli Turtle changed his name to Shinli Linghua. System prompt. Coulson changed his name to Sooner. Shiyu Kasumiga Kaka, welcome newcomers to the group. Idagawa Konan, welcome new members to the group. Yihei, Idagawa Konan? Good guy, the anime reflects reality. Kasumiga Kaka Shiyu, feel the same. Evans Nelson, Yihei, when you stare into the abyss is also staring into you. Yihei, well, this foreign brother, you don't want to say that I am also a character in the story on your side, right? Evans Nelson, you don't need to be so outspoken. I am a time traveler. Before time travel, I was also from the rabbit country like you. After time traveling, I became an egg person with white skin and yellow heart. And yes, I read your story. Yihei, there really is such a thing as time travel. Man, I want to know my story. Evans Nelson, have you graduated from college? Yihei, it has been several years since I graduated. In half a month, I will have a reunion with my old classmates and go to visit Mount Tai. Evans Nelson, oh, your story is about to begin. Yihei, you mean the trip to Mount Tai? Evans Nelson, right. Next, Evans told Yihei about the process and experience of the other party from the Earth to the Beidou burial ground star, until Yihei and Pangbo join Lingshu Cave. Yihei. Evans Nelson, scared. To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Yihei, I'm afraid we won't be able to talk about it. I'm just thinking about how long it will take for me to come back after leaving and how I should tell my parents. Evans Nelson, in the original novel, you left for decades. When you returned to Earth, your parents were too sad because of your disappearance and died early. Yihei, it seems I have to cancel the upcoming class reunion. Evans Nelson, in the future, you will become a very powerful person, able to pull people from the past time and space. Yihei, brother, can you stop gasping for breath? You almost got your back. Shiyu Kasumiga Kaka, pulling people from the past time and space? Worship the boss. Idagawa Konan, worship the boss. Sooner, although I don't really believe it, but what if it's true, so, worship the boss. Linghua Shinli, worship the boss. Yihei, I am just a mortal, how can I be a big shot? Evans Nelson, by the way, I uploaded a storage ring on the group mall. You only need to use 1 yen or a currency equivalent to 1 yen to buy it. You all go and buy it. Yihei, already purchased. Nice stuff. Thank you, brother. Shinli Linghua, purchased. Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for the gift. Sooner, I have purchased it. Although I have something with similar effect here, I still thank you. Tomorrow my father will send me to Zhao's house. I have to rest. Goodbye. Evan saw Sooner's speech and knew that Sooner was still young and didn't know Emperor Xiaobian. He was thinking about whether to cut off his beard, otherwise Sooner would be ruined by Emperor Xiaobian. Well, it's decided. When Sooner settles down in Zhao's house, she will go back in time and intercept who? Yihei, Evans Nelson, brother, do you have any skills that I can practice, or anything that can extend the life of a mortal? Please support me, and I will definitely give you back double the amount in the future. I want to practice spiritual practice before setting off to Beidou to bury the Emperor Star, and by the way, I can extend the life of my parents. System prompt. Evans Nelson sent an exclusive red envelope to Yihei. The system prompted Yihei to receive a red envelope from Evans Nelson. Gaetian plain synonyms. In order to avoid harmony, Yihei's, the king's, world cannot be called by the title of the book. Later, Gaetian will be used to refer to that plane. Yihei received the red envelope from Evans. In his mind, a complete set of Immortal Heavenly Kung Fu Emperor Sutra appeared automatically, which was the set of techniques created by the Ruthless Emperor, which included various magical powers of the Ruthless Emperor. In addition, 3 bottles of pills appeared in front of Yihei. One of the bottles contains 2 life-extending pills, which can only affect mortals. The effect is to extend the life of mortals for hundreds of years. The other 2 bottles are of the same kind of elixir, which can be used to assist Yihei in opening the Bow of Bitter Sea. Yihei is a holy body, so it is difficult to practice. Without the help of these elixirs, even with the Emperor Sutra, he would not be able to practice. Yihei, brother, I will never thank you for your kindness. I will repay you 10,000 times in the future. Evans Nelson, you will achieve great things in the future, and you can become the Emperor of Heaven. You will definitely make money from your investment, so there is no need for psychological pressure. Just feel free to develop. Sooner, Emperor of Heaven? Is he a strong man in the same realm as Dodi? Evans Nelson, no, the cultivation systems of your 2 worlds are different. The Emperor-level powerhouses in Yihei's world are far better than the Do Emperors in your world. Sooner, dumbfounded. Sooner, Senior, do you also know the story of my world? Evans Nelson, know a little bit. What do you want to ask? Sooner, I want to know what I will experience next. Evans Nelson, when you go to the Xiao family, you will meet a man named Xiaoyan. He is a time traveler. Although he looks the same age as you, he has the soul of an adult. He will treat you, a little girl. His intentions are evil, just be careful with him. Sooner, thank you, Senior, for informing me. Suna understands. The plain of Gaetian. Yihei closed his antique shop, returned home, found his parents, and told them that he would leave the earth in half a month to cultivate immortality, and gave his parents 2 life-extending pills to take respectively. It took him a lot of words to convince his parents that he really wanted to cultivate immortality and was not ill. There is still half a month left before the class reunion, and Yihei plans to use this half-month to practice the immortal art. Although the martial art of the ruthless person is not the most suitable for the holy body, it is at least the Emperor's scripture, and it is the complete inheritance of the ruthless person. Yihei practiced the ruthless inheritance, and there was nothing wrong with him at all. Anyway, the ruthless person will definitely not ask Yihei for copyright fees. At most, he is curious about why this similar flower has its own inheritance. A hodgepodge world of horror. Evans asked the 4 women in the RV. We will be staying in Mystic Falls from now until the start of school. Do you plan to stay in the RV or stay in a local hotel? If possible, I would like to use a RV. I can drive the RV out into the wild at night and still have a camping atmosphere. But there are 5 of us, plus Elena, BH. There are 6. It's a bit unsuitable. Yes, Ella said. Elena on the side suddenly blushed at the thought of spending the night here. However, she did not resist. On the contrary, she was looking forward to it. The volume in the RV is not a problem. If you have watched Harry Potter, you should know that there is a spell called seamless expansion. Evan said. Then go for a RV, it will be more atmospheric. Ella made a decision and did not accept any objection. No one refuted it because everyone had the same idea. Agnes asked Elena, "Will your family be worried if you don't go home tonight?" Elena said with a lonely look, "My parents are no longer here, and my current guardian is my aunt. I just need to tell her to spend the night at a friend's house." "Condolences," Agnes comforted. "You said before that Silent Hill is a place where people can communicate with the dead. If I go there, can I see my parents again?" "That should work, Evans. What do you think?" "Okay, that's good." Elena made a decision. She must go to Silent Hill when she is free in the future. She stood up and said to a few people, "Just wait for me. I will go and tell my aunt that I will spend the night with you tonight." Elena got out of the RV and returned to her home not far away. She found her Aunt Jenna and told her that she would spend the night at a friend's house and would not come back. Jenna just told her to pay attention to her safety and then agreed. He went back to his room, took some personal belongings, and then returned to Evan's RV. The RV drove out of the town and parked at a lake outside the town with a beautiful environment that was suitable for camping. Here, Evans performed the magic extended the space inside the RV, making the relatively spacious RV even more spacious. The girls were amazed when they saw the scene. Obviously, from the outside, the size of the room has not changed. But as soon as they enter the RV, you will find that the space inside the RV is much larger than it looks from the outside. This is the magic of magic. In order to master this magical power, the girls did nothing else this afternoon but stayed in the RV reading books. They learned magic. The first thing they learned was the method of meditating to communicate with the source of magic. Until dark, the girls communicated with the source of magic named Evans through meditation and successfully borrowed magic from Evans and put their own mark on the magic power so that this part of the borrowed magic power can be recycled by them. At dusk, Agnes took on the responsibility of the cook, cooking dinner for everyone. To read the novel, go to Felu Novel Network. Late at night, Evans and 5 girls were sleeping together. The next day at dawn, there was a heavy rain outside the RV. Everyone got dressed, got up, washed, and ate breakfast while looking at the heavy rain outside the car window. Environment. Not to mention, it has quite an atmosphere. If someone had told me before yesterday that my first time would be with another girl facing a boy, I would not have believed it. Elena's tone was faint. She thought what happened yesterday was too crazy, but that kind of thing just happened. Well, I didn't lie to you. That guy was as strong as a beast, and that's how we were conquered by him. Cynthia is bolder and doesn't blush even when talking about this kind of topic. Elena glanced at Evans beside her, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. The heavy rain outside the window became heavier and heavier, and thunder sounded from time to time in the sky. The rain also lasted for an extremely long time. Because of the rain, it was impossible to go out for activities. The 5 girls simply stayed in the car and continued to study the knowledge in the magic book. They did not feel bored. Thanks to Shinhai for the 3 monthly tickets, and thanks to Warmheart for the reminder ticket, Evan is practicing the Refining the Gods and Returning to the Void chapter of the Yaoqi Immortal Sutra. The practice of refining the spirit and returning it to the void is a process that allows the practitioner to turn from the acquired to the innate and have a physique comparable to that of the innate beings. It allows the practitioner to get closer to the Tao, cultivate stronger magic power, and obtain a better physique. Evan, who has been transplanted with Kryptonian blood, has absolutely no problem with his physique. The energy quality in his body is also very high. Under these 2 major premises, he only needs to transform his physique into that of an innate creature and accommodate other physiques. You can complete this stage of practice by transforming your own energy. Therefore, Evan's cultivation process of refining the gods and returning to the void is still very fast as cheating. Half a month has passed within the time formation, and Evan has successfully completed the spiritual training and returned to virtual reality. The incarnation of Fairy Tianyu, who was waiting aside, saw the speed of Evan's cultivation, and his eyes jumped. This guy is really cheating. On the side, Yihei and Sooner finally started refining qi and began to practice formal qi training. As a holy body, Yihei's characteristics of the holy body were finally highlighted at this moment. When Yihei got started and started practicing qi, the spiritual energy in this beautiful cave world began to surge towards Yihei's body. In this place where there is no suppression of the holy body, Yihei absorbs spiritual energy very quickly. But then again, the cultivation of the holy body requires more energy than the cultivation of the mortal body. Even if you practice the mythical system of the earthly and immortal world, it still requires a huge amount of energy. With one addition and one subtraction, the cultivation level will increase faster. Being equalized, the advantage is that the combat effectiveness of the holy body is stronger under the same realm. Yihei's holy body plugin is obviously not as powerful as the plugins that Evan himself tinkered with, and it is still far behind Evan in terms of the speed of improvement in cultivation. On the side, Xiao Suner, who is not yet 10 years old, has a much more normal style of painting during practice, which makes Fairy Tianyu extremely happy. Wait a minute, why should I be happy that my apprentice's practice is slow? Fairy Tianyu fell into deep contemplation and then came to the conclusion that Evan and Yihei were too perverted. After that, Evan began to practice the Dongshu Hadao chapter of Yaoqi Immortal Sutra. The practice at this stage is to align oneself with the rule. The compatibility mentioned here refers to making it easier for the body and the soul to communicate with the rules of heaven and earth. Only when you reach this level can you practice some special spells and supernatural powers. Only by reaching the level of refining the void and combining the Tao, talents will not be restricted by the environment and can exert 100% of their immortal power in any plane and under the rules of the world. Because those who refine the void and combine the Tao can adapt to different rules of the world and control the rules to perform magic and magical powers. This is the power of the mythical and immortal system of the earthly immortal world, which focuses on one universality. Evan already has many abilities that can be used in different planes, and his physique is also very close to rules, so he can still cheat during this process of practice. During the practice stage of Lianshu Hadao, Evan found that his different practice systems were being assimilated by the mythical immortal system of Yaoqi Immortal Sutra and gradually integrated into one. When he completes his practice, he will no longer be in the state of practicing multiple systems at the same time, but will be in the state of focusing on mythology and immortality. Mythical immortality is all-encompassing, and the spiritual energy of the immortality is compatible with the systems of the heavens. Not only can the spiritual energy be used to perform magical powers, but it can also be used to perform magic, ninjutsu, spiritual arts, spells, etc. It can even be used to train the body. It can be said to be all-encompassing. It is indeed a fairy tale. Feeling this, Evan's motivation for practice became stronger than ever. A few more days passed, and Evan completed the practice of Lianshu Hadao. By integrating all the systems he had practiced into one, Evan's realm jumped from refining the void and combining the Tao to a mythical true immortal. Fairy Tianyu's face changed slightly when she felt this, and she quickly reminded Evan, to become an immortal, you need to overcome a tribulation, so prepare quickly, the tribulation is coming soon. Yihei and Sooner, who were practicing on the side, heard Fairy Tianyu say that Evan would soon survive the catastrophe and become an immortal. They stopped practicing and looked at each other in disbelief. We are all practicing together. We here have just started refining qi, but you have already become immortals. Is this scientific? This is cheating. Evan had no time to respond to the two people's disbelief. He stood up, as if shrinking to an inch, and instantly appeared 100 miles away in one step, preparing to overcome the disaster. Fairy Tianyu saw that Yihei and Sooner were curious, so she took the two of them to fly over there and let them see Evan's process of overcoming the tribulation. Yihei asked Fairy Tianyu, Master, is senior brother Evan really going to become an immortal? Fairy Tianyu nodded. He is different from you. Before he practiced the Yaoqi Immortal Sutra, he already had a life status and realm comparable to that of a true immortal. Now he is just transforming all those backgrounds. After learning that this was the case, Yihei and Sooner understood. They just said, how could someone become an immortal directly in less than 20 days? In the sky, clouds began to gather. A moment later, thunder pierced the sky and fell towards Evan. Evan didn't dodge or fight back. He directly resisted the first thunderbolt with his body. His physical fitness, which was beyond the atmosphere, perfectly withstood the first tribulation thunder. Although his body was not injured and even his clothes were not damaged, Evan still felt slight pain. The first thunder tribulation could make him feel pain, which made Evan become serious. He quickly started to use his skills and began to absorb the thunder of the tribulation to temper his body. Next, thunder struck down. Evan still doesn't defend himself and uses thunder-tempering body. He is not afraid of being struck by lightning and losing all his clothes. The clothes he is wearing are transformed from his Holy Weapon Universe diagram, so it is not so easy to be struck by lightning and lose all his clothes. In the distance, in the sky, Fairy Tianyu standing on the clouds said to Yihei and Sooner, his physical body is very strong, Jiahao, which allows him to resist thunder with his physical body and temper his body through the tribulation of heaven. But when you go through tribulation in the future, it is best not to imitate him, lest you be struck to death by lightning. My holy body can't resist the thunder disaster? Yihei asked Fairy Tianyu. It's possible, but the prerequisite is that you have to take the time to refine your body. With your physique, the speed and upper limit of body refining will be higher than that of ordinary immortal cultivators. When you reach the state where you're about to overcome the tribulation, Yoshi. Tying Evan's current physique. Fairy Tianyu commented. That's good. Yihei decided to take advantage of his holy body and spend more time refining his body in the future. Soon, Evan's thunderstorm ended. The wind and fire tribulation then appeared, which was also part of the immortal tribulation. The wind and fire produced by the wind and fire tribulation are not ordinary destruction. That wind can blow away the monk's spirit and make it disappear. That fire can burn the monk's foundation and cause the monk's body to disintegrate and collapse from within. At this moment, Evans started chatting again in the Almighty Universe chat group. Evans Nelson, I have a question here. Whoever can answer it will be given a chance. Who wants to participate? His speech was like a mine thrown into the lake, blowing up everyone in the chat group. Lara Croft, sign up. Shiyu Kasumaga Kaka, registration +1. Idagawa Konan, registration +2. Yihei, sign up +3. Sooner, sign up +4. Kamisato Ayaka, registration +5. Evans Nelson, please listen to the question. You find a divorced woman to marry, and this woman has an adult daughter. It happens that your divorced father falls in love with the divorced woman's daughter, so your father marries the divorced woman's daughter. Get married so that your father becomes your son-in-law. And the daughter of a divorced woman became your stepmother because she married your father. At this time, you should call your father dad, and your father should also call you dad. According to the relationship, if you marry a divorced woman, the divorced woman's daughter should call you dad, but your father married the divorced woman's daughter, so from the father's perspective, you should call your wife's daughter mom. In other words, the divorced woman is your wife and your grandmother at the same time. Not long later, your father had a child with the divorced woman's daughter. This child was your half-brother. He wanted to call you brother, but at the same time, the child was also your daughter's child, so he was also your grandson. Not long after, you and the divorced woman also gave birth to a child. This child should be called your father, but he is also your stepmother's brother, so you have to call him uncle. By now, you have multiple identities. You are your wife's husband and your wife's grandson. You are your father's son and your father's father. You are your daughter's father and your daughter's son. Question. What are you about yourself? Kasumaga Kaka Shiyu. Idagawa Konan. I'm a detective, but my CPU has been burned out by this problem. Yihei. Ethics are often broken. Lara Croft. I don't know how to evaluate this issue. Shiyu Kasumaga Kaka. Great. The world has finally gone crazy. Kamisato Ayaka. This family can keep old ladies chatting for 10 years. Yihei. It is strongly recommended to list this question as a level 4 question in Chinese, and then promote it globally. Evans Nelson, no one can answer that. Idago Akonin, spare me. Evans Nelson, since no one can answer it, I will just announce the answer. The answer is, you are your own grandfather and you are also your own grandson. Everyone. The heavy rain outside the car window was still falling, and then Elena's cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and saw the call. It was from her best friend Bonnie Bennett. Elena answered the phone. The voice of my best friend Bonnie came from the receiver. Elena, Caroline just contacted me and said she wanted to go camping tonight. It's just the three of us. Will you come? Sorry, Bonnie, I'm afraid I'm not available. Elena declined. I know you are still immersed in the sadness of their death, but you will always get over it. The people Bonnie is talking about are referring to Elena's adoptive parents. I have come out, but I am not free today. Elena doesn't know what she should say. She can't tell her that she is going to spend the night with another man tonight. Although Bonnie is not someone who likes to spread gossip, she will inevitably not spread this matter. You really won't come? Bonnie asked. No, didn't you say you were going to Grandma's house to spend the holidays? Elena changed the topic. I plan to wait until the camping is over before going to my grandma's house. Since you won't go, I'll tell Caroline to cancel tonight's activities later. Bonnie said deliberately in a tone that said she was disappointed by you. Can you please stop speaking in a tone that makes me feel guilty? No, I'm going to make you feel guilty unless you tell me why you're not going to our girlfriend's campout. I can tell you, but you have to keep it a secret. Don't worry, I'm not Caroline. I have the most severe mouth. Yesterday, I made a boyfriend, and I'm going to spend the night at my boyfriend's house tonight. Elena said with a blush. Bonnie screamed, and she quickly asked, boyfriend. Was it Matt Donovan or Tyler Lockwood? Remember, they both pursued you. Not from our town. Come talk to me. I'll let you meet me when I get a chance later. It's a deal. Don't keep me waiting too long. Elena hung up the phone. Ella asked her, your best friend? Well, her name is Bonnie Bennett, and she was my playmate growing up. Elena said. I heard about that friend of yours. Evan said. If you are not a newcomer to Mystic Falls, how could you possibly know Bonnie? Elena was confused. I paid some attention to Bonnie's grandmother and mother. Bonnie's grandmother and mother are both witches. The power of witches comes from blood inheritance. Because of this, I paid a little attention to Bonnie. Evans explained. Is Bonnie a witch too? Elena was shocked. She and Bonnie had been playing together since childhood, and they never knew that the little friend was a witch. The other party's sense of confidentiality must be too strong. Are witches magic and are magic the same thing? Ella asked Evans. Witches are servants of nature. The so-called nature generally refers to the will of the planet. Witches are the catalysts used by the will of the planet to observe reality. In contrast, witches can also use the power of nature to cast some magic that only witches can use. The magic I teach you has nothing to do with nature, only the spiritual world. Those of you who learn this kind of magic are not witches, just mages. Evans told a few people about science. In the worldview of the Vampire Diaries, witches are servants of nature. The Earth actually has a will? Is it still alive? Elena is in disbelief. Of course the planet is alive, but it is not the same concept as the life you imagine. It is more similar to an instinctive pan-consciousness. If I had to describe him, he would probably be the kind of vegetative person who only retains his instincts. Evans used a metaphor that was not too vivid to describe the planetary will of the Earth in this world. The 5 girls all looked enlightened and breathed a sigh of relief. If the Earth had human-like thinking ability, then it was terrible. At this moment, the announcement sound of the game system rang in Evans' ears. This sound was not only heard by Evans, but also by all the players who participated in the event. System prompt. Players Philip J. Coulson, Sharon Carter, Nick Fury, Maria Hill, and Natasha Romanoff died. When you die as a player, you will not really die, but you will die back to the place of birth in the public area of the game world. The elimination of the S.H.I.E.L.D. 5-person team put other players still alive on high alert. The 5 people eliminated were all agents who had undergone rigorous training. Regardless of combat effectiveness, just in terms of survivability, even people with strong combat effectiveness may not be able to compare with them. But those 5 people were eliminated at the same time, which shows the danger of this world. At the same time, all players also realized that being eliminated at the same time meant that the Shield 5 found each other and got together before being eliminated. Does this mean that players are better off not looking for each other, as once they get together, survival becomes more difficult? Most players think wrongly. Players getting together with players will not actually increase the difficulty of survival. What really led to the destruction of the Shield 5 was not that the 5 of them got together, but that they were too curious and wanted to know anything they didn't understand. Things they didn't understand were investigated and came to light, and then, as expected, they came into contact with the mystery and opened up their spiritual vision. With spiritual vision, they can see another side of the world, and then develop stronger curiosity to deal with and study the ghosts and monsters that exist everywhere, and then understand more mysteries and unlock higher levels of spiritual vision, being involved in more terrible dangers. This creates a vicious cycle. In the end, they were all dead. This is how the Shield 5 died. Evans didn't pay much attention to this matter. He sat among the girls, holding Elena with his left hand and Ella with his left hand, and continued the water group. The 2 women who were hugged simply leaned into Evans's arms, each holding a magic book in their hands and studying the knowledge inside. The heavy rain outside the RV only stopped at noon. After lunch, Evans drove the RV to the edge of the wild forest lake, drove back to Mystic Falls, and parked the car not far from Elena's house. In the afternoon, Elena acted as a tour guide and took Bethany, Agnes, Cynthia, and Ella to wander around Mystic Falls. Evans didn't follow them, he was still in the water. Evans Nelson, senior lady with long legs and stockings, can I go to your place? To read exciting novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Kasumigakaka Shu, I told you not to call me long-legged stocking senpai. Evans Nelson, got it, long-legged stockings senior. Kasumigakaka Shu, I really lost to you. Since you want to come to my side, then come over, but I want to make it clear in advance that if your purpose of coming here is to play gangster on me, I will expose you in the group as soon as possible. If I am banned or banned by you, the group leader, being kicked out of the group also means that I have been molested by you, as evidenced by the chat records. Yihei, this girl has such a strong sense of safety that she is simply impeccable. Kasumigakaka Shiyu, Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Group Leader. Evans Nelson, although I like beautiful women, I never need to force them. Kasumigakaka Shiyu, scared, you really have thoughts about me. Evans Nelson, I have an idea. Can you give me a chance to pursue you? Evans has completely let himself go. Kasumigakaka Shu, /helpless, Mr. Nelson, how do you know that I am a beauty? Maybe I am ugly, or else you know my story. In the world before you traveled through time, I was also a character in the story, right? Evans Nelson, well, you're a character in a daily Japanese light novel that was also adapted into an anime. But you are not the heroine in that story. You are just a supporting role, a loser in life emotionally. Kasumigakaka Shu, how is that possible? Tell me, who is the hero and who is the heroine? Evans Nelson, they are all from your school, 1 grade below you. The male protagonist is named Inyelanai, and he is an otaku. The heroine's name is Megumi Kato. She is a passerby heroine who is so ordinary that she has no special features at all. Kasumigakaka Shu, oh, I've heard of those 2 people. System prompt. Evans Nelson sent a time travel request to Shiyu Kasumigakaka. System prompt. Kasumigakaka Shiyu agreed to Evans Nelson's request to travel through. Evans traveled to the plane of the passerby heroine and landed in the bedroom of Shiyu's house in Kasumigakaka, Chiyoda District, the capital of Sakura Country. Evans came over and saw Kasumigakaka Shiyu. The other person's figure is the highlight. Although he has voluptuous and plump curves, he is not fat. She has long, straight black hair and dark red eyes. She seems to be very quiet. She wears a white headband and has a tall figure. Her facial appearance is in line with Eastern aesthetics. She was wearing a casual suit with black stockings on her long legs. This is a perfect high school girl. Kasumigakaka Shiyu was also looking at Evans, who came to his bedroom. He was tall, handsome, with outstanding temperament and a sense of mystery. First time meeting, Miss Kasumagakaka, I am Evans Nelson. Evans greeted with a smile. I thought you would call me long-legged and black-stocked senior. Kasumagakaka Shiyu said quietly. That was just a joke. It would be too rude to call you that when we first met. I don't want to leave a bad impression on you. After all, you are my second-dimensional wife. Is this a two-dimensional wife in the eyes of an otaku? What an incredible answer. Kasumagakaka Shiha seems to be calm, but in fact she is one of the panicked ones. The other party makes no secret of her pursuit, which makes her a little overwhelmed. After all, Kasumagakaka Shiha is a female high school student who has never been in love. When the disaster of wind and fire came to Evan felt the pain he had never experienced before. Not only the physical pain, but also the spiritual pain. This is the wind and fire catastrophe, and it is also the second catastrophe among the 3 catastrophes of becoming an immortal. Fairy Tianyu gave Yihei and Sin science education. How to overcome the wind and fire tribulation? Sinner asked the master. The wind and fire tribulation cannot be avoided or defended. We can only rely on our own condensed soul and strong enough foundation to resist. In this process, if the original God is not extinguished and the physical body does not collapse, our own soul, they will be refined by the wind tribulation, removing the impurities in the soul and making the soul more pure. The fire tribulation will allow the monk's life level to evolve from mortal metamorphosis to immortality. Take Evan, for example. His soul's foundation, the foundation and foundation of his body are far beyond those of ordinary monks, so the wind and fire tribulation is not difficult for him. What is really difficult is the third tribulation of the immortal tribulation, the heart demon tribulation. Fairy Tianyu said. Evan, who was going through the tribulation, felt that his soul and the foundation of his body were being refined by the wind and fire tribulation. This kind of purification method was extremely painful. If it were a cultivator whose foundation was not deep enough, he would probably be tortured to death. Gradually, Evan discovered that his soul became pure and flawless, and his physique transformed into a mythical immortal. The wind and fire tribulation also ended at the moment. The calamity of inner demons comes with it. Evan fell into a trance for a moment. He began to experience inner demons in the spiritual world. His inner demon is himself. Evan has always been reluctant to use duplication skills because he was worried that duplication would have its own ego and would want to replace him. Because he worries about this, his inner demon is himself, a self-aware alternative Evan. The inner demon Evan has the same level of cultivation as Evan. Evan can do it, inner demons. Evan can do it. As soon as the inner demon appeared in Evan's spiritual world, he threatened to replace his real body and launched the strongest attack on Evan's consciousness. If Evan is defeated by it, he will completely lose himself and be replaced by the other party. Facing his inner demons, Evan responded very directly. He came up with something that he had, but his inner demons didn't have, that is, a super game development system. Evan used the super game development system to create a game in his own spiritual world, trapping his inner demons in the game world, and using the game editor to continuously generate various strong people in it to let them deal with their inner demons. Faced with an endless stream of strong NPCs, it didn't take long for the inner demons to be played to death. Evan successfully overcame his demons, and his immortality calamity also ended completely at this moment. Evan opened his eyes and smiled. He took a step forward and reached the clouds on the horizon, saluting Fairy Tianyu, who was standing on the clouds. I thought you would suffer some hardships from the inner demon tribulation, but you still cheated on escaping the tribulation. This is really... Fairy Tianyu pointed at Evan with a speechless expression. She finally shook her head and brought everyone back to before. The area where Evan had deployed the time formation. Evan, who has become a mythical true immortal, has exhausted all his own potential. If he wants to improve his level in the future, it is unlikely that he will be able to improve as quickly as cheating. After accepting the congratulations from Yihei and Sooner, Evan crossed his legs again and tried to practice the true immortal chapter of Yaoqi Immortal Sutra. He found that he really couldn't cheat anymore and could only go step by step. He did not continue to practice. He got up and went to Fairy Tianyu and proposed to learn magic and magical powers from her. What spells and magical powers do you want to learn? Fairy Tianyu asked him. The 72 transformations of earthly evil and the 36 transformations of Tiangang. Evan opened his mouth. As a result, he was knocked on the head by Fairy Tianyu. If this fairy could master the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of earthly evil, she would have become famous in the immortal world. How could she be just a 7th fairy like she is now? Evan didn't know how to answer this sentence. Is the other party making fun of himself? Just listen to Fairy Tianyu continue to say. You don't have to think about Tiangang Earth, Sha. Come, I'll teach you the Spring Wind Transformation Rain technique. It can stimulate the birth of spiritual plants. With one move, Abe, it can make the spiritual plants within the range grow for hundreds of years. This is the true magical power of creation. Evan was mentally muttering, is this the group attack version of Han Peopeo's little green bottle? Evan's understanding is very good. After Fairy Tianyu explained it once, he almost got started with the spring breeze and rain technique and was able to successfully perform it. However, because he did not have a deep understanding of the spell, he could only regenerate the spiritual plants within the range for 10 years. If you want to have a century-old effect, you have to practice hard for a while. Not bad. Fairy Tianyu was satisfied on the surface, but in fact she started to roar in her heart. What a god-defying disciple I have accepted. This understanding is too evil. Cheating, this is definitely cheating. Question. What should I do if my apprentice knows how to cheat? It's very urgent to wait online. Master, are there any other illegal magical powers? Evan looked at Fairy Tianyu eagerly with expectant eyes. Fairy Tianyu expressed her tiredness and threw a jade slip to Evan. There are many spells and magical powers recorded on it. You should learn it slowly. If you don't understand, come and ask me again. Evan nodded, satisfied with the jade slip, and used the god's telekinesis to read the knowledge recorded in the jade slip. He found that many powerful spells and magical powers were recorded in this jade slip. There are 5 elements technique, thunder technique, ice technique, wind technique, universe escape technique, 5 elements escape technique, yin-yang eye, heavenly eye, samadhi true fire, soaring clouds and mist, spell version, talisman from beginner to master. Formation from beginner to master, from beginner to proficient in refining weapons, from beginner to proficient in alchemy, maps and cultivation methods of various spiritual plants, map of heaven and earth spiritual roots, map of refining materials, external incarnation, breath-gathering technique, universe-type magic, and memory-type magic. Soul spells. There is so much knowledge. Even if Evan's understanding is incredible, he would not be able to finish it if it takes him tens or even hundreds of years. Evan is not in a hurry, just learn slowly, since he has plenty of time anyway. Within the time formation, half a year later, Evan, Suner, and Yihei were ready to leave. Half a day has passed in their respective worlds. If they don't go back, something might happen. Seeing that the 3 disciples were about to leave, Fairy Tianyu did not stop her. She said to the 3 of them, after you go back, if you encounter difficulties in practice, you can contact me through the chat group, or come to me through the chat group. Evan returns to the town of Mystic Falls in the Horror Hodgepodge Plain. The time here is already 9 o'clock in the evening that day. At the moment, Persephone, Agnes, Cynthia, Ella, and Elena were all in the RV, quietly flipping through books and learning magic. When they saw Evan coming back, the girls said hello to her and then continued to study hard. Why don't you work so hard? Stop studying now and let's do something happy. Evan took them to rest. Passerby Heroine Plain. Kasumiga Kakashiu received an invitation from Evans and went shopping together, chatting while shopping. While wandering around, Evans sensed the situation in the world and wanted to see if there were other stories happening here besides the story of the passerby heroine. This perception, I found, does exist, mostly in daily comic stories, such as Kaguya-sama, Love Live, Youth Love Story, Pet Girl, etc. Let's just call this world a hodgepodge of everyday comics. I discovered that there are other stories happening in your world, and they are all concentrated in your Sakura country. Talk to me. Kasumiga Kakashiu became interested. Evans was too lazy to talk, so he presented a book that recorded all the stories in the world and handed it to her. This book seemed to be 120 and not thick, but it was indeed thicker than there seemed to be more pages, and it was a storybook with magic. Kasumiga Kakashiu took it. She was not in a hurry to flip through it, but just put the book away, planning to read it when she got back. She walked around for 2 when he was young. Evans ended his first date with Kasumiga Kakashiu, left the daily comic hodgepodge plain, and returned to the town of Mystic Falls in the horror hodgepodge plain. 2 hours had passed here. Elena and the others haven't come back yet. Evans was bored and looked at the chat group again. Sooner, I have arrived at Zhao's house and met Xiaoyan, who has evil intentions towards me. Yihei, is that person named Xiaoyan a time traveler from the Earth? Sooner, I don't know, I didn't ask. Yihei, generally speaking, according to the rules of internet literature, those who travel from the Earth to another world will have a good situation. Such people are called protagonists, and their future achievements will not be low. Evans Nelson, Xiaoyan will indeed have good achievements in the future. The only black spot is that he obviously has the soul of an adult, but he attacks Sooner, who is under 10 years old, and gets under the quilt of a little girl. He can be called one of the time travelers. Shame. Sooner. Yihei, could it be that the other party is a pervert? In the Duki Sky Plain, there is no Frank Xiao family. When Xiao Sooner, who was only a few years old, learned that the son of the patriarch of the Xiao family was actually a pervert, he suddenly felt a chill. For the sake of his own safety, Sooner decided to let the Do Huang, who was secretly protecting him, kill him in advance so that he would not miss him all the time. That day, Xiaoyan disappeared, and no one knew where he went. The story of Emperor Xiaobian was over before it even began. Without Emperor Xiaobian's existence, Sooner would not have any ties to the Xiao family. I'm afraid it won't be long before Sooner will leave the Xiao family and return to the ancient clan with the Xiao family's Tuasha ancient Emperor Jade. 3 days passed like this. It was also a peaceful 3 days. During these 3 days, the 5 girls around Evans learned the first magic in their lives, and from then on they were no longer ordinary people. On this day, Evans added a new member to his group. Ding, the Emperor's daughter Xiaoqi joins the chat group. Emperor's daughter Xiaoqi, what is this? Yihei, newcomers are welcome to join the group. Shiyu Kasumiga Kaka, welcome newcomers to the group. Conan, newcomers welcome to the group. Sooner, newcomers are welcome to join the group. Kamisato Ayaka, welcome new members to the group. Lara Croft, welcome newcomers to the group. Evans Nelson, welcome new people to the group. Emperor's daughter Xiaoqi, hello everyone, I am Tianyu. Yihei, could it be the one in the story of the 7 fairies? I remember that in myths and legends, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother had 7 daughters, the youngest of whom was called Fairy Tianyu. To read Baoshuang novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. System prompt. The Emperor's daughter Xiaoqi changed her nickname to Fairy Tianyu. Fairy Tianyu, what is the story of the 7 fairies about? Yihei, it was you and Farmer Dongyong who fell in love, and the Jade Emperor discovered it later. The Jade Emperor was furious and forcibly separated you. Fairy Tianyu, I am still an innocent young lady. How can I fall in love with a mortal? Evans Nelson, maybe the story hasn't happened yet? Fairy Tianyu, can I ask you a question? How are the realms of cultivation in your world divided? Fairy Tianyu, refining chi to transform into God, refining God to return to the void, refining the void to combine with the Tao, true immortal, earthly immortal, heavenly immortal, golden immortal, Tai Dao fruit, Dao Yuo Dao fruit. It's probably like this. Evans Nelson, can the Dao Yuo Dao Gua you have used one certificate to connect the timeline, exist in the past and future, and exist in different timelines at the same time, and be omniscient and omnipotent? Fairy Tianyu, yes, my father is Dao Yuo Jingxian. He is very powerful. Yihei / dumbfounded. Sooner / dumbfounded. Yihei, I would like to ask you, Fairy, what state are you in now? Fairy Tianyu, I am just a golden fairy, and I have not yet condensed the Tao fruit. Evans Nelson, the mythical golden immortal is also very powerful, almost comparable to the immortal emperor in Yihei's world. Yihei, is there an immortal here? Why haven't I heard of it? Evans Nelson, how much can you know before you leave the earth? Besides, immortals are not in your universe. Your worldview is very grand, and your universe is only a small place. It is still a small place with broken rules and lack of immortality materials, making it difficult to become an immortal. The most powerful human emperor on your side can only live for 10,000 to 20,000 years. If you want to live forever, you have to live 9 lives against heaven and become an immortal in the mortal world. That kind of immortal is called a mortal immortal. In terms of pure combat power, the Red Dust Immortal is almost comparable to the Half-Step Immortal King. Yihei, so this is what happened in 3.1. Evans Nelson, Fairy Tianyu, do you want to take a disciple? Please become a disciple. Yihei, same request. Sooner, same request. Lara Croft, same request. Kasuma ga Kakashiyu, same request. Idagawa Conan, same request. Kamisato Ayaka, same request. Fairy Tianyu, I don't mind accepting disciples, but my practice system requires spiritual roots to cultivate immortality. I'm not sure if you have that kind of thing. Evans Nelson, so let's meet and let you check it out, okay? Fairy Tianyu, yes. So all the members sent time travel applications to Fairy Tianyu. Fairy Tianyu clicked to agree one by one. All the members in the chat group were teleported from their respective worlds to the location of Fairy Tianyu. This is the earthly immortal realm, the great Luotian of the 33rd heaven, located in the Peach Garden of Heaven. In the recent Yuan Wei, Fairy Tianyu was responsible for taking care of the Pantoiwan. Fairy Tianyu looked at the people who had traveled across dimensions with great curiosity. Her eyes swept across everyone and finally landed on Evans Nelson. With Fairy Tianyu's ability, she can see the special features of the other party at a glance. Although the other party has a white complexion, his soul is the same as Yihei's yellow complexion. This is not a body snatching, but more like being reborn in the wrong child with memories. The other party's life level is not that of an extraordinary spirit, but almost comparable to that of a true immortal. Fairy Tianyu also saw from the cause and effect line on Evans that he was the creator of the Almighty Universe chat group. But she didn't see the existence of a super game development system. Everyone who came here saluted and greeted this beautiful 7 fairies. Fairy Tianyu responded with a smile. Everyone discovered that there were many peach trees in these 15 miles. Considering the identity of the 7 fairies, this place could not be the Queen Mother's peach garden, right? Welcome to Pantoiwan. Fairy Tianyu said with a smile. It's really a peach garden. Yihei was shocked. Kasumiga Kakashiyu was not from the rabbit country and didn't know the myths of the rabbit country. She saw Yihei was so shocked, so she asked, is the peach garden famous? Conan, Suner, and Ayaka Kamisato are also curious about this question. But Lara Croft, who is familiar with the history and mythology of various countries, has some understanding of the place named Pantoiwan, so she is as shocked as Yihei. Evans' popular science for a few people. In myths and legends, the flat peach garden is located in the heaven, and there are 3,600 flat peach trees planted in it. These flat peaches are also called fairy peaches and immortal peaches. 7 fairies are responsible for picking them. Eating them can extend your life. And increased mana. The flat peach trees here are said to be different. There are 1,200 flat peach trees in the front, with tiny flowers and small fruits, which ripen once every 3,000 years. People who eat them will become immortals and have a healthy body. The middle 1,200 trees have sweet and fruity flowers. Once it ripens in 1,000 years, a person who eats it will rise to the sky and become immortal. The following 1,200 plants have purple lines and a core. If it ripens in 1,000 years, a person who eats it will live as long as the heaven and the earth, and the sun and the moon will have the same age. Conan, Sooner, Kamisado Ayaka, and Kasumiga Kakashi were stunned after hearing this. The flat peaches here are so powerful. Eating a peach can make a person live as long as the world. It's amazing. Fairy Tianyu smiled and said, "Do you really want to eat it?" "But no, the peach tree here and the fruits on the tree are my mother's things. They are used for peach cultivation and cannot be given away casually. But if you can come up with treasures of equal value, I can make the decision and exchange my share of flat peaches with you." No one present except Evans had anything good to exchange for peaches. Evans did not have a strong demand for peaches and was not prepared to exchange peaches with Fairy Tianyu. Next, Fairy Tianyu offered everyone checked their innate spiritual roots. After an inspection, they found that Laura, Kasumagakaka, Conan, and Kamisado Ayaka did not have spiritual roots. Only Evans, Yihei, and Sooner had innate spiritual roots, and the three of them had innate spiritual roots. People's spiritual roots are not bad, and they are considered to be gifted when it comes to cultivating immortals. Group members without spiritual roots can only regretfully leave through the chat group and return to their respective worlds. Fairy Tianyu, Evans, Yihei, and Sooner were included in her cave magic weapon, otherwise it would not be appropriate for them to stay in Pantoiwan. Fairy Tianyu's cave magic weapon has a large internal space, and it can be visually inspected that the entire Milky Way galaxy can be accommodated. Where is this? What kind of cave magic weapon is it? It's just a portable universe. As expected of the daughter of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, she can actually possess such a level of cave magic weapon. Fairy Tianyu's body stayed in Pantoiwan to continue to take care of Pantao. Fairy Tianyu separated incarnate and entered the cave magic weapon with Evans and others. Here, Evans, Yihei, and Sooner paid homage to Fairy Tianyu and became her disciples. Fairy Tianyu taught the Yaoqi Immortal Scripture to the three people. The Yaoqi Immortal Sutra is the Taoist tradition of the Queen Mother. It can be traced back to the Taoist ancestor Hongjun. It is the most orthodox method of practicing the immortal Tao. They were all excited and immediately sat cross-legged to meditate and began to refine the qi. In order to make the practice more efficient, Evans embodied a set of time expansion formations on the spot, covering himself, Yihei, and Sooner. Tian. Yu the fairy was surprised that Evans actually understood the time formation, but she didn't ask any questions. She also walked into the formation and guided the practice of several people. Evans, who has practiced many systems, has almost gained experience. He was the fastest to get started. In order to refine qi faster, Evans took out the elixir that he had tinkered with to increase the body's qi and blood to assist his own practice. Refining qi is to transform one's own body into qi. His blood essence was refined into qi, and he used his own qi to communicate with the aura of heaven and earth into his body and turned it into his own spiritual power. Not long after, Evans began to cheat. He used the Super 313 force that can absorb energy and began to the whale swallowed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave surged towards Evans's body. The scene looked quite grand at first glance, which made Fairy Tianyu slightly surprised. She suspected that the other party was cheating, but after a few glances, she was sure that there are no drawbacks to C's practice, so we won't pay too much attention to it. Compared with Evans, Yihei and Sooner's practice styles are much more normal. In the time formation, time has passed for 3 days. Cheating practice someone has successfully cultivated to the perfection of refining qi and transforming into spirit. Evans began to practice refining qi and transforming into spirit. This process is the cultivation of the soul. Evan's realm of covering the sky is the 5th level of the secret realm of Xiantai. He himself has a good level of cultivation of the soul. At this time, he used the method of refining gas to transform his soul into the direction of the mythical and immortal soul. The speed was very fast. In less than a day, he would refine the soul. The cultivation of Qi transformation god has been completed. On the other hand, Yihei and Suner have not yet started refining Qi. Fairy Tianyu's eyes twitched when she saw that Evans had perfected the practice of refining energy and transforming into gods so quickly, and the strength of his soul was still so high. This apprentice of mine is indeed cheating. Evans is practicing the Refining the Gods and Returning to the Void chapter of the Yaoqi Immortal Sutra. The practice of refining the spirit to return to the void is a process that allows the practitioner to transform from the acquired to the innate and have a physique that is comparable to the innate beings. It allows the practitioner to get closer to the Tao, cultivate stronger magic power, and obtain a better physique. Evans, who has been transplanted with Kryptonian blood, has absolutely no problem with his physique. The energy quality in his body is also very high. Under these two major premises, he only needs to transform his physique into that of an innate creature and accommodate it. Other physiques can complete this stage of practice by transforming their own energy. Therefore, Evans's cultivation process of refining the gods and returning to the void is still very fast as cheating. Half a month passed within the time formation, and Evans successfully completed the practice of practicing the spirit and returning to the void. The incarnation of Fairy Tianyu, who was waiting on the side, saw the speed of Evans' cultivation, and the corners of her eyes twitched. This guy is really cheating. On the side, Yihei and Suner finally started refining Qi and began to practice formal Qi training. As a holy body, Yihei's characteristics of the holy body were finally highlighted at this moment. When Yihei got started and began to practice Qi, the spiritual energy in this beautiful cave world began to surge into Yihei's body. In this place where there is no suppression of the holy body, Yihei absorbs spiritual energy very quickly. But then again, the cultivation of the holy body requires more energy than the cultivation of the mortal body. Even if you practice the mythical system of the earthly immortal world, it still requires a huge amount of energy. With one addition and one subtraction, the speed of improvement in cultivation will be even higher. Being equalized, the advantage is that the combat effectiveness of the holy body is stronger under the same realm. Yihei's holy body plugin is obviously not as powerful as the plugins that Evans himself tinkered with. In terms of the speed of improvement in cultivation, it is still far behind Evans. On the side, Xiao Suner, who is not yet 10 years old, has a much more normal style of painting during practice, which makes Fairy Tianyu extremely happy. Wait, why should I be happy that my apprentice is slow in practicing? Fairy Tianyu fell into deep contemplation and then came to the conclusion that Evans and Yihei were too perverted. After that, Evans began to practice the Refining the Void and Combining the Tao chapter of the Yaoqi Immortal Sutra. The stage of practice is to make oneself consistent with the rules. The combination mentioned here refers to making it easier for the body and the soul to communicate with the rules of heaven and earth. Only by reaching this level can we practice some special spells and magical powers. Only by reaching at the level of Lianshu Hadao, talents will not be restricted by the environment. They can exert 100% of their immortal combat power in any plane and under any world rules. Because those who Lianshu Hadao can adapt to different rules of heaven and earth and control the rules to cast magical powers. This is the power of the mythical and immortal system in the earthly and immortal world, which focuses on one universality. Evans has many abilities that can be used in different planes, and his physique is also very close to the rules. So he can still cheat in this process of practice. During the practice stage of Lianshu Hadao, Evans found that his own different practice systems were being assimilated by the mythical immortal system of Yaoqi Immortal Sutra and gradually merged into one. When he completes his practice, he will no longer be in the state of practicing multiple systems at the same time, but will be in the state of focusing on the mythical and immortal way. The mythical and immortal way encompasses thousands, and the spiritual power and true essence of the immortal way is compatible with the systems of the heavens. Not only can spiritual power and true energy be used to perform magical powers, but it can also be used to perform magic, ninjutsu, spiritual arts, spells, etc. It can even be used to refine the body, which can be said to be all-encompassing. It is indeed a mythical and immortal way. Feeling this, Evans's cultivation power has never been sufficient. A few more days have passed, and Evans has completed the practice of Liangsuhido. Because he has integrated all the systems he has practiced, Evans's realm he was promoted from the practice of refining the void to being a true mythical immortal. Sensing this, Fairy Tianyu's face changed slightly, and she quickly reminded Evans, to become an immortal, you need to overcome a tribulation. You should prepare quickly. The tribulation is coming soon. Yihei and Sooner, who were practicing on the side, heard Fairy Tianyu say that Evans would soon survive the catastrophe and become an immortal. They stopped practicing and looked at each other in disbelief. We are all practicing together, and we are just here. Getting started with refining chi, you have become an immortal. Is this scientific? Is this cheating? Evans had no time to respond to the two people's disbelief. He stood up, as if shrinking to an inch, and appeared in an instant with each step. 100 miles away, they were preparing to overcome the tribulation. Seeing that Yihei and Soner were curious, Fairy Tianyu took the two of them over the clouds and flew over there to let them see the process of Evans overcoming the tribulation. Yihei asked Fairy Tianyu, "Master, is senior brother Evans really going to become an immortal?" Fairy Tianyu nodded. "He is different from you. Before he practiced the Yaoqi Immortal Sutra, he already had a life status and realm comparable to that of a true immortal. Now he has just transformed all those backgrounds." After learning that this was the case, Yihei and Sooner understood. They just said, how could someone directly become an immortal in less than 20 days? In the sky, calamity clouds began to gather. A moment later, the thunder pierced the sky and fell towards Evans. Evans did not try to dodge or fight back. He directly resisted the first thunderbolt with his body. His body was stronger than the atmosphere. With his quality, he perfectly withstood the first thunderstorm. Although his body was not injured and even his clothes were not damaged, Evans still felt slight pain. The first thunderstorm could make him feel pain, which made Evans' Vince became serious and hurriedly used his skills to absorb the thunder of thunder and use it to temper his body. Then, thunder struck down. Evans still did not defend himself and used the thunder to temper his body. He was not afraid of being struck by lightning. His clothes were all exposed. The clothes he was wearing were transformed from his holy weapon Qiankuan diagram. How could his clothes be blown away so easily by lightning? In the distance, in the sky, Fairy Tianyu standing on the clouds looked at Yihei and Sun Sun said, "His physical body is very strong, and this, good money, allows him to resist thunder with his physical body and temper his body through heavenly tribulations. But when you go through the tribulation in the future, it's best not to imitate him, lest you be struck to death by lightning." "Is my holy body unable to withstand lightning disasters?" Yihei asked Fairy Tianyu. "It is possible, but the prerequisite is that you have to take the time to refine your body. With your physique, the speed and upper limit of body refining will be higher than that of ordinary immortal cultivators. When you reach the stage of transcending tribulation, you can hope to equal Evan's current level, physique." Fairy Tianyu commented. "That's good." Yihei decided to take advantage of his holy body and spend more time refining his body in the future. Soon, Evan's thunder tribulation ended. Wind and fire tribulation followed, which was also part of the immortal tribulation. Wind and fire tribulation. The wind and fire generated are not ordinary wind and fire. The wind can blow out the monk's soul and make the soul disappear. The fire can burn the monk's foundation and cause the monk's body to collapse from the inside. When the disaster of wind and fire came to Evans, Evans felt the pain he had never experienced before. Not only physical pain, but also spiritual pain. This is the wind and fire calamity, and it is also the second calamity among the 3 calamities of becoming an immortal. Fairy Tianyu gives popular science education to Yihei and Sun. How to survive the storm of wind and fire? Sinner asked Master. Wind and fire tribulation cannot be avoided or defended, and one can only rely on one's own condensed soul and strong enough foundation to resist. In this process, if the original God is not extinguished and the physical body does not collapse, one's own soul will be destroyed. It will be cleansed by the wind tribulation, and the impurities in the soul will be removed, making the soul more pure. The fire calamity will allow the monk's life level to evolve, transforming from mortal to immortal. Take Evans, for example. His spiritual foundation and physical foundation are far beyond those of ordinary monks, so the wind and fire tribulation is not difficult for him. What is really difficult is the third tribulation of becoming an immortal, the inner demon tribulation. Fairy Tianyu said. Evans, who was going through the tribulation, felt that his soul and the foundation of his body were being refined by the wind and fire tribulation. This kind of refining method was extremely painful. If it were replaced by an immortal cultivator whose foundation was not deep enough, he would probably die. He was tortured to death. Gradually, Evans discovered that his soul had become pure and flawless, and his body had transformed into a mythical immortal. The wind and fire tribulation also ended at this time. The inner demon tribulation also followed. Evans he fell into a trance for a moment. He began to experience inner demons in the spiritual world. His inner demon was himself. Evans has been reluctant to use clone skills since 743 because he was worried that the clone would have its own ego and would want to replace himself. Because he is worried about this, his inner demon is himself, an alternative Evans with self-awareness. The inner demon Evans has the same cultivation level as Evans. Evans knows the heart Evans will be possessed by demons. As soon as the inner demon appeared in Evans' spiritual world, he promised to replace his true body and launch the strongest attack on Evans' consciousness. If Evans is defeated by it, he will completely lose himself, was replaced by the other party. Faced with the inner demon, Evans responded very directly. He came up with something that he had, but the inner demon did not have, that is, the super game development system. Evans used the super game development system he created a game in his own spiritual world, trapping his inner demons in the game world, and using the game editor to continuously generate various strong people in it, allowing them to deal with his inner demons. Faced with an endless stream of strong NPCs, not long after, the inner demon was played to death. Evans successfully survived the inner demon tribulation. And his immortality tribulation also ended completely at this moment. Evans opened his eyes and smiled. He took a step, came to the clouds on the horizon, and saluted Fairy Tianyu, who was standing on the clouds. I thought you would suffer some hardships from the inner demon tribulation, but you still cheated on escaping the tribulation. This is really, Fairy Tianyu pointed at Evans with a speechless expression on her face. She finally shook her head and took everyone back to the area where Evans had deployed the time formation. Evans, who has become a mythical immortal, has exhausted all his own resources. If he wants to improve his realm in the future, it is unlikely that he will be able to improve at a cheating speed. After accepting the congratulations from Yihei and Suner, Evans crossed his legs again and tried to practice the true immortal chapter of Yaoqi Immortal Sutra. He found that he really couldn't cheat anymore and could only go step by step. He did not continue to practice. He got up and went to Fairy Tianyu and proposed that he would learn magic and magical powers from her. What spells and magical powers do you want to learn? Fairy Tianyu asked him. There are 72 transformations of earthly evil and 36 transformations of Tiangang. Evans opened his mouth loudly. As a result, he was knocked on the head by Fairy Tianyu. If this fairy could know the 36 transformations of Tiangang and the 72 transformations of earthly evil, she would have already become famous in the immortal world. How could she be just a 7th fairy like she is now? Well, Evans didn't know how to answer this sentence. Is the other party making fun of himself? Just listen to Fairy Tianyu continue to say. You don't have to think about Tiangang Earth Evil. Come, I'll teach you the spring breeze and rain technique. It can stimulate the birth of spiritual plants. With one move, fetch, the spiritual plants within the range can grow for hundreds of years. This is the true magical power of creation. Evans was mentally muttering, is this the group attack version of Han Peopeo's little green bottle? Evans' understanding is very good. After Fairy Tianyu explained it once, he has almost mastered the spring breeze and rain technique, and it was successfully cast. However, because he did not have a deep understanding of the spell, he could only regenerate the spiritual plants within the range for 10 years. If he wanted to have a 100-year effect, he would have to practice hard for a while. Good. Fairy Tianyu was satisfied on the surface, but actually she began to roar in her heart. What a god-defying disciple I have taken on. His understanding is too evil. Cheating, this is definitely cheating. Question. My disciple knows how to cheat. What should I do? Wait online. It's quite urgent. Master, do you have any other magical powers? Evans looked at Fairy Tianyu eagerly with expectant eyes. Fairy Tianyu said she was tired and threw a jade slip directly to Evans. There are many spells and magical powers recorded on it. You can learn it slowly, no? Ask me again if you understand. Evans nodded, satisfied with the jade slip, and used his spiritual sense to read the knowledge recorded in the jade slip. He found that this jade slip recorded many powerful spells and magical powers. There were 5 element spells, thunder spells, etc., ice method, wind method, universe escape method, 5 elements escape method, yin and yang eye, sky eye, samadhi true fire, soaring into the clouds and driving the mist, spell version, talisman from beginner to proficient, formation from beginner to proficient, weapon refining from beginner to proficient, alchemy from entry to mastery, various spiritual plant maps and planting and cultivation methods, heaven and earth spiritual root map, material refining map, external incarnation, breath gathering technique, heaven and earth magic, memory magic, soul magic. With so much knowledge, even if Evans's understanding is incredible, he would not be able to finish learning it in dozens or even hundreds of years. Evans is not in a hurry and just learn slowly. He has plenty of time anyway. Within the time formation, half a year later, Evans, Soner, and Yihei were ready to leave. Half a day has passed in their respective worlds. If they don't go back, something might happen. Seeing that the 3 disciples were about to leave, Fairy Tianyu did not stop her. She said to the 3 of them, after you go back, if you encounter difficulties in practice, you can contact me through the chat group, or come to me through the chat group. Evans returns to Mystic Falls, a hodgepodge of horrors. The time here is already 9 o'clock in the evening that day. At this time, Persephone, Agnes, Cynthia, Ella, and Elena were all in the RV, quietly reading books and learning magic. When Evans came back, the girls said hello to her and continued to study hard.